Wilds.
Speaking of Terra types, by the way, I feel like that's been one really cool thing to me this weekend where I
And
really
hear me, I'm
feel
muted.
like
I've been muted this entire time. I literally did my
last year's World
whole
Championships, we've seen
intro
so
right
many
there, and I was
different
muted the whole
Terra types. For a
time.
while there, it
Let's
kind
run
of
it from the
felt
top.
like, especially the
We're
Fire
live
Emblem
here,
Terra types
day
are so
2,
dominant
watching
with
the
what they did, but,
2024
we see
Pokemon
almost
World
every Terra type
Championships.
in the game
There
over
we
the
go.
course of
I
this weekend,
can't
right?
believe I made my cue.
Especially with Ice Rider Calyrex, I feel like maybe the
Oh, what a start! What a start there to
Poison
day
Terra,
2. We went
normal
live
Terra,
earlier
you know, and it's
because
great
they
that
had
so many
Wolfie on
different
stream.
strategies have worked.
So I'm like,
We're
I've got to
finally
watch
seeing Stellar
Wolfie.
Terra, like,
So I
really
went
making a
live,
difference.
watched
We saw a match
Wolfie on
earlier
stream.
where,
Then
Urshifu needed
I
the Stellar
ended
Terra
the
to do
stream
enough damage with close combat
because
to close the game. And I think we've really just seen the depth of this format. You
am I
know,
even
even
live?
again, you know, with those
YouTubes are
common
working?
Pokemon, slight differences in the way that they're
Okay, there we
built
go, there we
can
go,
be the
there we go.
difference between winning and losing, especially when everyone is so good at this level. And I've been really impressed.
Okay, I'm
where,
good. I'm live. I'm
there's
live.
just
I'm live.
so many
All right,
subtle,
we're live on
creative plays that
YouTube.
trainers have made. I think it's really inspiring.
I think that's a really cool thing that we've gotten to see
die.
from
Doesn't
this
die
World
while we're here. Yo,
Championships
Beneath in
comparison to
between.
last year's.
Congrats on
Last year's
2K.
was
Hey,
a lot of fun because you
thank
didn't
you,
really know what to
yeah.
expect going
We
into
hit
it. 'Cause it was a brand new
2,000
format for
subscribers.
Worlds, whereas this year,
What,
since we
2,000
had had some
subscribers?
Regulation G events,
I
since we
don't
did
know if it
have
was
about
last.
18
No, it
months,
would have been
a
this
month and a
morning. So I
half
went
in
to
the
bed
summer to
after
kind of
midnight
really
last
dive
night.
into it.
And I
Trainers
stayed
have
up and
really
watched
made
the
sure
rest
they've
of the
gone to
stream.
depths of the
And
team building. They've really just made
I
sure
went to
no
bed
stone
and
has
after
been
like midnight.
left
It was at
unturned. And I think it's just
1999. Then woke up. It was at
absolutely
12:05.
max.
And then
Sure,
right
there's a lot
now
of Pokemon
we're
that
at
if you've been following
12:15.
along
So
for
dude,
Regulation
we're gaining
G,
so many subs right now.
yeah,
Everybody
okay,
that's
maybe we've
been
seen these
subscribing, I
Pokemon
appreciate
before,
that. It truly
but it's
means a
little
lot.
changes
Thank you
that
guys
we've
so
gotten
much.
to
One
see
step closer to
throughout
our
the
goal.
way.
And I
Iron Hands is
appreciate
the
that.
one
We
that
are.
really
We
stands
are.
out to me
One
from the
step
get-go
closer.
with the
2K's
slow-kick
big.
adaptation,
We hit
because it is,
1,000 in
from
like
my
February,
knowledge,
and then
the
here we are
first
in
time in a
August
major
hitting
tournament we've
2,000.
seen anybody
Hey,
be
maybe
running this.
pretty soon we'll be
I
doubling
think so
again to
too,
4,000,
and
hopefully.
It's kind of a fun
But
throwback,
yeah,
right?
Wolf.
Where,
So
the first
Wolfie
year I
lost
started
twice in a
watching
row
the
there.
Video Game
We
World
had the game on
Championships back
stream
in
that I watched.
2010. You know, there
And
was
then
12 moves in
he
the game back then, you know, so we had to be
had
less
the
picky about
here.
what
Let
putting
me
our
mute the
teams, but
commentators
there's
so
a
you
lot more.
don't. I'm not talking over them. So we had the game that I watched on stream, and he won both rounds. Then he lost his next 2 games. Now the thing is, though, he was pretty much sure to go to top cut after that stream win. So I'm wondering if he kind of like, you know, eased off the gas a bit. I could be wrong about that, but like, I find it kind of interesting. He goes completely undefeated, and then once he qualifies, he loses. So I'm looking at Wolfie. He's giga smart. That's all part of his master plan. He wasn't going all out, I don't think. If I had to guess. That's just what I would assume. I mean, it's Wolfie. He's going to clutch up. He's in top cut. That's all that matters. Yo, Nunez, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And anyone else is tuning in, thank you. Let me unmute the commentators and listen to them. See what they've got to say. I've only watched this one today.
In comparison to something like a Choice Scarf for just looking for more damage, I loved.
I haven't watched the normal
when you're looking at the
or the other streams at all.
You look across that top line, you've got Rillaboom with Fake Out, you've got Incineroar
This is
with
interesting,
Fake
though.
Out, Iron Hands Fake Out, and you think with
The,
the Covered Cloak, you have complete immunity against that support option. Not only that, but you're looking at those kind of soft uses
The
of
top
speed control
Pokemon
with the Icy
that are being
Wind
used on day
when
2.
we're talking
Yo,
about
one away,
puts
thank you
them
for tuning in.
Cover Cloak gives you complete immunity to
Urshifu
that
Rapid
as
Strike
well, and
number
we
1,
saw how
Rillaboom number
impactful it
2,
was in
Raging
that
Bolt
game
3,
with
Farigiraf
Bolt,
4,
where
Incineroar
you,
5,
in most
Iron Hand
situations
6.
with the Snull,
That's
even
sick.
if the
I used a
crystallization
bunch of
had
those
come out
guys.
from the Calyrex would have been
My
quite
team that I
impactful
would
because
use
it
had
slows down that special
Incineroar,
engine, but it's not
Iron
able to do
Hands,
that. Same with
Ogerpon,
Moonblast as well
the
from
Hearthflame
Platinum
Mask,
going into that
GU,
Calyrex, where
Fluttermane,
in most
and
situations,
Amoonguss.
you've got that 20% chance of it actually
I
dropping
used
a
those
special
6, and then I
attack, which can be
switched to
so
Moonguss for
pivotal in that
Gyarados.
moment, but yeah, you don't really need to even consider
That's
that
literally
as
a
thing
team
because
that I
Covered
used.
Cloak is just one of those items
This would have
that
been
just
about a
frees
year
your
ago,
Pokemon and
right
gives you
when
that little bit of
Incineroar
security
got
where
added.
You think, okay, I don't need to worry about any of the secondary effects because now I can just kind of get on with my game plan and do what my Pokemon needs it to do.
And if we're talking
not about a
this
year ago, I
Calyrex
guess.
Shadow Rider, let's
It
just
would've been like
extend
the end of
conversation
last
to talk
year.
about all the restrictions that we've been able to see. Of course, the
Then
Shadow
the
Rider,
restricted
the Ice
mons.
Rider, and the Miraidon, the
Calyrex
big three in
Shadow
the
Rider, which
competition.
is what
and
Wolfie's
even if we
using.
haven't gotten to see Terapagos so
Calyrex
far
Ice
throughout,
Rider,
it has been a Pokemon
Miraidon,
that has been putting out a lot of
Zamazenta,
pressure, and there's some really
Terapagos,
unique
Kyogre,
Terapagos builds out
Koraidon, and
there.
Groudon.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a Pokemon that need to reinvent itself a little bit, right? Where
I think it's interesting to
perhaps
see
because
Koraidon
it did
there.
just make it to the North American
Terapagos,
International
I'm kind of
Championship
surprised, but I
Finals.
thought
Players are pretty
I thought
prepared for
Terapagos
that
was kind
build
of butt cheeks.
Terapagos, and the Terapagos players adjusted a little bit, right? We've seen a lot of stranger stuff.
Might have
with
to go
it.
get another
I think
Gatorade.
Klefki being among the most fun.
You cut your own hair? I do. Did I mess it up?
Yeah.
Did something look bad on it?
About Klefki.
I thought it
like,
looked good.
Making a trade in Pokemon Go.
It looks fine, right?
attributes.
I didn't
of
mess it up
Pokemon
too much.
emulation
One
that
thing,
Terra
I
Shell's
do
fun,
swim
you know,
every
it kinda
day.
works like multi-scale, and
Or every
then,
weekday.
it changes
I swim every
drastically
weekday,
if you
and I don't
trash
like
it,
to
you
wear a
gain
cap.
full stats, changes,
And
your
so,
move changes, and just another thing that trainers
my
have
hair
to prepare
is
for,
kind of
right? And,
messed up
I'm
because
really
of that.
curious to talk to some players after this is over, kind of how much they decided they cared about Terrapagos and their prep, because I think it looked like its usage was trending the wrong way, but also it's sort of a Pokemon that requires unique answers. So again, maybe one that flew
So
under the
talk about
radar enough
Terrapagos.
that the very best Terrapagos players could do some serious damage as we move into the single elimination portion.
Terrapagos is a pretty cool Pokemon. I do
feel
like
it. A strong Terrapagos trainer is
like its
absolutely
normal
terrifying.
form. I
Same
don't
with
like
that
the
Kyogre as well.
I don't
didn't
like that
personally
big
expect
crazy
Kyogre
form.
to maybe make the biggest
The
splash,
Terra one,
but I did
that's
know if
not
there
for
was
me.
A couple of those known Kyogre players playing it, it would. But looking at our caster predictions, there was definitely a lot more faith coming out for my co-casters rather than myself. I was right on the Miraidon train because, you know what?
Wow,
you didn't have to
these are
tell
what
me
they
twice.
thought
It
would
took
be
down
most
Indy,
used.
and it's been a force
Ursaluna,
ever
the
since,
Dozos not there,
but
Pelipper's not there.
There is a
Well, the girl on the left just
couple,
saw Lou.
coming
She
out
just
from
thought there was going to be a
Lou
rain
and
team, it
from
looked like.
Rose here talking about that Kyogre, and even if there's not the most out there, in the hands of a good player.
This can't be real.
So
None of
weird.
them
When the
guessed
format
that.
got announced, and Kyogre was one of those
Urshifu?
Pokemon that you looked at.
I would have
looked
said
back in previous
Urshifu,
restricted
Incineroar,
formats, it's been so
Rillaboom
strong, so dominant.
for 3 most for
Really had
sure.
the same impact in this format as it felt like it should do. So it kind of dropped off. But then we had that iteration of it where it had the Assault Vest. And it had a pretty favorable matchup into the big things that you think would give it the most problems, like the Miraidon, like the Raging Bolt, when you have that Grass Terra typing where it can manage it quite well, and that matchup becomes quite
Volcarona
positive
on
in
there
those
too.
situations. So I would like to see it at some point during this tournament, but I'm not also going to be surprised if we don't see any
2
Kyogre
Dittos.
as well.
I mean, hopefully we'll be able to
They thought they were gonna be
see
Ditto.
one
Have
in
we seen
top
a
cut
single
and
Ditto?
beyond and see if it is capable of taking down the top 3 and who will be coming out on top. Of course, we're getting that top cut squared away, and it's going to be up shortly. So
Yeah, I want to
thank
see the
you
top
so much
cut.
for coming to our lounge meta talk on the Pseudo Beach here. We're taking a quick break before we're back with our competition.
Break? I started the stream where I thought the top cut was going to start.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History. a
Show us
series where
2016.
We showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon.
Shut up, everyone. We're learning.
This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative
2017.
in the finals, but
Wait,
who
they
would
skipped
come
over
out
to.
on
They just
top?
did 20 like
Tomoyuki
14.
had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around,
They did
he made
2015 or
the right
2012.
call
Why didn't
on
they
the
do
metagame.
Wolfie's year?
With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon.
That's so
running
cool seeing
rampant in the
Salamence and
format,
Metagross on the team.
and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion,
Celesteela.
Ryota wanted to solidify his
He's got a
claim to be
shiny
the best
Tapu
player in
Koko
the
plush on there
world.
too.
With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real
Crocodile
star
as
of his
well.
team was
I wonder what ability
Celesteela,
he had on
the
that.
launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to
30
lead seed
minutes?
recovery. If Tomoyuki
For one
wanted to
game?
keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from
They
a
should do-
Tapu Fini
Wait,
of
that
all
Salamence
things.
did a Choice
I
Specs
know it's
boosted
under-
Moonblast, you
known
just
for
said?
really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking the hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
That's
Time is
crazy.
just
I couldn't
called
imagine
in the
doing that.
round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC
Why'd they
history.
blur that
A
person's Pikachu
climactic
thing?
50-minute
Do you
set
see that all the
came down to
Pokemon onesies
these
they're wearing, they
final
blur it
turns,
out?
and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the fighting type Buzzwole faced off against a fairy type and a flying type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would
Buzzwole's
like to get that
yoked, huh?
Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try
Look
and
at him, he's
bust
a
through the
big
defense
boy.
with all of these fists.
But
Pulled
instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling.
Wow.
leaving
Do the
Ryota
HP
down
bars
with
go
just
slower
2
there
Pokemon
than they
on
do
his
now?
side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so
Celesteela
close
looks
coming
weird,
down to the
man.
wire, but
Neoligo
Buzzwole
does
is
too.
doing what it does best.
Most of the Ultra Beasts look weird.
Z move, no, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini, not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
Wow, he won on a crit there.
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World
Wow, that's cool. He went on to win.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite
That was
moments in
sick. They
VGC
gotta do more of
history
that.
by using
Look, the
the
timer's
hashtag
already up. 5 minutes has passed. Citrus berry. Can't help but realize your hair has like been washed for days. I washed it every day. I washed it this morning when I woke up. Took a shower.
Hello, everybody, and
Oh, that's the
welcome
Unite
back.
stage.
We are still here in Honolulu.
Whoa,
Hawaii,
what are they
bringing
wearing on
you
their
our coverage
thumbs?
Of the 2024
Look at
Pokemon
Spraggles.
World Championships. That is absolutely
That's
heating up in
annoying.
here
They gotta be
as we
hunched
start
over like
barreling towards
like
the top
when they're
sets
watching the
for
games, they don't have a
all of
screen
our
in front of them. They have to
games
look down.
and
Dude, my
even the
I'll be
finals as
hurting
we
my
take a
back.
look forward to Unite finishing out their ceremonies later on today. My name is Rosemary
Wait,
Kelly,
yeah,
and I'm once
Unite's
again
gonna
joined by
end
Lou
today.
Chromie to bring you through our very first match of our top cut for the video game.
I love this. This is like the home run end game situation you've got going on. The trainers have
Pokemon
battled
Unite.
out through day 1, through day 2 Swiss rounds, and now there is only a limited amount of players left in the knockouts. There is no room for error. Every single
Is
game
Overlord
counts
playing
at
here?
this point because
No.
if you lose your set, you're
Dang,
out of the
Legacy, we saw them
competition,
lose the
and
first
everybody
game,
wants to be that world
very
champion.
first game that
Before
happened
then,
on stream.
Our players were allowed 2 match losses in order to find themselves here in the top cut. So you're right. The stakes have never been higher. To
Wait,
look
is this the
forward to who
championship
we have
game?
ahead of us? Our very first stream match, we're going to be featuring Terran Birdie versus
Oh my God,
Nachi
Wolfie's
Joshi.
playing.
But you can see all of these other incredible players and how they match up against each other in this bracket. It is an asymmetrical bracket. So
Yes.
these are going to be matches that have to play out before we get to our top 16.
Exactly. There's a couple of extra moments for these players where they have to contend through to meet those trainers that are already waiting in the rings for them. But this stream match is going to be incredible. Taran Birdie.
Okay, so
and
Wolfie's
Nasty
playing, but it's
Josie,
not on
two
stream. He's
incredible
playing, but it's not on
players.
stream.
Taran being the Perth regional champion, knows what it takes to be able to go all the way, but actually has a fantastic accolades throughout 2024 as well. NAIC was able to get 19th place there, as well as Lil being a top 4 competitor.
If only they could stream more of the games.
Taking a look at what Navjeet has been able to accomplish in this season as well. Did get a top 16 at the Portland Regional Championships earlier this year.
Is this the
And
championship?
Canada end up going to
from
the
Chandelure that flipped a Rayquaza in their direction. So there are moments that you do everything you can, you just can't control. And when you're looking to control the most you can, you will pick the best team possible. That's what Legacy has tried to do right here.
Yeah, whether it's you just believe them, you just believe your team to be so much better than theirs, or you think, hey, we really understand their go-to strategy. We have it in us to counter that, kind of where we are most comfortable. So it's just
Oh no, there's games just up there from round of 16. Okay, so they just have the trophy there the whole day.
I mean, that's where they went. We're taking a look at Kekalok right here. Pufaza, Nadiza, Spoo, SC.
How did you adjust after losing one game to Orange Juicers?
Enhorabuena y querían saber.
Here we welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are, day 2 of our World Championships. Up on the big stage, we have Legacy and we have K.
Dang, look at their suits.
A lot of hard teams that you had to choose between. I don't feel like there were any choices that were the easy choice.
No,
Okay, so they're not doing anything. Okay, I thought that was the championship game. That's kind of weird that they have it out early, though. Shouldn't it only be out for the championship game, you think?
Damage as well, being able to just go through so many competitors, and we are seeing a little bit of a shift to Dragon Terra type as well, because with that Dragon typing, when there's Firewater Grass cores
TCG,
everywhere,
open up
you're
Go.
gonna be
I know
taking
nothing about
resisted
TCG.
damage. So I think making sure that you can maybe catch some of these cheeky Terra Dragons with your own Dragon type attacks
There
could
we
be
go, we're good.
really, really nice.
I've recognized this guy from last
I'm
year.
looking at
Oh,
the
look at all
bottom
his
of this list
plushies
as
he
well
got.
to watch Song Jae-jong versus Shohei Kimura. Shohei, of course, our reigning world champion from 2023 Worlds, and Song Jae-jong coming into
Shohei Kimura, bottom
this
right
World
here.
Championships with
Reigning
a second
champ, they
from
said.
the Korean national qualifiers. That is so impressive, especially considering that their format
Xiliang
was a
Tang.
little bit different.
He
to what
beat
we
Wolfie
expected
somewhere,
and
right?
Play here at the World Championships, so you know that adaptation.
Where did
has
he
to be
beat
there.
Wolfie?
I think that's a really good
I
point,
recognize
actually.
that name Wolfie
They may
saying
not
in
be
one of his
as
videos.
experienced in kind of
Where
regulation.
did Wolfie barely beat
G,
him?
let's say it's really been kind of regulation F that's been playing in their kind of local circuit.
I don't
so being
remember.
able to come in without having practice in a kind of competitive field, face to face with other competitors in this format, does just show how amazing it is that they're
Oh my gosh,
still
Ash
finding
Ketchum.
success in
Look at
that
Ash Ketchum.
particular thing with all the
He's gonna be right in the middle here.
around.
There he is.
Yes, and the restricted Pokemon too. I think that's going to be very interesting to look at when we dissect
My
our
hands smell like
Top
peanut
Cut
butter.
a little bit more.
I didn't
Hope
eat
you all
peanut butter
enjoyed
today.
the Top Cut preview that we had in the lounge just a couple of minutes ago. But I know that we have so much more to cover, especially as we start to get towards actually getting some of these Top Cut
I can
matches on
hear
stream. But Lou, what's
the
been kind
Pokemon
of
Go
your
when you're doing the
favorite
charge
moment
attacks.
from just today even?
Do you know what? Honestly, sitting backstage and watching that
Yeah, I would
game
love to
three
be here
between
just to be able to
Victor
see
and
all those,
Xiliang,
like all the
I
games
don't
just
have
right
the
there.
Most recent memory,
It's so much
but
fun
the
to go
reason it stood
to.
out for me was because I was taking notes because I knew I was doing the interview, and every single turn I was like, who am I going to interview? Who's it going to? The advantage was just switching constantly between the two players, and that was really, really marvelous. I also loved all of yesterday's stream.
I ain't even
going
gonna try to pronounce their names.
But let's focus down on the match we're about to watch, Rosemary.
We will do just that. On your left, we've got Taran Birdie, who is going
Taran
to be rocking
Birdie.
this Maridon team. Very standard to a lot
So
of the
this is
archetypes that
knockout.
we have
Like,
seen that
you
build
lose, you're out
for
here.
this particular restricted. But on Navjeet Joshi's side, so
Navjeet
exciting to
Joshi.
see not just the Ice Rider Calyrex
Where's he from?
pushed out in this
CA.
new way in terms of the balance
Canada?
pieces around it. But Lou, one of your favorite Pokemon in the entire world, and mine as well, that Regieleki.
I am so excited to see that Pokemon. And
Wait, he
I
has a
cannot wait to dive
Regieleki?
deeper
Yeah, we haven't
into
seen a
the moves
Regieleki
that it's
once
running
so
and
far,
talk about
right?
Its utility within this game. But first, we're going to have a little bit of a deeper dive onto Taran's team. So some very interesting Pokemon here. Maridon being one of the key restricted Pokemon that we are bringing here, with the choice specs being able to hit incredibly hard with
Tailwind
Electro Drift,
Whimsicott.
as well the trend into being a Fairy Terra type. So Dazzling
No
Beam is gonna
electric
have
move
some
on the Iron
potential here on
Hands.
the field.
Probably,
particularly
he's got
against Pokemon
Maridon,
like the
so that's probably
Urshifu.
why.
Absolutely, but even looking
And
at the
single
Farigiraf,
strike
I think this is
Urshifu.
another Pokemon you have to look at and go, how much utility has it really provided, especially when it's got that electric seed to boost up those defenses. You know that it's going to be a little bit better to handle
Yandel, maybe the
Single
Overpod
strike
or
Urshifu's
even the
interesting.
Urshifu on the other side.
Have we
But I
seen one
think
of those?
even
This
just taking a
game's
look at the
two
Urshifu
interesting
that
teams.
Terran has,
We haven't seen
it is the
at least for the
Dark
games on
Terra
stream. I don't believe we've seen a single strike Urshifu
Usually
or
on the stream
a
we've seen
Reggie
Stellar
Lecky.
Terra as
That's a
the
big
Terra
water
type of
bottle he's
choice,
got
but
too.
This Dark Terra means that those wicked blows are going to hurt, and that is something that the
Is an
Ice Runner
Indian
Powerhouse
surname?
on Navjeet side is going to have to be
Probably lives in
very
the UK
conscious
then, right?
of. And it's interesting as well because there is no Fire Water Grass Core combination on Terran's side. There is the Water type Null and Void. You can technically have it in Farigiraf, I guess, but it's nice to see that.
So that
Urshifu
thing he
coming through
passed
that might
across, I
catch a
believe
few
those are their
people
team
off surprise.
sheets.
On the opposing side, though, for Navjeet, it is going to be that Urshifu Rapid Strike variant that we're so used to seeing running a very classic combination here, but being more offensive with the Mystic Water instead of the Focus Sash that we've seen running around. I'm going straight for the Rosemary. Regieleki is here to stay. We've spoken a lot about fast Pokemon in this meta so far
Protect,
at Worlds,
Electro
and it
Web,
really has come through
Thunderbolt,
from Pokemon
Volt
like
Switch.
Miraidon, but Regieleki is also very fast, very furious, Transistor, being
So protect
able
for
to
protect,
boost up those electric
Thunderbolt
type
for the
attacks.
basic damage
And
move,
it did get
Volt
nerfed a
Switch to
little bit
swap
heading
out,
into
and Electro
Scarlet
Web to slow the
Violet.
opposition
So
down.
even when taking a look at some of the more recent meta games where we did have
Is there a place to
Regieleki
learn
allowed,
this game?
you're looking at it now
Watch
and going,
Wolfie's
there's a
videos.
Miraidon on the other side.
That's the
This
that's how I
Transistor is
started to
about
figure
be
stuff out.
Very, very powerful. You
Life
don't
Orb
necessarily need to
Landorus.
be
So
able to set it up
Wolfie
for
did
yourself.
that as well in
If
his
your
most
opponent
recent
is gonna
video.
do it for you.
Or it's-
So Regieleki,
he posted
definitely
one
to
today, but
keep
the
your
one from
eyes
last
on.
weekend.
I remember getting a chance to take a look at a very good one from Thiago Latanzi, second place at LAIC earlier this year. But this one is going to be that Electric Terra. So as you said, lots and lots of electric type damage coming out from this Pokemon. But there's going to be no kind of juicy water types for the electric to go down into on Terran's team. It just might be the Farigiraf counter. I think if Regieleki comes, it's going to really be here for the Electro Web, lowering the speed on the opposing side. The Whimsicott, however, also a water type. But the key thing I think
Yeah, that
is gonna
Whimsicott
be,
could
well,
put up
water
Tailwind,
Terra
and then
type.
it's
Let's just
you got
confirm that.
Tailwind on one
Whimsicott
side and then
the Terran type
Regieleki
could
on
be
the
able
other
to bring
side.
that Tailwind and get the speed
The move
advantage
that
up on his
boosts your
side,
entire
get a little
team's
bit of
speed
momentum going
versus
through,
the
because you have some
fastest
really
Pokemon there
heavy
is.
attackers as well in the form of that Ogerpon and Miraidon, and you want to make sure that they're able to get the damage before damage is dealt to them. But I do love what you said there, which is that Regieleki with those Electro Webs is certainly one way you can try to keep pace with that Tailwind, and Regieleki is going to be the naturally fastest Pokemon between these 12, and so right away
Yeah,
as we get
naturally
into
fastest. It's
our
the fastest
first game
Pokemon there
of this
is.
Top Cut match between Terran Birdie and Navjeet Joshi.
Number
It
2
is going to be
Sparrowskeet,
that
I believe.
Landorus incarnate next to the Regieleki for Navjeet.
But
And for
Regieleki,
Terran, we
I don't
do
think
have
there'll ever
the
be a
Iron
Pokemon
Hands and
faster than
Urshifu.
that,
Absolutely
right?
love to see the Regieleki
Unless they
in
make
the
like a
field,
pure
already
light
applying a lot of
Pokemon,
pressure with
because
something like
Regieleki's
the Electro Web
electricity.
to just do some damage into both these Pokemon and lower their speed.
And, like, light's
straight
the
away.
fastest thing
However,
there
the
is.
Iron Hands has the utility to go for Fake Out, slow down the pace on Navjeet's side. Landorus is going to go ahead and run away from this one. Sees the Iron Hands and Urshifu on the other side and does not want to stick around and find out. But so it's going to be this Ogerpon Cornerstone that's going to take
Right,
its
that's
place.
good for the guy on the right,
It's got to
Joshi.
take that Fake Out. That's going to break the sturdy ability that it has. And with this Volt Switch,
I
at
did
least
get rid
Navjeet's
of the-
able
it
to
did go
get
to
a bit
sturdy,
of
as they said, though. I didn't
rotation
think about
through here
that.
And get some
I was
damage
gonna say, 'cause
down
when
to
Fake
break the
Out, when he
Focus
swapped out,
Sash
so it wasn't
on this
attacking
Urshifu.
anyway, so I thought
A big
that
pole
benefited
position
him.
switch here for Navjeet, and like you said, the sturdy's been broken on that Cornerstone Ogerpon. That could be very detrimental later in the game. All right,
They're
now,
just playing
if
Scarlet
Urshifu
and
goes for the
Violet.
Wicked Blow, but it's not enough to be able to get the knockout. Ogerpon's going to be able to be here. Landorus does come back into the field here. I feel like it just didn't want to maybe take the potential double up because it is going to be applying a little bit of threatening pressure here. You could always go for that Sandsteel Storm, get a bit of double damage on the field, and that's something Iron Hands will not appreciate. Absolutely not, and it would definitely clean
Yeah,
up the Urshifu
that's
as
probably a good
well.
point. If they make one
So
faster than
a great
Regieleki, would
call
probably have
there,
like
Lou.
50 of every other
Unfortunately,
stat.
we
It'd
have
be
to
like
see whether or not
Shuffle or
it's
something
actually
like
gonna hit
that.
its
Whereas
target
one
to
insane
see if
stat
it
and
can
everything
actually
else
get
is
those
booty
knockouts.
cheeks.
But as you mentioned, Landorus being there is the absolute
Whimsicott.
fiend
Now, Whimsicott
versus his
could maybe
Iron
put
Hand,
Tailwind
so it's
up with.
also going to make the pivot out. Whimsicott, a grass type, able to take those ground types just a little bit better. But it's the Ivy Cudgel that's going to slam into that slot. And the Sandseer Storm going into the Protect for now. But will it connect into this Whimsicott? It does indeed find its mark and able to get the knockout.
Takes
So
that
Whimsicott
Whimsicott
comes
out.
in,
That's
you
a
would
big
think,
play
yes,
right there.
It's definitely the better Pokemon to take these kind of rock and ground type attacks, but no, it is down and out. Yeah, Terran winced at that one, absolutely. Yeah. I think hoping that it would be able to withstand
Yeah, he did
the
that.
double up
That
there, or
Whimsicott
maybe
just
not
got taken out
expecting
right
the double
away.
up to
Nothing
go
he could
into
do.
that slot. Now you don't have that Tailwind available, you don't have the Encore either, and so it's going to be a little bit difficult for Terran to try to get ahead of things if this Regieleki comes back out for those Electro Webs. I mean, taking a look here as well at what Terran has in the back, it's all kind of the electro types. You've got Miraidon, you've got Iron Hands, so they're going to be able to resist a lot of what the Regieleki can throw its way, but you have to watch out for those speed tiers. If the electro webs start coming through, that's where we're going to be dropping the speed and leaving them a little bit more vulnerable for some of Navji's Pokemon to clean up in the back. There is that Calyrex Ice Rider potentially in the 4th and final slot for Navji, and that can deal so much damage, particularly to the Miraidon if it is going to be on the field, and there it is.
Miraidon, though, as it enters the field, is going to set up that electric train thanks to the Hadron Engine ability. It's going to be boosting up its own attacks as well, but it's not going to do any damage to this Landorus if it is going to try to go for an Electro Drift or a Volt Switch, because it is going to be a ground type. So it's going to be a tough call. Do you try to, like, Terra, go for the Dazzling Gleam, but then you're weak to the Sludge Bomb across the way?
I would go for the Terra, get the extra damage into Dazzling Gleam, get rid of the Ogerpon, and do significant damage to Landorus. Yes, you have to worry about the Sludge Bomb, but if Urshifu is able to get the edge on this Landorus and follow up with a Wicked Blow,
I'll just leave it there for now.
Potentially has the capability to get the knockout, so you don't have to worry about Sludge Bomb at all.
It would be nice because the Miraidon would pick up the Ogerpon first, and then you can guarantee that single target damage into the Landorus specifically without something like the Follow Me. But Terran doesn't want to stick around for that one either. Going to reserve that Urshifu for a bit later, knowing that Iron Hands does have the Assault Vest equipped, so it would be able to take a hit from this Landorus.
Well, I want to see if the website
that
had all the other stuff, are they going to have everything for this
give
one?
This Iron Hands an attack boost.
Yeah, it's got the Assault Vest for the defense and the attack boost to
They
be
have
on the
top
offense
results?
as well. So a lot of flexibility coming through from this Iron Hands, and that is exactly what Miraidon wants by its
They
side.
do, they will
The
have it
Fake
on
Out
here,
potential
okay.
going into this next turn and ensuring that this Fairy Miraidon is going to be able to deal a huge amount of damage and stay on the field. But Rosemary, it's a terrestrialization apiece.
It is a terrestrialization apiece, and that's going to be the Landorus taking on the Terra Poison. One way to get around the Dazzling Gleams is to give yourself this defensive
8 players
type
got to
hit.
buy.
It works both ways.
8,
because
and then
it's
there's
also
8
gonna be
games
boosting
going
up
on.
the power of all of those poison-type sludge bombs. With the
Wolfie,
Ogerpon going for the
please
Follow
win.
Me as well, it's just to cover your bases.
That is going to be painful indeed. The Miraidon going for this Dazzling Gleam is going to be able to get the edge onto this Ogerpon and fell it from play. But because the Iron Hand switched in this turn, it's not going to be able to move either and get damage on the board, enabling this Landorus free reign to go for damage. But it's actually going to go for the Earth Power.
Wow, that did a lot.
To play, but it's so threatening and intimidating of the Sludge Bomb into this next turn. I guess Iron Hands does have the fake out potential, and Regieleki's now joining the field, so there could be some speed shenanigans going on here.
There really can, especially because both of these Pokemon are going to be vulnerable to Regieleki being the fastest one on the field. So if you wanted to try to get that spread damage down, you could. Iron Hands does have the option to try to go for a fake out here, but I think it's better to save that potentially in combination with something else. Right now, though, it's also going to be Regieleki going for a Protect. That is a bit of breathing room here for Terran to work with.
I completely agree. And Landorus also going for the Protect. With the Iron Hands that was in play, you don't want to have to worry about who's going to take the fake out if you just go for this defensive option. You know the Miraidon is locked in thanks to the choice specs for that Dazzling Gleam as well.
Let me make sure
now,
I'm live on.
into this
I just
next
realized I didn't even
turn,
check
the
if I'm live on
Regieleki
Twitch.
could be in a prime position to go for that Electro Web, lower the speed a little bit more, and maybe allow Landorus to get that KO with the Sludge Bomb following up.
But I love what Terran has gone for here, expecting the double protect on the other side. You can bring this Urshifu in, try to go for the Sucker Punch. It's not going to be quite enough to actually get the knockout onto this Landorus just yet. So for this Urshifu's troubles, it's going to have to hope that that Sucker Punch damage is enough, as it does get knocked out to this Electro Web. But with that -1 speed drop, it's going to mean that this Landorus is also faster now. So the Sludge Bomb into this Terra Miraidon is going to be super effective.
The synergy between these two Pokemon on Navji's side, getting the drop, enabling the Landorus.
There's only one AM and I even tired. That's how excited I am. It's Worlds. It's Worlds.
But that's such a difficult spot. It doesn't have a lot of HP, and we also know that, you know, anything coming out from that Landorus, even just the Earth Power, is going to get the knockout.
Yeah, and especially, like, yes, you could go for the fake out, but with the sliver of HP, I think it is just all that is going to happen in this game. So now Terran gets a chance to take a second.
Yes.
What happened in that game number 1? Reflect. What can you do to move forward into this second game? Because you're not out of it yet.
I'm going to be honest, if I was Terran, and you can see he is really taking these seconds to think things through, like you said, Rosemary, I would drop the Whimsicott. Because the Whimsicott, I feel like you need that either early doors to get the Tailwind set up and already get momentum, go on the offensive from the beginning, or it's there to do an offensive role. And it wasn't playing that in this game.
Ooh, we're about to get Rayquaza here.
At one point.
This game's over. Let's watch there's the Requisite fight.
possible, just easy secure with the single strike.
They're down to the
right
bottom
here.
for
They're
Reggie
looking for
Reggie
Gyarados
steal.
moves in, single strike
2
takes it,
seconds
they
left till
catch
Rayquaza
Gyarados.
spawns in.
Immediately, Puffaza gets buckled. Portal is down to save
Rayquaza's
his
in.
Hydro Typhoon doesn't hit a soul.
Not a
Spraggles,
single
and now
goal
we're
is
just
broke
gonna
on
push
Team
forward.
Orange.
Charizard Unite is
Big
out. We're
team
starting
fight
from
right
down.
here.
Tram, Unite
Urshifu goes
repositioned
down.
by Wolf.
Mamoswine takes it
Salto's
out.
putting the
Mamoswine
pressure
takes
on
it out of the
two players
Gossip Goal.
down.
They push him all the way back
Damage
into the
for
goal.
Salto.
So,
They're all
Crystal
over
throws
this
this all
goal
right there.
zone. The
Crystal's
assist
at
on the back
Worlds!
doesn't displace anybody for much value. We have the rings unbound on top of Ray. Everybody pulls through.
Oh,
to be
Team
safe.
Orange is all in there.
Marzo is down. 15 seconds till they come back. Is this an opportunity for Kakalak to come back in? Stun down.
Crystal
Spook
gets taken
goes
out by
down.
but not a
Sensei
good
just
start
by
for
themselves. They
Crystal at
can't do
Worlds.
anything yet, and all of a sudden Legacy's going to be able to get a clean reset and get ready for another one.
Take a
Yeah, look,
breather,
so
Legacy, but
neither
Kakalak
team got
might not
Rayquaza,
wanna
so
let
they're
you
still
rest on their
going.
laurels as they're pushing forward towards this Rayquaza. Salto looking for a pick, and they get it.
Ice Fang picks up Sun Sage and
Hey,
puts
the
them down.
Gyarados is up there in
HP
Rayquaza.
Ray, Sun Sage on the backside.
Jumped
Nice
out.
bounce.
Oh, Blastoise goes
Doesn't
down.
really
Oh,
pick up
Tomo goes
the
down
quality
too!
target, though.
And
Instantly,
Accelerate,
Let's
Celery,
get
whatever you
bucket,
however you
two
pronounce
players
it.
down.
Kramer
This
is
might
getting
be
beat
the
up right there.
best
Kramer's got
chance
2
that
on him, and then
Kakalak
Hoopa's over there. 2
has.
Hoopa's getting
Kakalak
low. Kramer
laughing
goes
on
down.
this Ray. Pufaza's so low. Hoopa comes through by Lel.
Hoopa's still
and
up.
trying
Crustle
to
hit the
leverage a
Hoopa.
KO, and they do get it. Spoo peeling back. They don't have enough damage. It's just the support core for Kakalak left.
That's right. There's not much on the side of Kakalak here. There's not much on the side of Legacy, but Kakalak is behind on the scoreboard. 42 seconds
They gotta
left.
score.
They have that tier 1 goal zone. If they're able to
Kakalak?
make a hero play and somehow get 50 points in there, they are able to come back and win this game. Less than 100 between these teams mean these tier 1 goal zones
They got top
have
goal
to be
guarded.
watched by Legacy.
Yeah, do they-
On the
should
other
they
side,
even-
Kakalak
like,
has a
should
few
Orange
options.
team
They
even
might be
fight for
going with it.
Rayquaza
The
here?
rip on Rayquaza with 20 seconds left.
They just want to make it so
They
the
got
other
nice
team
rotation
doesn't
on
get
a
it.
couple targets, forcing out the Hydro Typhoon, reposition the eject button. Falba's on the backside. Wolf uses their Cram Unite. Ray is getting so low. There's going to be 10 seconds left. Taken by the Urshifu. If they can scramble it.
Oh my God, they got it! 7.
We got Mazo scoring on the backside.
6.
Hoopa as well.
5.
Sriracha is going for it.
4.
They're running out of time, Spraggles. I don't think they're going to get it done.
Oh!
So close. We didn't get the score top. They scored bottom. Charizard broke top.
Wait, that top-
Cramorant was fighting bottom. I truly don't know who won this.
Who
match.
won?
Well, let's take a look because the bars.
Dude, it showed that they scored top and they said they scored bottom.
Kakalak, are you kidding? 379 to 368 by the Razor's Edge.
379. Wait, which team had more?
Unbelievable here as our teams on stage are waiting.
As we are also waiting.
Oh my God.
379, 368.
What a game right there. That's crazy, dude.
Unbelievable.
That's what
10
Worlds is
seconds
about. You win by
left.
11 points,
Take
getting
Ray.
Recuse at the
Scramble to
last
score.
second to get the win.
Legacy's peeling to try and mitigate that damage, and they just fall shades short. 9 points.
Unbelievable. I mean,
Like,
those
this puts into
moments,
perspective
you know,
how
it
crazy
all
Overlord
came
is.
down to those
He had
final
100K
moments.
damage.
I was wondering, Doob Snacks, in the top path. When
Most
they broke
tiers
that
82,
tier 1, you know,
right?
one had
Yeah,
25,
the
other had
Serral
50,
Edge right here,
so they got the
82.
big 100 there. I was wondering if that 25 going in could have made the difference, right? But it turns out they didn't need it.
That is
Kakalak
crazy.
Still up in that
Losing the
moment.
entire
Legacy
game.
in control of that match.
Right at
They
the
were
end,
not
get
in
Rayquaza
control
and
of
you
that
win.
Rayquaza.
See, that's why Unite's exciting.
Absolutely crazy. Great,
That's
great
insane.
team fight initially.
I'm
out of
checking to
Legacy,
see if
getting
it's
tons
been
of targets
updated.
to the point where it was
No,
just
nothing's updated.
Naughty's Spoo left on Kakalak.
Wolfie's
The
game isn't
cross on the
updated yet.
Eldegoss,
Wolfie's game isn't
and they're able
updated
to
yet.
get back in there,
So if he wins
get
this, he's
enough
in
time,
round
and
of
honestly,
16.
I think Legacy just
Then it goes
kinda
round of
took
16,
the foot off
round
the
of
gas.
8,
They're like, okay, we did our job here.
semifinals,
We're running out
finals.
of time.
Because it goes 16
Credit to
players, 8
Kakalak.
players,
They
4
went
players in
straight in
semis,
for it, and they
2
knew
players in
exactly
finals,
what
yeah.
the route to victory was.
To be fair, you know, Legacy had a lot that they had to juggle there. They had a lot of plates that they were spinning. As
The Crustle gets player of the game!
From Kakalak on that Crustle.
Big boy Crust! Let's go on the world stage!
You had these moments where
Stepping up,
they have to
and the
watch
guy's holding a
top and
Snorlax.
bottom goal. They have to
I
watch
like this guy,
Rayquaza as
holding a
well.
Snorlax
And
plush,
Kakalak
playing
gets to
Crustle at
commit
Worlds.
to one
Let's
area,
go!
While Legacy has to commit
Rock
everywhere
Tomb
across
X
the
Scissor as
map.
well.
If they score anywhere, Kakalak wins. If they take Rayquaza, Kakalak has an opportunity to win.
Correct.
So really, Legacy was in a tough spot.
What a
They
game
were
right
looking
there.
all over the map. They were trying to stop everything, but they just couldn't stop the Ray secure. Big time Hydro Typhoon in that moment too. Then Ray goes down. The scramble to score, and with those Rayquaza shields, it was just too tough for Legacy to stop.
I mean, you talked about how important.
What
it
are
was
those, like,
that
monitors they
tier
have?
one
I need
goal
something
zone
like
at
that.
the
Look
bottom
how nice
had
and
to
small
sit
those
at
are.
one point. man, you might have almost want that closed out because I don't think Crustle can make it to the tier 2 with their shield just based on how much time was left. So, I mean, you know, you write this all in the stars, right? We can always spin a yarn about what could have been. But that's, again, the detriment of
all right,
holding
let's turn
up
this
T1.
off. Back to the VGC.
And Terran's gonna have to figure out what you can do in the back. The sucker punch though is good. It's still gonna do about
Birdie's got the advantage right here.
You're taking another Sancier Storm, which
Let me check go real quick.
Double knockout onto the Iron Hands of the Urshifu. Nafji is starting to run away with this game.
Yeah, Terran does not look happy at that play at all. You can see the seconds were turning down as well, so maybe it was just a little bit of a hesitation in what moves he decided to lock in, and Calyrex actually just being given the free reign to go for a Trick Room here. I was almost going to say it's kind of sad that Calyrex didn't get the double KO there for the 2 chilling nade boost, but actually it doesn't need that. It's got the Trick Room up, and when you see what Terran has in the back,
wait, never mind, doesn't have the advantage. He's down 2 mons.
Party out here.
Did both those
I mean, absolutely. It's legs of life.
Both those just went down. Oh my gosh.
It's going to end up being the fastest thing on the field. No more Tailwind to really help to control these speeds here for the Miraidon, but there is maybe one hope. Lou, you were pointing at it. Let's talk about it. There is Encore available on this Whimsicott.
That's the only way to kind of reverse the Trick Room at this point, Encore down into it, but then you cannot underestimate this Landorus. Landorus can go for something like the Sludge Bomb, get some good damage onto the opposing
So you went
Whimsicott.
Encore and Landorus,
or even the Sandstorm,
and then Dazzling
damage
Gleam.
the opposing Miraidon. I think it's wise to switch out the Calyrex here as well, because then you know you cannot be encored here. Trick Room is going to stay up.
And he went Terra Fairy on it. That's not Miraidon, right? The one that's using Dazzling Gleam?
But the key thing was to keep Trick Room up, because if Regieleki goes down,
no,
that's actually
him going
nice for
Terra
Nafji.
Poison.
You then have the free switch to bring that Calyrex back in, where it doesn't have to worry about encore potential.
Wait, Birdie terrestrialized too, right?
That is the big value from this Regieleki is absolutely just get this Ice Rider Calyrex out of there, knowing that it's just used the Trick Room, and it might just be a sacrifice of this Regieleki, because I don't think Nafji thinks we are going to get past these Trick Room turns right now. It's going to be a terrestrialization on both sides as we see the Landorus take the Terra Poison.
Poison on one side, Fairy on the other side. That's not very good for the Fairy.
This is a familiar place that we've seen before, but the Encore into the Landorus does mean that it's going to get locked into what it used the turn prior. Sancier Storm coming back out into both. Miraidon is able to hang on thanks to terrestrializing away from that electric typing, but it does have to take a critical hit.
The critical hit's really unfortunate, because that was a nice play by Tara, not falling for the Encore bait into the Trick Room, instead stopping a Sludge Bomb from coming out, which was critical considering you got
Focus Sash hung out with Regieleki.
The issue, however, Regieleki is hanging on. That Landorus is still in the position to go for another Sancier Storm. It's not going to be able to get the KO on Whimsicott, but thanks to the crit before, Miraidon is in the danger
Light screen
zone.
Dazzling Gleam. That's probably a smart play, right?
Zone. This light screen, kind of like the last saving grace here. One of the nice tech moves from the Whimsicott nowadays, just to be able to help bolster up these special defenses, but it's just not enough to allow this Miraidon to hang on. It is all down to this Whimsicott.
The Miraidon. I thought the Whimsicott went down. I was going to say he could win.
Knockout away from being able to move on to the top 16 of the Pokemon World Championships.
Regieleki just going for the Electro Web, finding its mark on that Whimsicott. Not enough.
Man, if the Regieleki,
moment here.
Regieleki just attacked. If the Landorus attacked the Whimsicott and took that out, or the movie, I wasn't even paying attention. If the Landorus took out, I thought that was a Whimsicott hit both of them. See, it showed. Let's see, I was cross-eyed and confused over here. The Whimsicott's on the left and the Miraidon's on the right, but here the Miraidon's on the left and the Whimsicott's on the right. That's why I thought Miraidon was alive. I'm like, if Miraidon's alive, he could still turn this around.
So
that game's over. Let's see Wolfie. Let's see Wolfie. Yo, LJ, thanks for tuning in.
And it was just a fantastic display of why it has been so successful in the tournament so far. A lot of these trainers that we've seen with their team building have started to think about ways that they're able to use their opponent's Pokemon against them. I think Regieleki is absolutely one of those.
I think you made this
Wolfie's
call
game's still going on. Wolfie's game's still going on.
Imprison on the Calyrex Ice Rider in one of our previous games, because you're seeing a lot of trainers.
Let me see if I can look up.
My opponent is running. This is a strategy they want to go for, and I'm going to shut it down.
My
and you're
Wolfie
completely
video's going
correct here as
crazy
well,
right now.
Regieleki was able to come into play, and I love how Regieleki is in the top 16. That is fantastic, but you can also see why, and that's the extra
video I
beautiful
posted?
thing. The way Nafji was able to pilot it in, applying pressure with things like that
Let
Electro
me
Web, as well as just.
Let me do this. Let me try to see if can I look it up? I'm not logged in on Twitch on here, so I can't type in the chat.
Sanse's Storms
Wolfie's
were just
still in,
relentless,
Wolfie's still in.
coming
Their
down
game's
from
not
the
over yet, their
opposing
game's not over
Landorus. The critical hit here in particular on the Miraidon,
Chilean
I
Tang
think
just
was
lost.
the final straw. I want to say with the light screen
1,
coming up from the
2,
Whimsicott in the endgame, if there hadn't been that
3,
critical hit, there was
4,
the potential.
5
they could
games
have
still
hung
going
on,
on. Only 3
brought the
games have
game
ended
back a
so
little
far.
bit more, but no, Landorus isn't messing around here. It
Only
wants to
3
be
games
in top 16
have
and it
ended so
sure
far.
is.
Unfortunately, sometimes that is how the
updated,
game works. It's why even
just now.
you see moves sometimes giveth and taketh away.
That's Pokemon. That's the game we play.
It is the game we play, but it's also the game that we love, and I am so thrilled to see what is coming up next for us as we just get some of our other Top Cut matches finished up. We will make sure to be able to show you the results of all of that and more as we enter into our back half of the day. But Lou, what a start.
I mean, this is the as a player, and I'm sure it will not be the last that we see of him in the broadcast. It may be into the next season, but Navji really coming through with such a creative team. There also was the really interesting combination here of the fact that Landorus was out very
I'm actually
front
so
and center
nervous
and
right
had
now.
that Terra Poison, and that was very detrimental then I think to
Come on,
Terran's
Wolfie,
strategy,
come on,
because
Wolfie.
going for that Terra Fairy and the
They
Dazzling
do.
Beams did give him a lot of damage, and spread
Please
damage I
have
think was the
Wolfie
name
win.
of the game here, right? Sanse's Storm Dazzling
Let him go to the round of
but when you see
16
that Terra Poison
and win it
not
all.
only is it
Please.
defensively frustrating for Terran, but then you know the Sludge Bombs are going to hit even harder when they come back at you.
Playing both sides of the coin and definitely coming up all heads. We're going to go over to the stage, though, because Sierra is on standby with an interview with Navjit. So let's go ahead and hear from him.
They're going to the interview. Let's refresh again. Let's refresh again. Let's refresh
Exciting
again.
stuff as we finally get to see our
Last
next
uploaded-
person who
updated
made
a
it
minute
top
ago.
16 here at the World Championships. Nauji, congratulations. 2-0
Nothing,
set as well. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, that was a really crazy set. I don't know, I don't know what to think after a set like that. Honestly, I'm just happy I made it through.
You pranked
Arceus,
yeah,
can't
or
really put the
Arceus. I'll say your name
feelings
right.
into words right now.
Arceus, have Wolfie
I mean, you're
win.
talking about not really knowing how to feel after a set like that. Is that because of the fact
win.
you're now top 16
Have it
of the
win.
World Championships? Have the matches been like a lot closer? Like, talk me through that.
Yeah,
gotta
I
see
think
green.
coming
We want
into this
green right
tournament,
here on the
every
left. We
round,
want
I
green on the
try
left
not
for
to
Wolfie.
look at the player because every round the player's going to be
They're-
really
they're,
good.
they're definitely at a game.
Right?
They're definitely
So
at a game 3.
trying to
It's not
kind of look at
it's
the
not
matchup
updated yet.
more
Other games
so,
updated. They're
and
definitely
it's
at a
just
game
the
3.
magnitude of the event, right? It's
We probably got about another 5
so
to 10 minutes
every
before
round
it's
it just
updated.
feels like it doesn't matter who your
Dude,
opponent
prevents
is.
videos the third best performing video on the
anyone
channel.
can,
Dude, I know. It's
you know,
popping
win
off right now.
at
I
this
think it's going to
point.
become my most
And,
viewed video.
Yeah, that's kind of the
With the
mindset
rate it's
going into
going.
each round.
I mean, definitely a strong mindset, and you're talking about
Because
the,
I don't know,
the names
my
of the people
videos
you're
are weird on
sitting
YouTube. I don't know if
across
other
from.
people's
And even
videos
if
are
we
like
haven't
this.
necessarily
My videos,
gotten
like,
to see you at
they'll
most
like
events or
go,
even at
like,
past
you
World
see the
Championships,
graph, and it's like,
those that know you know
I
that you're a
post them and they're
strong
like
player and you put the
level,
work
like
into
a
this. So
couple
how has it
views,
been
and then they
here
like
attending
spike
your
up and then
first
just
World
flatline
Championships
again.
and being
This
in
one
top cut
spikes
now
up,
and being able to
spikes
show
up,
that you
spikes
have
up,
the
it just
strength
keeps
to
going
compete
up and
amongst
up and
the
up.
best?
Yeah, no, I'm
You're the best
extremely
Tins video.
proud of
Scared
myself.
right now for real.
I didn't have a lot of time or
I think
resources
it's
this
my second.
season.
It's
Just
about to be my
I
second
have,
most viewed video,
you
I
know,
think.
started working at the beginning of the year in a new job, and so I'm just happy that I was able to make it here, and then all the
It's
work
at
that I put in
14.
over the limited
No, it's at
amount of time I've
15K.
had, it's paying off.
It's at
you know, even when
15
I was
for
building
me.
this team,
Yeah, it's
all
my
of the
second most
things
viewed
that I
video. It's
put
gonna be my
into it,
second most viewed video.
I didn't have time to test
15-8.
everything, but it kind of just going on gut. And yeah, I'm just
15-8
pleased that everything's coming
is my
together.
second highest, and this
I
one's
had
at
a set earlier
15.
in the
It's
day
gonna
where I was
pass it
able to
for
utilize
sure.
all 6 of my team members, so I feel
So
like
happy with that,
anytime
man.
you can do that and you're not really leaving anything on the bench, it's really good. So yeah,
So happy that
I'd say
video is doing
overall,
good.
the tournament's been a success so far, and I'm enjoying the venue. I'm enjoying being with my friends, and it's been good.
Some people were
I'm
hating on
definitely
it.
glad to hear it. Even if a match earlier got to see all
Because they were
16
mad that
members,
they
this
thought it
one,
was real.
We really got to see kind of this
For me,
Reggie
dude,
Lucky and
like,
this
that might
Landorus
be one of my
incarnate.
that's my
Those two
second
Pokemon
favorite
we
video I
haven't
think I've
really
made.
seen too much over the weekend, especially
I
not
came
the
up with
Reggie
I was
Lucky,
laying
the
in bed. I
only
couldn't
Reggie
fall
Lucky
asleep
player
because
in
I came
day
up with
2.
that
So I'd
idea. I'm
love
like,
to know
oh
the
my
team
god, I
up
gotta
and
make
the
that.
thoughts bringing this.
Yeah, I mean, players that have played Sword and Shield back in the day remember Aleki, Kali Ice making a splash in a few tournaments in those restricted dexes. I kind of just look back at some of the teams there, and I was like, at the end of the day, you've got electric ice coverage, and when you supplement that with ground coverage as well, you form a really potent attacking trident. And as long as you're playing well, which you have to at the World Championships, you can set yourself up for a lot of success. With the way this team functions, you're able to leverage your fast mode, but you're also able to threaten Trick Room the same turn. Like, they have to respond to the possibility of Electro Web and Glacial Lance, but Volt Switch Trick Room is also a very valid play with a team like this.
So nervous to go over here.
And then Landorus just kind of supplements both of them, and it can
5 minutes ago,
you know,
last
break down
updated.
things like Maridon, as you
I don't know
saw,
if it says
and
uploaded,
teams like
but
that. So yeah.
Wolfie.
I mean, definitely well fought to get to this point. Now with top 16 ahead of you, are you more excited? Or are you more nervous? Like,
honestly, I've come into this tournament. I haven't been playing with a lot of anxiety or anything. I've just been going round to round, and like honestly,
I have anxiety right now about Wolfie winning.
I could have played a bad matchup or 2 bad matchups and been knocked out. So it's not worth stressing or really thinking too far ahead. Like whatever happens, happens. I'm here. I'm just enjoying the ride, and top 16. I'm sure it'll be another fun set whoever I play.
one match at a time, and one match slowly getting closer to that end goal of being back here for tomorrow. I want to make sure you rest up, but before that, any final words you have? Any thanks?
Yeah, just shout outs to all my friends here. James sitting right there, Maddie as well, Shane, and of course everyone else that reached out. Obviously Joe, good friend of mine, and the list just goes on. And lastly, just my parents as well. My parents, my sister, they're always cheering me on. I just had a chance to call them after clinching the 9-2 earlier, and they were so supportive and all
Just
throughout
now
the
updated.
weekend.
Oh
so
my God,
just
it's not over. His
big
game's still
shout outs to
going on.
them and all the friends that have reached out in messages. I'd be here all day if I was naming them all, but they know who they are.
Well, congratulations.
5 games going on
Do
still.
it for Canada, and best of luck going on forward. As for us, top 16 is going to be so excited. Quick break, and we'll be back soon.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's
Champions,
right.
these guys
This
win
is
the younger kid
best
stuff?
place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it
That
like
kid's
to
like
compete
little,
in a
little.
Pokemon Championship?
Well, kind of stressed if you're doing a battle and determined that you win or not.
That kid could probably beat me, huh?
This year.
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
Yo,
What are
Arceus, thank you
your
for tuning in
favorite things to shop
on
with?
Twitch. I appreciate that.
Plushies.
I mostly like the big
Look at the
ones.
lax!
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon
I like his
Center.
shirt.
I've
I
met
love
your
his shirt.
family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. They like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely the big plushies.
What's the
They got
next thing
lax!
you're looking for in there?
Why is he in the
Big
net?
Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks.
What'd they do to
You
him?
told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big.
Couldn't find
for
giant
you. Are you
plushie.
ready?
Lady, show him the lax.
This
Oh my God, it's
Pokemon
Ditto.
can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
All right, there you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger.
Oh my God. Oh! Look at the
That's
lax.
big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
That's
All right, well, you're
sick.
taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go.
The kid can't carry that. It's 10 times his size.
Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10.
Charmander was doing like a kickflip up there. Show the back. Oh my God, it's Wolfie. Look at Wolfie. He's getting him a Squishmallow. That's the world champ right there. That's the GOAT. Show the backpacks. Show the backpacks. Show me the backpacks. Show me the backpacks.
I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Hi there, I'm Anna.
My God, he's got a
Pokemon
Z-ring.
World with my new friend Professor X. How are you doing?
I am doing very well. I'm having a wonderful weekend so far.
She's dressed as the Elite
experiencing
Four member.
Everything that Pokemon Worlds has to offer.
I also think I remember you told me that you've been going to the beach also.
I have hit the beach every day since I got here. It was was one of the first things we did after we got off the plane was head right to the beach.
They need Purple Clip on here.
We were out there late into the hours, actually.
Yeah, they got it. They probably got to deflate that thing and roll it back up and throw it in a
I'm
bag.
from Toronto with my brother. So my best friend and I get to travel to all of these events together. We're lucky that we just leave from the same house. And then my other friends from DC and Sweden landed as well, and we all hit the ocean at the end of the day.
Dang, that's a long distance of travel from all sorts of directions.
Well, that's the best part about these events is you can
Oh, they
make
don't even have
friends
this
from
game updated.
all over the world. I actually
The birdie
just
game.
did
That
a
game
lucky
ended.
trade with Sejun Park, so I got a Pachirisu all the way from Korea today.
Wow, that's so cool.
Yeah, I'm very excited about that, and I don't know, I never thought that I'd be able to make friends from all over the world until I started coming to these Pokemon events and experiencing the Pokemon community.
A lot of people may know you as a creator of cool Pokemon content. If people don't know you, tell them a little bit about what you do.
I shiny hunt for very, very rare
Do you have a
Pokemon in
YouTube
a
channel?
lot of the older games. I actually have 33 Nintendo GameCubes set up that all play games at the exact same time to try and find shinies a little bit faster.
That's so cool. And did you tell me you found the special shiny here?
So at the event here, they have raids and quests going for the special Scuba Pikachu. This morning, I got a shiny one with the background showing Diamond Head Peak.
Dang, that's
which
sick with
I
the special
ran out to
background.
actually
I
on
once
Tuesday
got a
morning,
Litten during
so
the
I
Litten
have, like,
Com
a
Day with the special
connection
background,
it
but I
with it
didn't
already.
realize it was
That's
special
so
and
cool.
accidentally
I'm really
transferred
jealous.
it.
I still haven't gotten my shiny Pikachu yet. But if people haven't been here to Worlds, you were talking about what a cool experience it is to be around all of these people and feel that inspiration. What would you tell them about what it's like to be here, and what would you encourage them to do if they've thought about maybe going to Worlds before and never done it?
Look, you don't even need to start at Worlds. I did, but you can dip your toes in at regionals.
I
at
want to go to
locals.
Worlds. I want to go to
My
Worlds.
favorite part about being at these events is not the giant floating Pikachu, even though it's cool. It's every single Pokemon fan smiling ear to ear, enjoying the fact that they're here, and you don't need to fly to the other side of the world to experience that. If you have a local game store, you can check that out. The Play Pokemon events are amazing no matter where you are.
That's such great advice. Thank you so much for taking the time. We'll let you get back to the Pokemon World Championship, and you also get back to the Pokemon World Championship.
Tell us what happened. Did Wolfie win? It says in 3 minutes the next round
Pokemon
starting.
Trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships.
Why won't they show us 2016 Worlds? That's when Wolfie won!
So it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase: believe in Eevee. For the entire 2017
Oh my god, am I gonna get copyright for showing
Gio played a team
the Z move?
revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo.
I can't show the
Boost.
Z move on
But
screen,
at the
right?
start
I'm gonna get in
of
trouble for
Game
that.
3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias
Oh, we
gets
saw
a
this guy on
perfectly
stream
timed
yesterday.
Poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A
4v1.
situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing
that is
even 3-time world.
I thought he said
Gio had to
4-time
place
world champ
his
for a
faith
second with
into
Ray Rizzo.
one
I
Pokemon,
thought he only won 3 times. He won
Dragonite,
20,
his favorite
10,
Pokemon
11,
of
12.
all time.
Beating
Dragonite
Wolfie
was
in
added
2012.
to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
One tap to the Bulu.
Fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep.
Tobias?
And Tobias now complete.
Like from the anime?
Just
With the
relax,
Darkrai?
play out
And the
the
Latios?
last
And then the
few
Entei?
minutes of
The
this
Entei you only see in the
and
games.
taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and
Oh my
this
god, that's-
Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
end.
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias's Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
Oh my.
The Life Orb, Hidden Power, Ice from the Nihilego, waking up.
If I was listen to the commentators, they're laughing. If I was
Tobias
commentating
down
this,
to
I
his
would be
last Pokemon,
screaming.
Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Geo's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man.
Listen to them.
OMG.
They're not even hyped. I'd be screaming.
He believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Geo proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite
That is
Pokemon.
insane.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive
update it?
Pokemon
Do we update it?
history
Do we
by
update it? Do we
using the
update it?
hashtag #PlayPokemon.
4 minutes ago. 6 minutes ago, hasn't updated yet. I'm gonna get in trouble for this music. Prepare for battle. Dude, I love the mask on Ogerpon. It's so cool. I didn't monetize this, right? Yesterday's stream, it said you can't monetize like 18 different times for all the music that was being played. I didn't monetize it to begin with. I don't care. Yeah, monetization's off. We're good. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. We're all good. '25 season. Oh, wait. U-L-A-L-A. Wait, N-A. Oh, wait, where's that N-A one? Does it say? Baltimore. Look at Wailord. Look how big of a box he takes up, that big fatty. Okay.
Closer and closer with each step to find out which two will return here for Championship Sunday, be the 2024 Pokemon World Champion. Sierra, Scott, and Lee back, your favorite podcasters of this weekend. But what we've gotten to see so far has just been fantastic this weekend. That was a quick match, but out here, I mean, hey, sometimes you just got to show that you know what to bring for this weekend.
Hey, I heard during Joe's video that some trainers can win with their favorites. And if your favorite is Regieleki, we cannot be friends. But that was a very impressive victory by
You
a
and Lou
Pokemon
aren't
we
friends?
That's mean, Scott.
That's me.
I thought if it was Gastrodon, didn't you listen to the interview? I thought you were friends.
Oh, man, but no, I mean, the only Regieleki for day 2, and yeah, Lou celebrating with that one, being able to be in top 16 here, but it's
sang over. I should have sang over the music.
We're going to talk more tournament in just a second, but of course, we've been delivering some great battles all day, but there's been giveaways and stuff that you can be in 2-2, and
they're just stalling now
because
the games are still going on.
After the World Championships, Fluttermane is out. Bye-bye, girl. It is all going to be about that Sylveon, and something that I think can make a really big splash in the upcoming regulation.
Yeah, for sure. I think
Should I get this?
Hyper Voice is going to take the place of that Fluttermane and be really
I think I still, I need to get a, I
It's
need
got
to re-up
access
my
things like Yawn
Nintendo
as
Online
well that we
thing.
saw kind of work in previous formats, but Sylveon's one of those Pokemon, very high special defense, really going to be quite useful against some of the threats that are still remaining from this regulation.
Come on.
Previous regulations that are and have missed the cut. So if you do want to pick one up this weekend, of course, use the code SleepTalkWorlds in your copy of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Go in the mystery gift section.
Oh, this is the semi-finals?
19th, so you've got a few days to still pick this one up.
But pick it up right now before you forget, because that's always my issue is, oh, I have until this time, and I never remember. And even if All About Here, we're about the
Oh, wow, so
VGC,
wait, the Legacy team won the last game?
for the other titles as well. Of course, if you want to be hopping into the Pokemon trading card game, your
Oh
opportunity
no,
to
they're
get
just getting started with the
special
second
illustration
game? Good
extra
lord, how
card
long does
in-game.
Unite take
Make
between
sure you can
games?
grab that now,
Half
as
an
well
hour?
as the card.
Oh, you can get it without online?
That
Oh,
are
perfect.
available just from watching the channel. So an opportunity for you to
I'll have to do that.
watch
I'll
your
do that
favorites,
tomorrow on stream.
See who's going to be
Is it
making
still
the
going to be there, actually?
title.
Did it say a day?
Event is running until the 19th, so you've got a few days to still pick this one up. The event is running until the 19th, so you've got a few days to still pick this one up.
I'll have to remember to get it then
as
on
well. Of
during
course, if you want
Monday.
to be hopping boxes before.
Or maybe
they
I'll
did,
get
and
it
they're
tomorrow
like,
morning.
This Fluttermane looks so fun, and then they finally get them, and they're like, wait a second, these Pokemon are really strong. But hey, the ones that definitely get to use Pokemon that we don't get to necessarily use too much, Pokemon Go. And these are the Twitch drops that you can watch and earn. It's Pokemon as well as other exclusives. I'm looking at those.
Rowlet.
Those little
Say a
slugs
prayer
there.
for Wolfie.
Lou would be so content, but a great opportunity for Pokemon Go to be able to get some Pokemon to help you out on your competitive journey.
Yeah, depending on where you are and you play Pokemon
Ain't
Go,
no one's
sometimes
using Chestnut,
some of
I'll
these
tell you that.
Pokemon might be a little bit harder to pick up than others, but this is a great opportunity for you to take advantage of these Twitch drops. Of course, those Shellos there, the blue one in particular.
I
is
don't even know
one
how
that I
Twitch
would
drops
recommend
work.
picking up, but of course, got some really great selections there with the Mantine, the Dunsparce, and Baby Pangoro.
I know that's something they do for a lot of games.
And of course, but last but not least, Pokemon Unite. Twitch drops so you can watch and earn. And of course, you want to make sure you're tuned into all of that. And it's not just these Twitch drops, but as well, there is a special emblem that you can get. We're giving away so much this weekend. This one, you got to redeem that gift code, but you can get a Platinum Gengar Boost emblem. So exciting stuff going on. So you can enjoy competition, and when you're kicking back, waiting for our
What's
next round,
UTC stand
make sure you
for?
redeem absolutely everything. It's free, guys.
Is that August 19th? So like
Yeah, and
midnight
that
August
Gengar
19th.
emblem,
So you
and
have all of August
that's
19th.
amazing. And also that, yeah, all of it. I mean, just pick up all of it. I haven't had a chance to do any of the Pokemon Go stuff, which I would like to. I have a hard job picking up some Pokemon, so.
Hey, we've been busy watching the VGC action over here because it's kind of like a blink and you miss it, especially with that last match. Like, there is so much going on, and the competition is getting fiercer and fiercer. There's still some really intense battles happening out there. If you're a spectator in the hall, there's the side TVs on. I know Kylan was going up against Wolf in that last one, and there's so many exciting things at any given point.
It's not over yet. They don't know what's going
that's just
on.
the struggle at this point in the tournament, right? There's more amazing matches every round that we can show. We're going to do our best to bring the very best matches we can to you. But yeah, one of the reasons to try to visit the World Championship someday if you can, right? You can see even more of all the exciting action.
Wait, can I watch
Yeah, and
Wolfie
I mean,
there?
We're looking back at the last couple
If I'm
matches,
there in
and we were
person?
talking about like the call. I'm excited to see if that Regieleki and that Slanderous Incarnate is going to be the call going on for this one, because that was definitely a match where they got to really show what they're capable of. And when we get to see all these Pokemon that maybe would kind of fold to them, I don't know, guys.
The Landorus Incarnate's a really interesting pick, and it's obviously doing very well in this field of Pokemon that we're seeing. I mean, it was so dominant in that match. It didn't miss one of its moves, and it just really laid down the foundations for that
Rowlet,
really
you're on stream
dominant
again.
performance there. The Regieleki also
That
having
Rowlet
its
looks kind of
part,
more
playing its
smushed
role,
than mine, right?
helping
Mine
out,
looks
but I
more
think it
round.
is these. We've said it all weekend, you know, it's the unique.
That one
picks
looks like
that
he's kind of like they
trainers
took him and like they
bring
grabbed
to
his
these
face and
tournaments.
just
It's
smushed
almost
him.
what accelerates them.
Rowlet,
puts
you
them
look better than the
forward
Rowlet
into
they
these
have.
deeper positions and kind of propels them into these
Yeah, you do.
championship winning states.
Well, we're talking about the call. We've talked about the call. What about just own personal favorite moments? Because that sometimes I feel can get a little bit goofy. It could be something that's like, wow, this is a really cool competitive moment. Or it could be one of those moments that's like, wow, I didn't think this was going to go this way. I think this was kind of cool.
I mean, I hate to take the dunk, but I guess for me, having get to cast both of them when they were children, I thought it was very neat that we got the Aaron Zhang versus Sajin Park match on stream.
That was a cool battle.
I unfortunately was on the mic for Aaron's Will-O-Wisp disaster, as well as for the more triumphant moment that Sajin had winning his World Championship. You know, I played in tournaments with both of them, and seeing both of them so many years later competing, having fun, they're both good friends. And that's just a nice thing to see. And to me, what the World Championship is all about, people aren't just competing, they're also
winning
forming friendships
on
and
stream at
rivalries
Worlds
that
must be just
last
so
years.
cool.
And I think it was just really neat that at this point in their lives they could again have that moment together.
Yeah, that was still such an amazing way to be kicking off the Pokemon World Championships. And me and Lee got the pleasure of casting that match. We talked about it a little bit there, but while we're waiting for top 16, can dive into it a little bit more here. But it's so cool to see these trainers that have such a history in this game and how it aligns with their own. Because you were there for those moments. Whereas
not
for
updated
myself,
yet, not
my
updated
first
yet.
introduction
Any
into
of the games?
VGC
1, 2.
was watching that run, not live at the time, many years later on YouTube, and just being like, wow, this is really
Oh my God,
cool.
there's only 3
And it
games
was
left. They updated
not
the other
just
ones.
the Pachirisu, that is the moment, but it was how excited the crowd was at
Wolfie's one
any
of 3
given
games left.
moment. You see the Pachirisu and everyone's going nuts. You see, like, there's these electrifying battles, and that's been something that, as I've gotten more into the game and had the pleasure of being invited along to cast these that I've gotten to see these different matches. Avery's Do It Again, Oranguru at NAIC 2023, all these different moments. So that was really, really cool to then see
I wouldn't
it
be able to
come to
commentate
life
on
for
one of these. I'd
myself
be
on the
too
desk,
stressed out
where
about Wolfie.
you can hear the crowd cheering when the Pachirisu from Zajan hit the field here for round 2 of the World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, it was like that back in 2014 when we were in Washington. You know, the run of Sajan, whenever that Pachirisu came out, the crowd went crazy. It was one of those moments. It was a special time, and I think it was a real turning point for VG as well, and I think a real iconic moment. So to have it almost kind of repeating itself in a lot of ways to kick us off this weekend was a really nice moment.
It's so cool with just like looking at this history kind of repeating itself, or where history can maybe kind of take to, because then we're looking at Wolf, who's playing out. They're obviously a world champion and someone that everyone has their eyes on as we go through this debate of who is the greatest player of all times, and the run that he's been able to go on throughout the tournament so far. We've got to see that story from even a couple of world champions that are still in the tournament and still making that run. That's the one story we've really gotten to talk about since we've gotten to see it happening, but not the only one. There are some insanely strong players. Like, there is the potential of a double world champion coming out of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you guys know more than we do, since they're both still matches in progress when we started talking. But yeah, I mean, last year's world champion still, last we heard, alive in the round of 20 or. Well, 24 and 32, I guess, depending on how you look at it. So exciting to see
Did Wolfie win? Did Wolfie win? Did Wolfie win?
who ends up doing. And yeah, I mean, we still had last year's runner-up as well, moving on.
Wait, this was last year's winner, right?
Consistency by both of those players. You know, it's one of those things that really set you apart, I feel like, as one of the greats to be able to do it in consecutive years, where especially in somewhat different formats, even though we're on the same video games, you know, testing a different skill set, very different world championships. I think, as we talked about the last time we were up here, where there's tons of preparation this year. We're deep in a format. Last year, people had to figure out the best way to win without really a whole lot of knowledge of what their opponents were likely to do.
And he beat the guy with the Drago.
These players are able to come out on top either way is really impressive.
I think especially, too, when I am looking at
lost.
and Show,
Wow.
because of how different last Worlds was for the champion and the runner-up respectively, to then have that brand new format, be able to navigate that, and then we get to see for this year's World,
He lost.
they've
He
built upon
lost.
something. And
Joanne Pros, thank you for tuning in, playing Pokemon Go while watching you. I hope you get something good.
Appear here,
do the daily
have
incense,
this
you'll get a bird.
regulation and be able to pop off.
Yeah, I think it's really nice for Michel in a lot of regards, because he came into the World Championships last year. He had a really good run, of course, getting to the final. And I think a lot of people were probably like, it's kind of a one-off, because he hadn't really had any big results before then.
Come on, Wolfie.
This
Come on,
season,
Wolfie.
He kind of got his head down. He didn't need to play because he had the invite from last year for how well he did. But he kind of wanted to have that determination to say, no, I can get my invite, even if I don't need to. He went and won a regional, had that really good Zamazenta run, and he's playing Zamazenta again this weekend, which is really nice to see, and he's having just as much success. So there is the possibility, because they're on opposite ends of the bracket, where these two players could actually meet. We could have a repeat of last year's World Championships, which is wild to think. There's obviously a long way to go yet, but I think it's just testament to both of these players how far.
Yeah,
and
the guy that lost or won that last year lost. What about the guy that got second last year?
Especially in this era, right? I mean, it's so difficult now. I mean, not even just in the finals, but I guess if you think back, there was a period where Wolf and Ray played in the top cut 2 years in a row, but that was one top 8 match and then the finals. To be that deep in the tournament twice in a row and both of them to do it,
he won.
Yeah,
or he got the
it's
bye.
Almost unprecedented when you consider there's 10 times as many players competing now as there used to be.
I'm just hoping the script writers are kind to us. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
it would be a really, really amazing. But I love that you're talking about like that. Was it a one-off or whatnot? Obviously proven throughout this season. Definitely was not a one-off.
How many people were in VGC in 2012?
Is the titles that these individuals have, and kind of basing maybe where the run would be based off of that.
40
when
people.
There's a lot of players that their skill is worthy of a player.
Oh,
to
nah,
make these
Wolfie's
types
the
of
goat.
runs. But sometimes they just fall a
People
little
say
bit
Ray
short of
Rizzo's
that
the
title,
GOAT
I
because he
think,
won 3 in a row.
throughout the
2010,
season,
11,
if
12, and he beat
anything,
Wolfie in the
we've got a
finals.
really good opportunity to see
There
a
was
couple of people
40
that are still
people
competing
when
and
he won in
knowing the individual
2012.
strength, because we've been able to follow those journeys.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hidden factors in it.
30 people in 2011.
The kind of the matchup factor that, we don't really talk about too much. You could have a bad matchup one round. That could be the round that kind of costs you, because of the fine margins here, between making it into cut and not making it into cut. You can also have...
Dude, 30 and 40 people. Look how many, there was 942 people there this time.
And then changed it last minute. There's so many little really fine lines that can make such a big difference when
Nah,
you actually
Wolfie's
get
the
to the
goat.
kind of the playground here in the tournament. That we don't always kind of concentrate on or look at. And yeah, you're so right to identify there's so many players out there that are capable of having these runs. You know, we
is that game over?
how successful players are throughout a whole season. And sometimes it just doesn't quite work out at that one.
Oh my God, they
tournament
won
at
by
the end of the year,
8
which is
points here?
unfortunate,
What
but
happened
that's
at the end of
beauty
this game?
Tournament. It's really crunch
Rayquaza
time
is
here,
up.
and it's why sometimes
Legacy's up.
we have these one-off players, which is great for the narrative, but you know, at the same time, testament to all the players who managed to do it.
It's a one-off.
There she go. Catch a target on the backside. Follow up, eyes down. Pufazo, they're getting so low. They bounce over the wall. They're KO'd by Mazo. Zauto on the backside going to catch a reset. They're flipping on Ray, and they're going to need this one in a big way. KO Shiga 2 for Mazo. Can they secure Hyper Beam?
Legacy.
Kegalot gets it. Kegalot
gets
gets it.
it.
Now they need a scramble and score. There's just enough time on the clock for them to take a lead, but we've got the back cap action happening, and Sun Sage chomping on burgers.
How is it possible we're in the exact same position we were last time? Points going into this main goal zone. It looks
It all
like Legacy
comes-
scores another 80, but here comes Dragonite with 100 points. It's scoring in this top path. It's going to be so close. 440, 492. Dragonite is still picking up points. K-Glock is trying to stop the rest of Legacy.
It all comes down to this Dragonite.
Dragonite's coming in. Score. Dragonite has 30 points right now.
Oh my God!
Dragonite scored 60.
Oh my God!
Points right now.
1 second left!
Dragonite's coming in. Score. Dragonite has 30 points right now. The points will win.
Oh!
60.
Oh my God! I think Kegalot just got it done. Put some frosting
That's the
on top of
crazy
that one.
at Worlds. 1 second left.
100 to
Oh!
492. Kegalot takes down Legacy.
Shot, brother. Are
Oh!
you kidding me?
1 second left. Buzzer beater.
Dragonite's the business.
What he had 30 with sword, scored 60 right there, right? He had 30 with him.
The points will win.
Yes.
500 to 492. Kegalot takes down Legacy.
Shot, brother.
That
Are
is
you
insane.
kidding me? Dragonite's the business, my friend. Dragonite's the business. Come on, baby. Hyper Beam was with us the whole time. We slept on it, but it never went anywhere. Holy!
Is that the guy that's playing
smokes.
Dragonite?
What an
Oh my,
insane
that's insane.
games between these
Are you
teams.
kidding? Kegalot!
These two, I mean, what are these two games? 15 points separate them in 2 games total?
Collectively, yeah. Because it was 8 and 9. What's that math? 17. 17
Nobody
points.
knows. Wow.
Not even.
Wow.
Brother.
I mean, when you saw, imagine Dragonite doesn't grab one of those balls.
It needed both.
Imagine they don't pick it up. Imagine something else happens. Imagine there was a different cap. Imagine Legacy puts a few more points into that tier 2 when they push early. What insane
was
series.
this?
What an insane series.
Holy. Listen, I know our energy is high.
Yeah, I'm screaming.
But
Screaming
like lie. This
a few get up.
Cinderella story
That has come.
side of that stage. We have utter devastation on the other.
Yeah.
We've got a Cinderella story on one side of that stage.
That
we
is
have utter
crazy,
devastation on
dude.
the other.
Yeah, this
Legacy.
is the heartbreaking thing that happens. To have a champion, every single team. that has
Shiny
come here from around
Blaziken?
the world has to go home.
Yo, that's
but
sick.
one.
From the Daily
Kegalot
Incense,
right
I've
now
only gotten a couple
sending
shinies ever.
Brazil's last
I got
chance at
a,
the World Championships home.
Actually,
What an
no, have I?
incredible
No, I've gotten
series
one. I
between
don't know
these
what it
two
was,
teams.
though.
I mean, these matches really could go either way. Here's that moment.
I got
they
an
were
Eevee
looking
a
for
couple
that
weeks
Rayquaza
ago.
in game number
Not
1.
from the
They were
incense.
able to
I was
get it
doing the
almost
incense, and there was just a
0
normal wild
time
Eevee.
on the clock. Legacy runs to score, but Kegalot is able to take that match.
And here we go. We're seeing.
Absolutely love Legacy. Of course, I'm heartbroken for them.
That's
But like we were saying
insane.
before,
But okay, here we
you know,
go.
Sometimes the longer you let these fights go on, even when you're ahead, you continue to open.
Let's look. Let's look. I'm scared to look. I'm scared to look. Wolfie lost.
So much to do. If you're not watching the awesome battles going on, there's so many side events to do. There's a pocket demo here today.
Shut up, Pokemon Pocket.
Very much everybody in the lounge and Anna for her wonderful interview there. It is time to continue the action here at the Honolulu Pokemon World Championships. We are in Top Cut. We are down to the final 16 trainers remaining. I think we started with, what was it, around 700 trainers on day one, Gabby, and here we have 16 people still with those hopes of leaving Honolulu as world champion. By the end of today, we're going to have 2 trainers left.
We're going to have 2 trainers left, and I think this is really the heartbreak hill of our competition, if you will, where there are so many incredible people left, but unfortunately in single elimination, 1 loss and you're out. And from that last round of Top Cut in particular, already some huge upsets on the field.
Yeah, definitely absolutely massive upsets as we look at this top bracket. 2 of the names you are not going to see there are world champion Wolf Glick and world champion Shohei Kimura losing in that asymmetrical cut round. So, you know, a lot of people were definitely rooting for those world champions, but at least we're going to be crowning potentially a new world champion by the end of this weekend.
Yeah, and there's still so many different countries represented in our top 16. It feels like one of the more balanced, if you will, top 16 cuts. So congratulations to everybody who's made it this far. You know, I think the first round of cut was going to be the most difficult mentally for a lot of these trainers, but now that they're in the top 16, you have some prize money, you have some momentum, and you know that you are only 1, 2, 3 games away from playing in Championship Sunday tomorrow. So you can see the finish line. You still have a little bit of a ways to go.
You can see it with binoculars, but
it's all
still
uphill as well.
Yeah.
But you'll make it there. You just got to keep running.
I mean,
yeah,
honestly,
he's out.
Some of the names here. You know, shout out to Justin Knox as an American getting the bye actually. So performing, not having to play in the asymmetrical cut round. Marco Silva, multi-time international champion. Michael Kels getting second at the World Championships last year. I mean, this bracket truly is wide open.
It really is, and what I find super exciting as well is just we have so many different restricted Pokemon represented here in this top cut.
What is this?
Not as one-sided as we think or we thought it was going to be. It's not all Calyrex riders of some form, which is great. I mean, coming into this tournament, Joe, I don't know how you were focusing your prep, but for me, I was just looking at a lot of the teams that were in the metagame, looking at some of the larger grassroots tours that
Hey, posted already. Eliminated from the World Championships in top 32. Wish I could have gone further, but my opponents played well. Feels like a shame after the great start, but it is what it is. Thanks for the support, everyone. Posted this 2 minutes ago. He went 16-0 yesterday. He didn't lose a game. First game on stream today. goes 2-0 again, then 3 games in a row, loss, loss, loss. Man, I wanted to see him win that so bad. It would have been so perfect, too, if he won, because Rizzo beat him in Hawaii. And this is the first time they've been to Hawaii since then. That was back in 2012. 12 years later.
Showcasing that they are a top caliber player. They are a world caliber player. And I think it's just so awesome to see players from all the championship point disparities, but they all qualified, have made it so far.
I know, and if you're interested in getting some championship points of your own, make sure to check out your local scene. You can go to Pokemon.com, you can check out that event locator and get in on these tournaments. I actually know that, admittedly, we are 6 hours ahead of the East Coast right now, but there are some locals being held in my vicinity this weekend. I'm sure if you go to that event locator, you can find some locals near you and check it out. I mean, I know it's so intimidating, like watching these trainers perform at this level and are this good, especially when we're coming into a new format and everything. But just going, meeting Pokemon friends, trying your hand at competing, regardless if it's the video game, trading card game, or Go, it's just so much fun and such an integral part of the Pokemon scene. So who knows? You could log on to that website today, and maybe next year you'll be here competing in top 16 for the title of world champion.
Honestly, I think first I'm thinking like, okay, locals during Worlds, you know, oh well, you're missing Worlds, but that could be a great watch party. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I think about the old days. You know, we're very old up here. We got that. No. We have knee pain, we have back pains. We've been going through Pokemon for over a very long time here. I remember some of the very old regionals. We'd have shout out to Liberty Garden locals back in the day, and we'd have trainers from our region playing off in the on the streams in the other regionals, and we would have those regional streams on as we were playing at the Premier Challenges, and like we're all kind of stopping what we're doing because, you know, oh, Chuppa's in Top Cut or James Beck's in Top Cut, and we're all collectively like 50 people rooting for our local players. So I actually think that's a wonderful idea to have a Worlds watch party with your local scene.
Yeah, and if you're at home at your own Worlds watch party, take a picture and share it with that hashtag Pokemon.
Take a picture of me. I'm at a Worlds watch party. This is a Worlds watch party. Tweet this right now. Hashtag Pokemon Worlds.
Going on in my neck of the woods.
Oh, really?
This weekend. Yeah, I don't know if it's just for finals or not. I don't know how the time zone's working out and how everybody's feeling on a Saturday. But still, it's a lot of fun.
Someone screenshot that and post it.
Tell them you were a little busy, that you couldn't make it. Understandably so. You couldn't make the watch party.
I might have forgotten to RSVP. Let's not talk about that. I'm
Yeah,
really
we'll
bad at replying to emails, okay?
I'm the worst. I'm right there with you. But yeah, we are here as you can see, our players are.
I gotta put my
getting
watch in the
ready
picture. What am I
coming up
doing?
Next for our top 16 match of the World Championships, Humahara and Sung Jae Jung. This is, I think, probably people going into this weekend, as we always do, as we mentioned, Japan National Champion is always a favorite to take home the title. So I think even before looking at team preview and how these teams are going to interact with each other, most of the audience online is probably presuming Huma might be the favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, and unfortunately, until we get confirmation that those trainers are seated with their headphones
I will
on,
note one thing I
it's
do
best
want
that
to
we
do.
don't reveal too many secrets. So
These other
apologies.
events, NAIC.
We're all just as eager as you are to get in on the action, but we do still have to wait a moment to do that. So while we are admittedly taking a bit of a breather here, Joe, what has been your favorite play so far from the stream this weekend for the World Championships?
Oh, that's a tough one for me. I do think it's kind of silly. I'm going to cheat. It's multiple plays. I just think it's funny that in our round 11, I'm not going to go for the fake out follow me that everyone's talking about.
Okay.
I just think it was funny that in back-to-back turns, both Victor and Shi Liang protected in front of Urshifu, and then the opposing Urshifu broke
Where
through
is
it. Like,
this?
it's not a super
Was this in
great
Louisiana?
play, but you asked me my favorite play, right? Not what's the best play.
Yes, your favorite.
It was just so fun to see. Like, here's the greatest players in the world, and they're willing to take that risk of the unseen fist going through protect. I just thought it was so fun.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching that too, and I think it was just a great testament to the mind games that were going on in that.
I'm gonna stream all the events that whenever they have events like this that Wolfie's at, I'm gonna stream them.
Right? You want to play it as safe as possible, and sometimes playing safe means you're just opening yourself up to being hit by an unseen fist or two. But
was it Charlotte
my favorite
Regionals?
Play. It's not necessarily a singular play, but it's more just like a team composition. I really loved Himofumi Kimora's
Yeah, he won this.
version of the Calyrex Ice Rider team with the Terra Poison and the Nevermelt Ice item. I thought that was just so innovative and so fun to watch. If I had more Regulation G tournaments in my future, I'd probably actually
The
take
Charlotte
that for a
Regionals he
spin.
won.
But I'm actually looking forward to Regulation H at this point in time. So no more Calyrex Riders for me.
No, yeah.
Let's watch Wolfie win something else since we don't get to watch him win here.
Labbing their Regulation H matchups. But for now, let's look at the matchup on the stage as we get set to begin top 16 of the Pokemon World Championships. Japan National Champion Humahara against Korea's favorite Sung Jae Jung.
Humahara once again running a Terrapagos alongside of the Ogerpon, Hearthflame, and Fluttermane that he ran during the Japan National Championships. However, this time around, it's a very different team composition. Songjae, actually, this is his first time competing in a Regulation G tournament, as the Trainer Cup and the Trainer Cup finals were all held in a previous regulation. So, like you were saying, Joe, Miraidon definitely a favorite from that part of the world, and showing up in Songjae's team very, very strong, especially when you pair it with the Whimsicott, with the Iron Hands like we've seen throughout this competition.
Well, I want to start watching the other tournaments on stream. We'll see him win something on stream. What just happened? I paused.
On the other side, in Humahara, we see his team of 6: Incineroar, Urshifu, Rillaboom, Fluttermane. Of course, those are very popular Pokemon, but the restricted Pokemon of choice is Terrapagos.
And this is such a different Terrapagos than what we saw Huma bring in the Japan National Championships. Instead of running the Power Herb item with Rock Polish, which boosts your speed, and Meteor Beam, which will consume the item and then boost your special attack, this is a very defensive Terrapagos, relying on Substitute, Calm Mind, and Leftovers to keep its health as full as possible. You would assume to see a Rillaboom alongside of a Terrapagos like this because the grassy terrain recovery is so nice in addition to everything else.
Has anyone posted the standing stuff?
This Fluttermane is super interesting.
For Unite,
it's
is
booster
Overlord out?
energy, and it has 2 forms of speed control. It can drop speed with Icy Wind, or it can connect a Thunder Wave, have that paralysis chance, and then also lower that Pokemon speed.
I like to imagine that Fluttermane was a Grimmsnarl, and just the prankster Thunder Wave kept getting stopped. So now you have a regular or a manual Thunder Wave that the super speedy Fluttermane would be able to get through. But as we've mentioned, Humahara is the reigning 2024 Japan National Champion. I'm sure most of the Japanese fan base watching at home are definitely rooting for him the most to win.
Exactly. His opponent, though, Sung Jae Jung, a very powerful trainer from the South Korean region, like we were just talking. has those support options with Whimsicott, with Tailwind and Light Screen, has a very bulky Iron Hands with the Assault Vest item, and also a Farigiraf on the off chance you end up playing against a Calyrex or two. No Calyrex on Huma's side of the field though, so I would not be surprised if we see the Miraidon, the Iron Hands, and the Whimsicott sort of set the pace of this battle.
And this is going to be one of the first times all weekend that we're seeing Urshifu single strike in action. Everybody's used to the rapid strike version, Gabby, but I think single strike is just as strong.
I think it is as well, and especially when you were coming into this tournament anticipating so many different Calyrex type Pokemon, so many Farigiraf as well. I mean, Farigiraf was way up there on that top 12 usage chart for today. Bringing the Urshifu single strike style with Wicked Blow, with those dark type attacks is so important. And again, just opens up opportunities for Miraidon then to also come in and get some KOs as well with Dazzling Gleam. I mean, a Terra Dark critical hit Wicked Blow, even if it is only a single hit, you pair that alongside Miraidon with the Dazzling Gleam or with any attack. Not much is going to be taking that much damage.
I had a feeling.
Yeah, I really do think this Miraidon, the big innovation.
When that game was taking so long,
the adjustments and the meta
every game he's won, he's gone 2-0.
G has been Miraidon becoming Terra Fairy with Dazzling Gleam instead of usually seeing, we saw Terra Electric, maybe Terra Ground. Now it is all Terra Fairy for defensive help. But Sungjae Jung, as we mentioned, the 2024 Trainers Cup round finalists, essentially Korean National Championships, with how their circuit works differently than us. Sungjae also said he's really hoping he hits all of his Draco Meteors in this round.
Murphy's out there
I
yelling.
kind of hope he hits them too.
I need to knock on some wood real quick here, so there's no commentator curses in the future. But no, I think in this matchup, Sungjae definitely has the right approach with Draco Meteor. It's such a powerful attack. There is a Flutter Mane on Huma's side of the field, but none of the other Pokemon are Fairy type or have access to a Fairy type terrestrialization. So if you're going to be relying on pivoting that Miraidon in and out so that you maintain the electric terrain, in addition to everything else it can bring to the table, I think going for a Draco Meteor isn't necessarily a risky play, just because you can deal all that damage.
Murphy's here.
And just keep
Look,
that
we're watching
going.
World.
I also think the other thing Sungjae has to worry about on
Wanna
Huma's
watch?
end is that over.
Yeah, let's watch World.
It's kind of licking its chops right now. There really is no natural resistance to a +1 attack fire
Yeah, you know,
Ivy
some dogs
Cudgel
smell
coming
bad.
out in
You're
that
a good
position,
smelling dog.
and you would have to commit terrestrialization for either Terra Water Whimsicott or Terra
Good friend.
Water Farigiraf on the other
Wanna just
end.
watch
So
with
I
me?
think both of these trainers have access
Wolfie
to
lost.
their.
Did the stream just end? Someone clicked to the wrong scene. Yo, who's running this stream? You changed the scene. Murph, they messed up their stream. Yum. Is the Twitch stream down?
You'll have a couple of special attack boosts,
Oh, no, we're
special
good,
defensive boosts, and I think that really opens up an
We're good,
opportunity for the Terrapagos to go on the offense. If you think about it, these teams really operate in two different ways.
Why do you always
Sungjae's
put your
team
back
wants
to the
be very
camera?
Fast, wants to be
The
very
camera's
speedy,
this
wants
way.
to
You
hit
should
very
sit the other
hard,
way.
Whereas Himahara is going to be looking for those opportunities
should
to
sit the
slow
other
play
way.
down, get a Calm Mind or two in, get a substitute up even. You don't even need to
they like
necessarily
you.
Calm Mind
They're always
initially
like,
with that
oh, let me
option.
see that Murph guy.
So Terrapagos can then just
And then you just
find its way
put your
to those
back to
knockout
them.
positions.
Yeah, the
Look,
substitute
here,
would
sit-
be absolutely crucial here. Let's see
This way.
what happens as
There
we head
you go.
into
Now you can
game
look at
one
everybody.
Of
Look.
top 16 of the Pokemon
Look up here.
World
They're right there.
Championships in
See
the
that
Masters
thing? You
Division.
look into the
Japan
thing right there.
National Champion Humahara
Yeah.
with Terrapagos,
Hey,
Ogerpon,
behind everybody.
Heartflame on the lead versus
Hey,
Korea's
everyone.
hopeful Sungjae Jung, Miraidon, Whimsicott.
How's it
A
going?
great position for Huma to start this game. Right off the bat, has access to Follow Me. And
Well,
redirect any of those attacks from
Wolfie's
the
out.
Miraidon into that position.
Quarterfinals are coming up
just
for,
switch out this Terrapagos to try
for,
and maintain speed control or terrain control,
Unite.
but instead actually going to
I wanna
lock
look
in
up-
the
can you find the Unite
terrestrialization
teams?
on that Terrapagos turn
Pokemon
number 1. A lot
Unite
of times we see trainers play around with
World
the fact that their Terrapagos
Standing.
will terrestrialize later game to force the whole, well, is it going to be single target damage? Will it do double target damage? But to see such a confident terrestrialization lock here from Huma, This is the experience of the Japan national champion.
Yeah, if you're Japan national champion, you can be as confident as you want going into the world championship.
This is what I'm looking for, bracket.
He's going to terrestrialize on turn 1. Light screen from Whimsicott will negate 50% of the damage from special attacks for the next 5
Luminosity didn't even make it to the bracket.
But he actually gets the one-hit KO onto Ogerpon Hearthflame. No damage from Ogerpon this turn. And now you're going to be able to get up a Calm Mind for this Terapagos. Luckily did not take damage.
Murph, nobody's
even
here.
With the +1 boost, Whimsicott
It's
set
just
up
you and me,
the
that's
light
why I let
screen,
you in.
And Whimsicott has Prankster Encore, and you can't redirect it.
You can't redirect it, but you could certainly try and flinch it if it weren't for the fact that Whimsicott
That's
is
the washing
holding
machine
a
here.
covert cloak. So while the Rillaboom here
when
is
Luminosity
a
go
great
out?
time to set up your grassy terrain, when the Terapagos terrestrialized, it did remove the electric terrain from the
Overlord
field
lost,
as well.
Wolfie
But
lost,
still, you're going to be
Slash
looking
lost.
to try and find some damage here, and you're going to have to
no one
assume
left
that
to
you can
watch.
either take another attack from this Miraidon. It did drop 2 special attack stages thanks to that Draco Meteor. Or you assume your opponent is going to switch that Pokemon out. You Terra Starstorm, you go for an attack on that Rillaboom into the Pokemon coming in, and just get ready to hopefully figure out a way to handle the Miraidon the next time it's around.
Yeah, this Miraidon is truly not too much of a threat into humor right now. You can feel confident that both Terapagos and Rillaboom are not too threatened with the -2 special attack from the Draco Meteor. So, of course, Sungjae has to swap that Miraidon out and bring it around later on in Game 1. He will decide to bring his own Ogerpon Hearthflame onto the field. So, 2 grass types here
He gets
for
enough
Sungjae
treats.
against the Rillaboom. There's the encore.
Yeah, you get enough
talking
snacks
about.
when we
Because Rillaboom did not go
You get
or
enough
can't
things.
fake out a Covert Cloak Pokemon, now Terapagos is locked into clicking Calm Mind
Overlord's
every
out.
turn and not getting any
Wolfie's
damage.
out.
Would
What do
have
we
Hammer
do?
with a great switch
Everyone
for Sungjae
lost.
because he takes resisted damage.
A lot of trainers would try
You watch
and
Beyblade?
switch out the Pokemon there
I don't think I
to
can watch Beyblade on
avoid
the
being
screen.
encored into an
I got a
attack,
new
but
bait
until
in the
the
mail
reveal
today.
of the Ogerpon,
Dragoon.
it's not the worst thing to be locked into Calm
The
Mind.
reverse
You're
one for
still
Beyblade
at
X.
full health.
It's
You
cracked.
still have
Clay,
the
I'm going to
support
bed
of the
now. Hope
grassy
you get over
terrain
Wolfie's
and
loss.
the
Still catch it. I
leftovers
appreciate you
recovery
tuning in. Thank
to
you. It means a
mitigate
lot.
any damage, and that Miraidon had
I'll
already taken
probably
the
go
special
live for a
attack
bit
drops as
tomorrow
well.
to watch
So
the
this
championship.
Terapagos was in a really
No,
prime
actually, you know what?
position to
I am
take
going to be
that
live tomorrow.
risk, and honestly,
So tomorrow night I'll
you
be
can
live.
capitalize on these
I
couple
don't-
of
I
slower
don't even wanna
turns
watch
as we
the
see
whole thing
Songjae
now.
switching Pokemon around to get additional
Because
Calm
Unite's got the
Minds in.
championship
Yes,
tonight.
the Terapagos can
But then
attack this
TC
turn,
I'm going to look
but
at the
barring a
schedule
critical
for
hit from
the
the
schedule
opposing
for
Ogerpon,
Sunday.
it's not exactly threatened either.
So
Sungjae
it
does
goes
swap Whimsicott
go
out
finals and
into the
awards.
Iron Hand, so
I
he has
mean,
revealed all 4 of his Pokemon here
I might
in
watch
Game
that.
1. As Huma has
TCG,
as well,
I have
since
no
the Shiny
idea.
Incineroar
Then
is hitting the
VG, it goes
battlefield
Junior
over
Finals, Senior
that
Finals, and
Rillaboom
Masters
spot.
Finals.
And now
Then
it's
the
time for
VG Awards and the
Sungjae
closing
to
ceremony.
terrestrialize Ogerpon Hearthflame with
You know
that
what, we'll
embodied
stream-
aspect,
I'll be
turning
live
into
tomorrow
a
night as
pure
well, for
fire
sure.
type and boosting its attack by 1 stage. So this is going to be an even
What time is it now?
stronger hit into the other side. He was intimidated on the other way around, so it's back towards neutral. But here is a
7:30.
Fire Ivy Cudgel into the Terra Shell Terapagos. That's pretty solid damage.
It's
What time
solid
of that
damage.
4
And
to 5,
especially
6,
with
7,
the reveal
8,
of the
9.
Iron Hands on
So I'll be
Songjae's
live
side
at
of the
9
field,
p.m.
the
tomorrow.
Terapagos is in a lot of
For
danger.
context,
This
it's
Iron
7:30
Hands
for
has
me right
access
now.
to its own fake out.
Gamer
It
will
has
be live
both
tomorrow
Drain
watching the
Punch
World's
and
Finals.
Flow Kick to go for damage here.
And then
and
we get to
overall
see
we'll
where Worlds
be
is
able
next
to
year.
tank hits thanks to the Assault Vest. It's
Yeah,
very
we'll get to see
naturally
where
bulky
Worlds is gonna be
Pokemon on
next
top
year.
of
And the
that.
light screen.
And the light
Where are
screen
they gonna
as
go?
well. So even
Where do you think
though
they're gonna
Huma is going to again be playing through a couple of these more passive
His
turns,
tail's wagging.
getting those Calm Mind
You know
boosts
what?
up.
If they come
Songjae
close
has
to me, I
found a
have to
board
try to
position
go.
where he can just
If
go
they're close
on
to us,
the
Murph, we're gonna
offense
go.
and really put a lot of board
Would you want to
pressure
go to
down
Worlds?
while Huma
I don't know if
either
dogs
waits
are
for the
allowed
encore
though.
to end, which
No,
should
yeah, I
happen
think you would
after
like to
this
go
turn,
though. Yeah, I don't think
or
dogs are allowed.
just finds a way to pivot around.
I haven't
If
seen
you
anyone else with their
go
friends
ahead
there.
and parting shot with your Incineroar. You can
You
drop
won't be
the attack
Murph's
of that
looking
Iron
forward
Hands
to,
a little
or he
bit.
might not
You
be
can
looking
get your
forward to.
Rillaboom back out onto
The
the
local
field,
pool,
but
like the
I don't
local
think you
pool
want
by
to
me,
switch in your Rillaboom because as soon as the
at
Miraidon
the
comes
end
back,
of
you
summer,
need a way to remove that
the
terrain.
last day they're
Huma's in a
open,
really tough spot.
they
Losing
do it's
Ogerpon
called
Hearthflame
dog.
on
It's
turn
like
1
some
is
dog
giving him
event
much less
where they allow everyone to
flexibility
bring their
being
dogs
down
to go in the
3
pool
Pokemon
because
to
then they
4.
drain the
Whimsicott
water water that night, like, or the next morning.
Position,
because
and
the
now
pool
it's time
closes.
for another Terra boosted
Like, we should bring Murph to the pool to see if he can swim.
Not enough
I got this like blow up pool, and I blew it up in the backyard, and I tried to fill it up. I was out there for 45 minutes, and I maybe filled up about, I mean,
and as long
a couple inches of water, and he didn't like being in it because it was too cold.
The Whimsicott connects
but I'm thinking if there's a pool he can go swim in, he might like it.
Will be on
Would you want to go swimming,
Murph?
Murph?
Mind once again. So
Yeah,
while
you might
Huma
wait
is
for it.
able to pivot here, will get the Rillaboom back on
Because
the
I swim
field.
every day.
You still cannot
I swim every
flinch
single
that
day.
Pokemon.
Yo, Adam,
And
thank you for subscribing. I
Terrapagos,
appreciate
you
that.
either switch out and you lose all the special attack
I
and
swim every
special
day,
defense you
and
just
me and my brothers go
built
swimming.
up,
Murphy gets all
or you
sad when we
protect,
leave every day for swim.
And then you just get encored into protect
So, like,
the
Murph,
next
you get to
turn,
go swim
which
yourself.
Then you don't necessarily get
That's
every
the thing.
turn.
It's like, oh, okay.
I've been telling my
I'll
brothers
just
we should
protect to
sneak
get
him
out-
into
to
the
get
pool
out
we
of
go to.
Encore, but then you get
Like, once he wants to
protected
get down.
into
All
it.
right, Murph,
So
say bye to
Huma's
everybody.
Terrapagos is in
Say
just
bye,
a
everyone.
really difficult position
He's
here
just
in
gonna go
game
sit
one.
right over here.
Whimsicott as
He
well.
likes
If the
sitting over here.
Terrapagos somehow switches out for later, light screen is almost
There's
up,
a-
so the Whimsicott can still stick around
There's
and
a
reset up light
Pikachu
screen
plush
for
on the
later.
ground just to my left,
Huma's
and there's a
out
hoodie
at
on the
this
ground
point
too,
in
and he
time
sits on
is
the hoodie
most likely to
next
go
to
for a
the
double
next to the
protect. It's a
Pikachu.
very risky
And there's also
play
this
here,
Pikachu back
but
here that I didn't even know
hypothetically,
was
you
there.
turn into
You
that
guys
Whimsicott,
realized
get
that
some
was there
damage
before I
down, get
realized
the
that was
Incineroar
there.
back onto the field. And then
Rowlet,
the
did you?
second turn,
I
try and
don't know.
use
How
the
long
Incineroar
has
to
that
walk
been
the
there on the
KO
streams?
against that Whimsicott and hope that knockoff, despite the resisted damage,
I
would
legit
pick up
never
the KO
noticed
there.
that
But
thing.
instead, making a very difficult decision here, will actually
It almost messed up the
switch
green
out that
screen behind me.
Terrapagos. So it'll be able to come back onto the field and attack, but will it be able to accomplish anything without those critical boosts?
We know Incineroar has to go into
Pikachu.
that slot as it's the only Pokemon.
Dude,
in the
wait,
back
whoa, whoa, whoa.
so
I'm not even
Incineroar
paying attention. This
replacing
guy's got two
the
shinies out here.
Terrapagos there. Whimsicott tried to
Rillaboom
go for the
and
Encore,
Incineroar.
but of course, it just swapped in, so that's not going to work. Here is now another intimidated and parting shot, and intimidated because you're into the fire type means it does nothing. Rillaboom can U-turn out to safety to get Terrapagos back
The
onto
guy on the
field
left's from
at the end of
Japan,
this
the guy on the
turn.
right's from Korea.
And with Terrapagos returning to the field, if it is able to take another
Shiny
IV
Whimsicott's
cudgel
kinda
from
sick,
the
huh?
opposing Ogerpon, can deal back some super effective damage with Terra Starstorm now that the Ogerpon has been terastallized. Whimsicott cannot go for an encore in this position for the Terrapagos because it hasn't used a move yet, and that Incineroar is going to be a Dark-type Pokemon, so any Prankster-boosted attacks are going to fail. I think
So,
you just keep
I'm
Whimsicott
sorry if
on
I
the
seem
field,
dumb
though.
for
At
saying
the
this,
end of
but
the day,
I've
you have
never
a very
used
favorable
the
position. You don't necessarily want to be
Stellar
switching into
Terra.
Miraidon to be taking damage
How does
from
that
the
work? Is
Terrapagos
it does
or
it
the
make it
Iron
so
Hands,
any
really.
move you use
And
is
Whimsicott
stab?
does have access to Moonblast, which will do a good amount of chip damage.
Right, exactly.
So I
If you're
think, as I remember,
worried that
it helps you
Ivy Cudgel's not gonna get
offensively,
the
but not
KO,
defensively.
Especially after the parting shots and intimidates, could try to go for the Moonblast and double target into that slot. But Sanjay actually swapping out this Ogerpon Hearthflame, saving it for later. Just too many intimidates. It's really hindering his
Tomorrow
damage
should be
output.
crazy, though. There
Now
should be
it's
some big
time
announcements
for
at the end of
Miraidon to come
Worlds.
back onto the field, resetting up that electric terrain, getting rid of the grassy
Dude, and
terrain.
thanks
and
to
yet
you know, I
another
gotta say
light
something real
screen
quick.
from this Whimsicott.
All this
So
support on the
second
channel,
time this
thanks to
game,
everyone that's
Whimsicott's
been
been
watching
able
all
to
this
set
stuff, dude.
up the
Everything
light
right
screen.
now
That means
is
this Terra
green
Terra
up
Starstorm's gonna
arrows.
do way
Every
less
single stat
damage
and
to
analytic I
both
have on my
Sanjay's
channel.
Pokemon. Look at that, no Calm Mind boost behind the light screen as
Every
well.
single
He can
one.
take so many of those.
Does connect
Views,
the burn
watch
against this
time,
Miraidon, though, which will be
subscribers,
doing a little
everything.
Bit of damage
View
over
duration.
time, will not be benefiting from its secondary effect.
All of it is
lowering the
green
attack
up
of
arrow.
The opposing side of the field. But given that this Incineroar
Yesterday we
only
hit,
real
or
attack is
this
knockoff,
morning,
setting
it
up
would have been
burns
at
on
like
the other side of the
1
field
a.m.
does
We
make
hit
it
2,000
easier for
subscribers.
knockoff to get
Now
those
we're already at
critical
2016.
KOs when it connects.
One day
difficult
last
thing
week.
about being an Incineroar player
What day
when
was
you
it
have both
specifically?
Will-O-Wisp and
This was
knockoff,
this was.
it's
I was
just that
thinking
you
about
have
this.
to
This
get
is
the timing
insane.
perfectly, and there isn't even
Wednesday,
the
August
opportunity
14th.
for
This
it.
Wednesday, I hit 31 subscribers.
Gets the chances.
Thursday,
Draco
August
Meteor,
15th,
2
I hit
for
22.
2.
I gained
You
22
hope,
subscribers.
and you've been rewarded.
Friday,
Hit
August
both your
16th,
Dracos for
16
2 KOs
subscribers.
here in game
Today
one.
already,
Now the
another
pesky little
16
Moonblast
subscribers.
goes towards
So that's-
Terrapagos.
what's the math
Do
on
a
that?
little bit of
31?
damage, and now Terra Starstorm from Terrapagos. We saw how
31
little it did the prior turn.
plus
I'd anticipate, yeah, pretty much
22
exact same thing,
plus
looking
another
like
32
maybe
from
a
216.
5
That's
KO
85
or something
subscribers
like
I've
that.
gained since
And this
Wednesday.
is why those Calm Mind boosts
I'm
were
gonna
so
go on my
important
analytics here,
to
go to
Yuma at the beginning of this
all of
game.
my subscribers
If
I
you get to this
gained
end condition,
in the
especially
first year
knowing
I had
that
the
your
channel.
opposing using Whimsicott has Light Screen and is going to be weakening those special attacks pretty easily.
I made the
all
channel
things
September.
considered. Nothing on human side of the field can stop
The channel's
this
made
Whimsicott
September
from
3rd,
attacking thanks to that
2022.
covert cloak.
Custom
You
September
find yourself in a
13th to
position where you
August
just
5th of
don't have
September.
the damage to match. And even though this Miraidon is throwing out those Draco Meteors and dropping its special attack as a result, Seongjae still has all 4 Pokemon remaining, can easily switch that Pokemon in and out and bring it back in for the final KO. If the Ogerpon or the Iron Hands honestly doesn't beat it to it first.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this Rillaboom's going to try its best, right? You love having Rillaboom
That's
to get
oh,
rid
like,
of
dude, that's a
Miraidon's
quarter of the
terrain,
subscribers
and
I gained
you're
the
feeling great.
entire
it's
year.
Not hindered by Light Screen, But
the
remember,
first year of the
Sung Jae
channel.
has the Terra Ogrepon Hearthflame
And I gained that
sitting in the
in
back, waiting
3 days.
for its moment. A full health Iron Hands as
Dude, I'd be
well.
lucky if I
Just
gained
goes to
if I
show
gained
how
30 subscribers
great of a
over
position
the span of
Sung Jae
2
has put
months.
himself in game one.
We got that in a
Beyond
day.
core Into Terapagos, you're saying, "Hell, why would you want to take damage?"
I
You
appreciate
wanna
all you
take
guys so
damage
much to watch
he
my stuff.
can't
I'm telling you,
click
I'm
substitute
gonna
or
become the biggest
combine
Pokemon creator
or
in the world.
anything, encoring him, forcing
I
him
think
into
that might be my goal for this next year. You know, the king of
Starstorm.
Pokemon.
Whimsicott
That's,
is
you know,
no bulky
long-term
Pokemon in
goal.
any scenario,
That's
and
like
it looks like
long-term
it's a
goal.
5-hit KO
I'm
onto
gonna do that
Whimsicott.
one day.
There are still a few turns left in this battle, and I would not be surprised if Humahara
wonder
is
if I
playing
could-
this out to try and figure out
I wonder
a
if I can get
strategy
big enough
going
to where I
into
could
game
get
number
Pokemon
2.
to invite me to
I
Worlds
love
next
the
year.
switch-in, though, from Jongjae.
Worlds
of
2025.
that Iron Hands, as it will be able to deal super effective
I don't want to
damage
just
to
go
that
myself.
Terapagos, and
I
really,
want
even though the
Pokemon
Rillaboom's
to
Woodhammer
invite me.
did about 50%
Because
of damage
that's
to
how
the
I know,
Iron
like, you're a
Hands.
big deal.
You can easily remove that
Yeah, the
grassy
Instagram's
terrain,
been doing
easily
really
remove
good.
the
Let me pull up the
additional
Instagram
damage
real quick.
From grassy terrain
Forgot
that
to mention
Woodhammer
that.
gets by
Instagram,
switching
we,
in your
we're almost
Miraidon.
at
So
7,000
Sung Jae in a very
followers. I'm
commanding
at
position to wrap up this game
6,994.
one. I think Humahara just trying to get a little bit more information, figure out how much damage all these Pokemon do, and then figure out an approach for game 2.
And Whimsicott kind of run out of buttons to click here in game one, so might as well click Tailwind to boost the speed of the Iron Hands on the other side of the field. Is going to not pick up the KO. Terapagos just barely hanging on through the Drain Punch. However, it will recover some of the HP there, meaning this Terra Starstorm is not going to be able to KO the Iron Hands, barring maybe a critical hit or something. Doesn't even KO Whimsicott.
That for Terapagos, I think at the end of the day, a lot of us at least who watched the North American International Championships earlier on this summer are more accustomed to the choice specs, max special attack variants, where you see it still do significant damage even if there is something like a light screen in play. This Terapagos, though, however, way bulkier, needs more time to set up. I think giving Humahara more opportunities to adjust in the moment throughout this competition, but in this top 16 match, unfortunately just unable to keep up with the pace of damage that Sung Jae has.
Yeah, there is the forfeit from Humahara, and Sung Jae Jung is one victory away from moving on to the top 8 here at the World Championships in Honolulu. You have to feel confident.
Yeah,
not only for just
6,994.
being up a game, so you have
And the
flexibility
Instagram
in
stuff's
case
been
you lose
doing
game
good
two,
and good.
but how commanding of a victory that was over the Japan national champion, he has to be confident.
Not only do you have to be confident, I think that just looking at these teams on paper, you have
Like
all
this
the tools
past
that you
week in
need
particular,
to
dude.
answer Humahara's
Like, here's the
potential
thing.
outs against the
I
Miraidon.
I watch.
We saw that initial light screen from
I, like
that
one of my
Whimsicott
favorite
all the way
things
back
to
on
do
turn
is
one. We saw
watch
that Draco
how
Meteor
other
connecting
creators
the
got
instant
big.
KO on the Ogrepon
Like
Hearthflame.
I've watched
There was just
every
so
video
much
there is
damage
of
that
how
Sung Jae
Ninja
had
blew up.
access to, and what I thought
Every
was
video
really
there is
well
about how Tim the
played
Tatman got
was he was
big.
able to
All the
also
videos about
shut
Queso,
down his
Jinxie.
opponent's strategies
I could go
while
on and
he
I
was
watched
still
so
doing
many
this
different,
big
like
damage.
Aiden
Very
Ross as
delicate
well.
balance
Just
when
like
you're running
any
a
big
Pokemon
like creator there
Miraidon,
is.
alongside of
I
the
followed
Ogrepon
like
Hearthflame
KSI.
to
I
have
followed
that
along
support
with
that
in
can
real
kind of
time.
even out very
Like
comfortably.
FaZe
I
Clan
think that's
back
why
in
we
the
see
day.
a lot of trainers rely on
All these
Pokemon
different things
like
of all these creators
Rillaboom
getting
or
big.
Incineroar to
And
keep
I'm
things
just
moving around,
fascinated
give yourself
by
easy
like
pivots. But Sung Jae
the
just showing
journey
with a
that
lot
you
of
go on it
confidence
because like
that I don't need
I've
those
always looked
Pokemon.
around like
Iron
what
Hands
seems
is
to
bulky,
be
given a
the
light screen
most
is even bulkier,
fun
and I can
part
go ahead
of
and
like
move these
a
Pokemon in
content
and off the
creator's
field as I see
career
fit.
Yeah, this
is
Whimsicott on
when
Sung Jae's
you're
end
blowing
is
up.
kind of just a
Like,
glaring issue right now
it's
for
weird
Huma
to
in game
describe.
one, and
It's
I don't
weird to
wanna
describe
sound
to other
crazy,
people,
Gabby. I
too.
know sometimes when we
Like-
have double restricted formats, you say, "Oh, can I ever bring
like
a game?"
for
where
instance, people ask me like,
only
"Will you
one
make
of my
Pokemon
restrictions comes
videos?"
to the
I'm like, "Yeah, I do it for
before.
fun."
Is there a
They're like, "Oh,
chance
people
in
make a lot of
single
money from that, right?"
restricted
I'm like,
format,
"I don't
Huma
really make. I
could
mean,
leave
I bought a
Terapagos
Neo
home
Genesis pack,
because
but like we ain't
Whimsicott
doing
is such a
we ain't doing
hindrance?
crazy." But like
you have to look at
the
the
thing is
other
to like get to the
options
point
that
of
would fill
that.
the spot
It's
of
literally
that
like
Terapagos
overnight.
in this
You have to
matchup.
grind,
I don't think
grind,
you can
grind
bring Uchi for
nonstop.
Rapid Strike.
But like when it
There's just too many
happens,
things on the
it
opposing
goes
side of the
instant.
field that, quite frankly,
And I've
slow
seen
it down.
so much of like,
Yeah.
like
so that Pokemon's
if
ruled
you were
off
to
right
ask
off
me
the bat.
this
You do have access to your
question,
own
like how
Fluttermane
close
with
do you
Icy
think
Wind
you
as a
were
form of speed control.
4
that could
months
be
ago, I would
interesting.
have the
And
exact same
And
answer. I'm like,
Thunderwave.
I feel like I'm the
But
closest
with all
I've
the
ever been.
electric Pokemon on
Like
Sanjay's
genuinely
side
feel
of the
that way.
field, and also the fact that
Like, I'm having
you're
so much
gonna
fun
be dealing
streaming every
special
day.
attack damage,
So much fun.
not as good
making
as a
all the
position,
videos.
But speaking of special
And with my
attack
videos,
damage,
like,
I don't see the Whimsicott on the field.
These
That's
past
the
couple
first thing
videos
I
I've
noticed,
made,
too, that
legit, I'm trying to think of like
Miraidon
the most
and
out of the
Ogrepon
box
Heartflame is the
ideas
lead,
I've
so
ever
Sung
seen
Jae
anyone
feeling
do with
confident,
Pokemon.
not
Because like
predicting
one thing with
Terapagos
Pokemon
on
videos,
turn
like
one, but of
a
course,
lot of you guys
Yumahara
ask me to shiny
has
hunt,
his own
do the
Terapagos
Nuzlocke and
Ogrepon
stuff,
Heartflame
and
on
I
his
will
other
do
end,
those.
so
We'll
yeah,
do
that's
those on
just to
stream and
follow
stuff.
me, right? Try
But
to
like,
keep that,
I
Terrashell
look at it
intact
in the
with
sense that
Terapagos, and
everybody's
he
done
just
that.
loves not seeing
Everybody's
Whimsicott.
done that.
He
There's
does, but you
there's not so
still
much
have to
other
worry
things
about
you
the
can
threat
do
of a
with
Draco
those.
Meteor
So that's
into
why
your
I'm doing.
own
I'm swimming
Ogerpon
against every
to
Pokemon.
get that
I
KO
made my
like
own
we saw in
Pokemon.
game one.
I've never
That's
seen
right,
anyone
yeah,
do those
right
things
away
before.
in game one,
Like,
Draco Meteor connected and
and the
knocked
feedback
out.
on those
No
videos I've been making, like these past 2 weeks,
on
the
this
feedback
turn.
on those videos has been
Instead, it is
outstanding.
Heartflame with the Terra.
So I'm telling you guys, I appreciate all those that tune in. And I've been saying this for a little bit now. All those that watch me now, and hopefully this will get clipped years from now. I made a promise to all you guys that watch. Like, you guys are gonna be able to brag to your friends that you watched me before I blew up and became the biggest there is. There is no doubt in my mind that I'm gonna do
This is
that.
the kind of situation where you can afford to go for.
I'm gonna become the biggest Pokemon creator there
and
is. I can
see
promise
what
you guys
moves
that.
your
I'm telling you that right now.
opponent opted into. I believe
People
we
can
saw
laugh
the
at me,
Ogerpon
make
and the
fun of me,
Miraidon target
say that's
down
stupid,
the
say it's never going to
Terapagos
happen.
there,
It might
and
take a
I
while to
agree
happen.
with Song
It
Jae's
probably
assessment
will.
that is
Because
definitely the biggest
the thing
Pokemon
is with
threat.
me,
And you might as well.
one of the
follow me,
biggest
which is
things I've
right
noticed
there
is I've said I've
anyway.
watched all these other creators
At
and
the
how
end of
they
the
got
day,
big.
the
Every single one of
Terapagos
them has a
was
niche
huge
they
part
fall
of
into.
Yumahara's strategy going into
They all
that
have some
previous
sort of
game,
niche they
even
get
though you have
into,
the better matchup
and
against it on
they
paper,
blow up
I think
from
just
that.
removing the
So many
restricted
people
Pokemon
got big
from the
because of
field is
Fortnite.
always
Cypher's
going to
another
be
one I've
a
watched a
strong
bunch of stuff
play
of.
to fall
Like,
back on.
so many people got
let's
big
see what
because of that
happens
because
here
like they were big in the
game, or
Fortnite
turn
scene,
two, I
or like
should
you
say,
got
of
big
the
because of
game
Call of
two.
Duty, you
Yumahara
got big because you
finally
played
clicking to follow
FIFA,
me
you got
to
big because you played
redirect
Pokemon
this
Go,
Draco
you
Meteor,
got
but
Mystic
it
7,
lands.
Mystic 7 with
Unfortunately for
Pokemon Go,
Yuma,
you got
not
big
gonna be able
because
to
you played
endure the Draco
Pokemon Unite.
from
You have some like
Miraidon,
Wolfie that's
and he
VGC.
gets
Now Wolfie is
knocked
big
out
regardless.
yet
He would be
again,
big
just like
regardless,
game
but
one.
he does just VGC.
Also,
Spraggles
like
just
game
does
number
Unite.
one here,
Pokerev does
not
just
unlike
the
game
packs.
number one, we do
I
have
want
the
to do
Terrashell still in effect here for this
everything
Ivy Cudgel
Pokemon.
from the
I
Pokemon
want
attack on
people
the
to look at
Terrestrialized
my channel and say,
Ogerpon.
that's
It's
the
not very
Pokemon
effective,
YouTube channel.
but it still
That's
doesn't
the
have to
Pokemon
have
creator.
hell.
He does it all. He's a fan of it all. He makes videos of it all. He streams it all, and he makes he gets people excited about it all.
So he did click.
That's my goal.
On that turn,
I'm going to do that with Pokemon, and by doing that, I'm going to become the king of Pokemon.
Whimsicott not
I can
here
promise
to
you guys,
encore
I'm
against
rambling now,
Combine.
but I'm just...
In addition, we have the Fluttermane making an
I love
appearance
Fluttermane,
as
it's
an
so cool.
adjustment from Huma. Will be activating its booster energy to get a boost in its speed. So this is going to be a Fluttermane that is faster than the opposing Pokemon on
We're
the
gonna
side
be
of
at
the
Worlds
field.
next year.
Not only is there no Whimsicott to encore and to Calm Mind, there's also no Whimsicott to provide some
Everyone's talking about can lift more than
tailwind
fighting
support.
types. Someone
this
said
Fluttermane
I should do
could
like
potentially use
MMA with
Icy
fighting
Wind,
types.
drop
I'm
the
not
speed of
going
the
to say
opposing
what them
Ogerpon
they are,
and the
but I have
Miraidon if it
ideas
stays
for
on
other
the
videos.
field,
In the
opening
same
up an
sense of the
opportunity
water
for
type one.
Terapagos to go on
The water type
offense.
one was the
That
first
being
one,
said,
and
though,
I
there still
have
is a lot
I
of
have
health in
two
play
other
for this
ideas of
Terapagos,
what
and
to do.
depending on which Pokemon you
Two other ones right now I
anticipate
think are going to be
your
really
opponent
good.
targeting, trying to get
I have a
an early
Unite video I
knockout
want to make.
match the
Nothing
knockout
for
we just
Pokemon
saw
Go
from
right
that
now. I don't
Draco
really have any big
Meteor
ideas for that.
would bring Huma back into the game.
I
Losing
have a
that
video
Ogerpon
I've
so
been
early
filming
without
for
it
months,
attacking
not
has just
about a
been
month
huge
now.
in both games. He
That
needs
I
to
think
make
is
up
going to
for
be a
lost
big
time.
one.
Miraidon switching out, so Huma
What's your Pokemon Go,
potentially
buddy?
anticipating
Mine
the
is
swap since the Draco Meteor
my
made it
Pokemon Go
lose
buddy
2 stats
currently
to its
is
special
Big Boy
attack. So
Snorlax.
Course, Maridon had to swap out
And
into
it's just,
Iron
I
Hands
wonder if
on
can
the
I
field.
look up
Yet
my
again,
TikTok?
No Whimsicott as of right now. Moonblast seems like it does perfectly 50% to the Iron Hands on the switch in. Now it's time for the Ogerpon.
Oh God, it would have been from a while ago. Oh God, it would have been from a while ago. Oh God, it would have been from a while.
Terrapagos is down, which means Humahara is down to his final 2 Pokemon with the Incineroar and the
Good Lord, that's
Fluttermane.
almost a half
And while
million views.
Fluttermane may be able to get a KO on that Iron Hands with a second Moonblast, that Ogerpon Hearthflame is looking real pretty.
Moonblast Icy
Oh, I made this a while ago, man.
It isn't, and again, such a unique adjustment coming into this tournament. That Pokemon making an
This
appearance
is my
once
buddy.
again was very popular in the past regulations, but providing some incredible support.
Trading over a shiny cowboy hat Snorlax that I got on my alt account to my main account in, yeah, I want to power up Snorlax. Always like seeing the power up. Look, this is my buddy. This cowboy hat Lucky Lax I traded for. Come on, moron. Come on, idiot. Show the Pokemon. There it is. There it is. There it is. This is it. This is my buddy. But I think I posted something else of it. Did I post it this? Waffles are better than pancakes. This is it. This is my buddy, Timmy. Tim the Tap Man. This is my buddy Pokemon in Pokemon Go. This is it right here. That's my buddy Pokemon in Pokemon Go. That's what I got. Dude, I can't believe that presents things at 500,000 views.
If it terrestrialized out, a Terra Fairy Moonblast, we saw the terror of that Fluttermane.
Is this a game 3?
So
no, this is still game 2, man. This game's taking a long time.
Also cannot protect this turn, but it can be protected by a Follow Me from the Ogerpon.
Definitely Follow Me making so much sense, resisting a Moonblast, but no Moonblast. Instead, it's a Thunder Wave. Yumahara is going to put his hope on luck at this point that Paralysis will be on his side in the future turns. But the Electro Drift from Miraidon, Incineroar never stood a chance. That's a
There's a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament going on right now.
A game-winning hit.
It's just this Terra Fairy Fluttermane standing in the way.
You know what? How many views did the Pokemon stream get?
The next round of this competition, and while
That's me,
this
the player.
Moonblast certainly will be able to pick up the KO on this Miraidon,
Poetic Justice comes up and starts typing Pokemon.
In return.
Miraidon goes down. Sungjae still has a Pokemon in the back.
TCG has a lot of viewers, man.
Heartflame, one of the stories of the tournament, gonna use that
500,000 views. Wow.
Fluttermane for the KO, and Korea's hope.
And that's just the YouTube. How many do you think the Twitch has?
Knocks out one of the favorites.
That's me. Don't get off me. Then it's gonna be repeating the same thing again and again and again and again and again.
A commanding top 16 victory.
A very commanding top 16 victory. There's just so much damage that the Miraidon, that the Ogerpon Hearthflame threatened in this matchup for Sungjae, and the confidence to lock in that fire type terrestrialization on that
Twitch is probably different though how they regulate it, right?
Of those games was something really to be celebrated. Looking at the other Pokemon that he brought to this
more
matchup,
grass
you
in a
don't
grass
necessarily want to terrestrialize the Whimsicott.
I have an idea for a couple of those. I have 2 ideas for videos like that.
Being able to correctly prioritize that Ogerpon Hearthflame and
3.
recognizing
I came up with one
that
today.
Yuma didn't necessarily have good answers to it was the winning strategy for him in both Game 1 and in Game 2.
Yeah, it seemed he was really confident. Well, I guess we'll never know what that 4th Pokemon
because
was.
waffles are better than pancakes.
We have to anticipate maybe
waffles are better than pancakes. Which you guys like better, waffles or pancakes?
Said, hey, follow me.
I don't really
10%
know.
of the time, this Draco's
I like
not gonna
both.
do any
I'm
damage.
messing with pancakes heavy.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, Sungjae said it himself. I hope my
I make pancakes a lot.
His hopes came true for sure. We'll see how it goes in top 8, but obviously Miraidon's been putting in so much work for him all weekend here. There's the embody aspect. I love, Gabby, that we've been able to see so many different forms. We've seen all 4 Ogerpon forms throughout the weekend on the broadcast, and they bring different values to
waffles
a team,
more
and they've been able to
texture.
showcase
Waffles
it,
are
especially
pretty
in
good.
this match for Sungjae.
They do almost like a crispy
And
waffle when it's like nice and soft and fluffy on the inside.
Even though a lot of
I never have waffles though.
Taking the knockout on the opposing Ogerpon.
I almost never have them.
I mean, you see just how much damage the Electro Drift did to the Incineroar in the end.
Because like I don't have a way to make. I don't have like a waffle maker, but I make pancakes all the time.
When it's in that
Actually, now that I think about it, I haven't made pancakes in a while.
Yeah, no.
I should make pancakes sometime
soon. No Terrapagos to terrestrialize to remove the terrain. Like when Miraidon finds the position it needs in order to lock in those KOs, lock in those damage, it's such a terrifying Pokemon to have to stare down.
Yeah, congratulations to Sungjae. I think really awesome team. I think I'm not sure how many Miraidon are remaining in the tournament, but it has really been a staple. It has been a conversation of the broadcast here.
I had chocolate chip pancakes.
Weekend, that even
that's
if
what
it's
I really
the
like.
Most popular restricted Pokemon in usage, it feels like it's the biggest threat that people are accounting for.
I think it is, honestly.
Pokey
At the end of the
pancakes?
day,
I
I
make
feel like
Pokemon-shaped pancakes?
Calyrex Shadow Rider
Ah,
teams,
there's gotta be
they
someone
tend
that's
to
done that
follow
before,
very
right, and made some
similar
cracked
cores.
ones.
There's a lot of balance with them. You want to have that bulky support, so that way the Calyrex Shadow Rider doesn't
I
necessarily
have a
feel
flat
as
top
exposed.
outside I could do it on.
And what the team that Sungjae run, the other Miraidon teams that we've seen, they sort of took a page from that book. You have the
Oh my
bulky
God, I gotta
support
try
with
this.
the Iron Hands. You have screen support with Whimsicott, or
Oh,
maybe even
making
a
kit. Now that's,
Grimmsnarl.
I don't want a kit. I
And
want to
that
do it on
just
my own.
gives that Pokemon the opportunity to do what it does best.
Yeah, and one of the other really
Like, look how good that
valuable
looks.
aspects of,
You see Raichu
Ogrepon,
right there,
all
Alolan
the
Raichu, that
the
stack of
Heartflame, all them,
pancakes.
since they have access to Follow Me. We talked about it so much.
Is that
we've
at,
really hardly seen Amoonguss. I know it
Mallow,
was on
her,
the
like,
it
restaurant
was
thing?
on the top 12 graphic, but we haven't seen it so much because the value that the Ogrepon forms give you against the other grass types, where Amoonguss, the Rage Powder doesn't work against other grass types.
Dang, I wonder if this guy's Michael. I wonder if he's gonna win.
It'll redirect, you know, a
He
potential other
lost
grass attack
in the
into
finals
that
last
slot
year.
and resisting even Spore, exactly. So I just think I love how this is Ogrepon kind
Did
of
you
fell to the wayside for most of Regulation G, and it's kind of had this huge resurgence with all 4 forms in Honolulu.
Especially when you look back
you
at
see the
last
fatty
year's World
Sophocles right there?
Finals, where Shoma's own Amoonguss and
Look
those
at his
scores
face.
were so
You'd think
critical
this
in
dude's
winning
never
that
eaten
game.
food before.
It's
Well, you can
kind
tell
of
by
feels
looking at him,
good
he
to be
has.
at a World Championships where Amoonguss isn't
Look at him.
necessarily going to be taking home the gold. I'm not
Dang.
gonna
Look at
lie.
Ashes, though. But Sophocles got the biggest stack over there. Dang, Sophocles!
World Championship since 2011.
It has never stopped since 2011. We'll see how many Amoonguss are remaining out of our top 16 players here. But we
Pikachu
are ready to
pancakes.
head on over to the stage to talk with our winner interview with Sungjae Jung. So let's head over there. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Joe and Gabby. I am
Justin
here with
Knox.
the winner of that last match, Sungjae Jung. It's so good to have you here. Congratulations. How are you feeling being in top 8 of the World Championships?
네, 우선 선수 너무 축하드립니다. 8강 진출하셨는데 소감이 어떠신가요?
이번에 두 번째 월드 출전인데 사실 조금 불안한 순간도 있었지만 8강에 와서 너무 기쁩니다.
This is my second Worlds game. This is my second Worlds Championship that I ever attended.
No, that's not
There were a
Wolfie.
couple
I was
games
thinking
were a
that was
little bit
Wolfie's
dicey,
friend.
So I was really nervous going into the next game.
You know
Were you
Wolfie's
nervous
friend named
having to
Justin
play
from the last
against
video?
the reigning Japanese national champion?
일본은 챔피언을 상대하시는데 좀 긴장되셨나요?
역시나 상대 일본 챔피언분이라 조금 떨리기도 했지만 연습한 대로 하려고 마음 먹었습니다.
I was definitely a bit nervous
Oh, you want
going against the
the Unite Game's about to hit Rekuze.
Left to go. Do not want to get caught in that fire spin.
Unite Game's about to hit
but
Rayquaza.
No, we have Gyarados going and poking at it. We
Yo,
might end up
Ambrose, thank you for
seeing
taking
a
the time to
fight
tune in. I appreciate it.
This is
Hope you have a good one. I'll be live tomorrow night, a bit later than this time, because I'm gonna go live for the championship game, and then the after the championship game, they announce.
But look at this positioning. Look at this Hoopa positioning. That is
They
so
announce
far
where's
forward.
the next
That
Worlds.
is terrifying. If somebody just walks in there, you're in trouble. You
You Mode Keely, thank you for tuning in. Glad I didn't miss this stream. Saw you were live earlier and thought it was that was it for the day. Oh no, yeah. So I just went live earlier because Wolfie was playing.
And how far forward they were, but that's a lot of damage now going onto the Mammoth. It's trying to get the reset. It is going to get the reset after getting bopped on the head by Bros, but they're going to immediately get the kill on the Hoopa without being able to use that Unite. That is gigantic. 5-4 in this final fight. They're going to turn around. Sarayu getting KO'd by Saralege Toon. Chasing
Yeah,
down
Saralege gonna
York.
get away? Oh no, it got
Barely
pulled
able to
back
get
in.
that KO as in the back. They traded once again 1-for-1. 3-for-3 here. Now, well, I was going to say in the center, but now they've moved down to the bottom path.
But the thing is, Onyx Rise still have 2 Unite moves on hand, the Hoopa and the Gyarados to utilize. Nouns Esports have used all of their resources. They are the ones that are behind, so they need to try
How
and
can you
get
tell who's
a
got the
move
Unite?
on, considering we have less than a minute left.
Oh, is that the circle at the top of the screen? That dot right there? Yeah, it is, because look, Hoopa just used it, and Hoopa had the dot there a second ago.
At least go through, but most of the other members are already there. Pulling
Oh
back.
my gosh!
That's going to be Toon. Oh, getting KO'd in return. Everybody
Yeah, we
going
got to see the closing ceremony and product announcements.
Bros
Yeah,
start
so
to get really
tomorrow
low. They are
night,
gonna chase down
I'll be
as
going
well
live
as
like
Desu.
late.
That's one more going down. 2 members left on the side.
Because I'll watch the
Now,
VGC
Rayquaza's
finals,
getting a little bit
the
low, but I
VGC
think Onyx
award
Rise
ceremony,
is gonna target down every
then
member
the
now before they get a chance. That's a full
then
team wipe and with the lead in 20 seconds left,
It's like the closing ceremony. At the end of the closing ceremony, they announce the next Worlds.
Wild. We had one fight and then another fight. It just seemed to draw on out. However, being able to get that team white and just keep Nouns at bay, wild. We had one.
Before they get a chance, that's a full team wipe.
Hey, their whole thing wiped though. I was even paying
I
attention.
mean, you might as well, when you're there, take no chances, get the maximum points you possibly can every single time. But that was close. That was scary. I mean, that was such an even fight that was so extended, but it's so much about meter management, or I should say, you know, resource management in general. And your Unite moves, like you mentioned, all the Unite moves were used by Nouns. There were still a couple very important ones up on the side of Onyx Rise. One of them was intentionally.
So some people have been saying that there'll be a Pokemon World presents or some announcement coming soon.
Get the refight so incredibly well, and then they won.
It was such a close one.
Like after
there was
Worlds.
a moment there with Toon on the Zera Aura, and I feel like that just demonstrates the level that they are at. Getting that drag with the discharge and volt switch was insane.
They were. Not everybody can make it out to the events. It's not an easy thing to do. So I just want to bring people into the TV, into your computer screen or your phone, and make you feel like you're here with me and you're with everybody here. And I think that's really important.
And I know you've been to quite a few conventions. So being here at Pokemon Worlds in Honolulu, what are some of the highlights for you here?
Man, I really just been filming the whole time. I haven't had a chance to enjoy much. The drone show was really cool. Really enjoyed the
I've
drone
been seeing
show.
a bunch of that
We've
drone
had a lot
show.
of
That
fun
looked sick.
Interacting with everybody. That's when I came here. My goal was to make the best video possible for anybody who watches it and bring the community together in any way I can. And that's pretty much all I've been doing, sharing the passion and love of Pokemon people.
Very, very cool. Now, I know you have plenty of things to get to. You told me you won something already?
Yeah, so here at the event, you can get autographs. Now, there's not a whole lot of people who sign, but of course, Mr. Ishihara, the president, is here, Masuda's here, and you got some of the artists, and you get a chance, it's a lottery, to get their signatures. So I went the first time, and I was live streaming, by the way, on Instagram when I did this, and I hit the first one, and I just missed it by one. Went back around the line, because you could go back around. I did a second time and nailed it, so I got one. So I went back around again, and it happened the second time. And then it was pretty amazing. I didn't get Mr. Ishihara's, though, unfortunately.
That's all right. I know you have to go get those signatures, so we won't take you too much longer. And
that's cool.
We'll
what would you have them sign?
World Championship.
That guy seems cool. Does he have a
And you get
what's his channel?
TV. Big things. So
okay. Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championships here with EpicTube. I'm sure a lot of people already recognize you, but in case they don't, can you introduce yourself? Tell them what you do.
I'm EpicTube HD. I'm a YouTuber. Thanks to my kids, got me into it. Now I can't get out. And we do
HD?
trading card game, Pokemon Go, just have fun.
And you told me a little bit about your background and you being an actor, wanting to kind of make a cinematic experience. Tell me about that at Worlds.
So being in the acting world, I see things, cinematic. I want things to come through the lens like it's you at a movies. You know,
I
like
found
you go
his
to the
channel.
movie
Go
and you're
look him
seeing
up.
this big show on the screen.
I'll
and
have his thing playing in the
I just thought
background.
It'd be really cool to take what people are sitting down playing a game or it's video or it's just the community in general and turn it into like a cinematic movie, and that's how I shoot a lot of my stuff. So
what's going on?
A little more entertainment and more entertaining and interesting.
Why is that important to you to be able to share that with people?
You want people to feel like they're here because they
does he do market stuff of the
Can make it
TCG?
out to the events. It's not an easy thing to do. So I just want to bring people into the TV, into your computer screen or your phone.
I won't watch this video on stream because I don't think I don't know if I'm allowed to watch like other people's YouTube videos like this.
Quite a few
But from the introduction
so
shot right there, dude, look.
Honolulu, what are some of the highlights for you here?
Dude makes legit cinematic. Let's watch the first couple seconds.
I've really just been filming the whole time.
Let's watch the first couple seconds. Let's watch the first couple seconds. I'll have it on
The
mute.
drone show was really cool.
Do you see
really
those?
Enjoyed the drone show. We've had a lot of fun
Whoa!
interacting with everybody. That's when I came here. My goal was to make the best video
He filmed all
possible
this?
for anybody who watches it and bring the community together in any way I can. And that's pretty much all I've been doing, sharing the passion and love of Pokemon people.
All right, we watched the whole video.
Very cool.
That's
Now,
sick
I know
though.
you have plenty of things to get
I'm
to.
looking.
You told me
I'll
you
be
won
sure to check out his
something
Worlds
already?
video.
Yeah, so here at the event,
You're gonna see me next year over there. Watching you in One Piece at the same time? Episode 863? What's episode 863? Let me see. I'll tell my head. I don't know. Is that? It's not just Rosa, is it? Is that beginning of Wano? I have to read the newest chapter. That's a career. Oh wait, that's still Whole Cake Island. Dressrosa, I'm looking like a fraud. Now, hey, enjoy it. Enjoy it. Watching through One Piece for the first time, enjoy it. It's so good, man. And then if you're crazy like me, when you finish watching it, watch it again. Because here's what I did. I watched One Piece, caught up to it. Then I started reading the manga. Well, actually, I caught up to it and started just watching the anime weekly. Then Toei got hacked, and they, it got hacked, and then there was an indefinite hiatus. So I started reading the manga. And honestly, I enjoy reading the manga more than, like, watching the anime. So I would suggest as soon as you catch up, start reading the manga. It's so worth it. I enjoy it better. And then, what I did was I went back and rewatched pre-time skip, and then I read post-time skip again. And like rewatching pre-time skip, after like knowing now all the characters, like because the people they show so early, like you see Doflamingo, Kuma, all the people at Marineford, like Whitebeard with Marco and all them, and like Mihawk at the very beginning, Shanks from the start, like you just know so much more. You didn't really know, you don't know much about the guys they just named Shanks, Mihawk. Still this day, we still don't even know that much about them. But still, you know a bit more about them, and like you realize, like, oh my god, this like the stuff that's happening, like just it makes it that much more crazy. My goal is to catch up before December. You have to, like, everyone has to try to catch up before the One Piece is revealed. We've got a couple years for that. Actually, I don't even know. So I see people talk about this all the time. People say, though, we're gonna get the One Piece at the, like, that's gonna be the end of it. And, like, there's gonna be the big war before they find the One Piece. And, like, how Oda's portraying it in the manga right now is, like, there's a race to find the One Piece. Like, right now is, like, the most anxious people have ever been to find the One Piece. So there's the big, great race to find the One Piece. And because that everyone's anticipating there's going to be a massive fight for finding the One Piece, and that's going to be the big, great war that Oda has said is going to make Marineford look like it was nothing. But Whitebeard said, when Roger's treasure, the One Piece, is found, it might not be exact word for word for this, but this is the gist of it. Whitebeard said at Marineford, when the great treasure is, or when the treasure is found, a great war will take place. There'll be a great battle that'll ensue the whole world that nobody will be able to stop. So I've always thought that they're gonna find the One Piece, then the great battle's gonna take place. So if that's the case, the One Piece will be sooner rather than later.
Hello, everybody. We are just getting our last couple of matches
Like,
in our
it's gonna
top
be
16
crazy.
bracket all finished up, so we can
You guys
get
have
ready
to catch
go
up to
in
it.
that top 8.
Because, like,
So
once
while
we
do
know
that,
the One Piece,
Scott and I
just
are
watching
here
it won't be the
on
same
stage
for the first time.
without players, just to talk to you guys about how that top
What do you think
bracket
of Netflix
match
One Piece
is
show?
going.
I've only
So
watched
first
the
and
first 2
foremost,
episodes.
Scott,
I
we
haven't
ended up
finished
just getting
that.
a chance to see a really great match
I know
on
a lot.
stream.
I
What are
remember
your thoughts
talking to
about
people
it?
at school this past semester, and a lot of people really liked it.
Nice to finally get to see some of these players.
But I do know it's not
seen a lot
accurate
of
to
great
the
matches,
manga.
but,
They
we gotta
change it
venture
a
into
lot,
some
or
regions
even
we
the
don't
anime.
get to
Like,
see.
they
We get to
change a
watch,
lot of stuff,
some
which, to be
more
fair, they have
Japan,
to for,
first
like,
Korean
portraying the
players
story
since,
there.
Sage at the
It
beginning
follows
yesterday.
the same gist of the story, but it's not the exact same.
It's more like the trap Terapagos that I was playing.
And now here's the thing. Like, if you like anime, you're going to like One Piece. Like, bottom line, there's no question about that. If you've watched Naruto, Dragon Ball, Bleach,
absolutely.
JJK, Demon Slayer, Attack on Titan, anything, you will like
very clear
One
cut
Piece.
and dry way to actually win out that match.
Honestly, the quicker way to get into it,
we did have Michael
so the fastest way to get into it, which I don't suggest you do, this is what I did for the very beginning. There is a movie you can watch for the East Blue Saga and the Alabasta Saga.
I heard there was a really
and then there's a Skypiea one as well.
Wolf.
Do not watch the movies.
Some of you may have seen the match.
Don't watch the movies for One Piece. Just start it. Either watch the anime or read the manga. The manga will go faster, although personally for me, because for me, I always say the music is one of my favorite parts. You guys hear me freak out about the music in Pokemon all the time. I think the music is such a big deal in those early episodes because they use the same music to the episode that comes out today. It'll probably have the same soundtrack from back then. It's just the nostalgia in it is so good.
Leading up to this one, right? And it was so unique.
So I would suggest watching it. Watch it at the start, and then if you want to start reading the manga, go read the manga. For at least for the East Blue Saga.
Okay,
once you see the red line and the whale, you can start reading it from there. But I would suggest watching the very beginning. And also, the manga is a little different order, or the anime is a different order than the manga. I believe chapter 1 of the manga.
And that's really what
I
got
have
that
it.
second place at Worlds.
Yeah, I really enjoyed watching the innovation with all of these Zamazenta teams. It's again, so one of the less heralded restricted Pokemon. We saw a whole lot of both the Calyrex formed and Miraidon, and Zamazenta was always kind of that fourth restricted Pokemon in the wings. We all knew it was strong, but we saw a little less of it. But
it starts with Kobe and Luffy on Avila's boat. The manga starts with Luffy with Shanks.
Ability to have a neutral.
Yo, Mark, thank you for tuning in. Hope all's been well.
This is a format where
Hope all's been well, man. How am I doing? I'm doing great. We're doing great. We're watching Worlds. Wolfie lost.
Up to me.
Unfortunately.
Doing some of the Shadow Rider Calyrex teams we saw go deep,
but
had similar qualities, but as they've
we're
started
still
to
watching.
The top cut,
We're still watching.
Zamazenta, it's been able to continue. It also gets to use some Pokemon.
So is that round done?
Where kind of just the nature of the Pokemon plays well into different cores than the other restricted Pokemon do.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah,
5,
absolutely.
6, 7.
I think that Zamazenta still has a good
1,
shot.
2,
Unfortunately,
3,
also
4.
not going to end up seeing the.
Oh, there's one
Terapagos
game going on.
they
Justin
wanted to
Knox
also hit
in
across the
Utah.
way, but
Utah's
another
playing.
one of the matches that we had in our top 16 bracket was
Yeah,
Marco
Wolfie
Silva
lost.
versus Yusheng Zhang. This is kind of a really interesting one.
Round
because Marco
32,
Silva
he
is
lost.
one of the players that we picked up as one of the players to watch heading
Unfortunately.
into this tournament. International champion
Still my goat.
twice in 2 different regions and has just consistently been putting on top cut performances.
Yeah, I think none of us really had the
He
guts
was-
to predict
he
who
did
we
so
thought were gonna
good
win the
yesterday.
tournament, But you got to figure the two.
Who's your vote
Shadow
for
Rider
VGC
players,
champ
big,
then?
like,
I think
defensive,
this
bulky
guy.
Teams, Marcos
Mark,
and,
or Michael,
Wolf
sorry,
seem
Michael.
Likely to perhaps come out on top. They're both
He
going
lost
right,
in the
so I think
finals
we're gonna learn
last
something
year.
interesting as we move through the tournament here.
He's 11-2
It's really
right
impressive
now.
runs to get to this point, but now we're in the
He's
top
my
cut
pick to
stage.
win right now.
These amazing players with these amazing.
I don't
kind of
think
more
we've seen
defensive,
him on
balanced
stream
teams,
yet. I'm interested to
falling
see
off,
what
and,
his team is.
Shadow Rider, I think, was almost all of our most likely choice, I guess, as a restricted Pokemon to win the tournament. But the way the end of this has played out, a little bit different maybe than we were expecting so far.
Yep,
Sorry, I
Marco
thought my mic was
did
muted.
unfortunately
I
lose
couldn't.
in that top 16 match, but I guess luckily
You know
for
one thing I'm
Yusheng,
wondering?
ended up actually winning.
I
and
kept
it's gonna be
seeing
another
people
Terapagos
post
that
yesterday,
makes its
like,
way
what was
into the top
Wolfie's
8.
team? What was
The final
Wolfie's
one
team?
that I
Because
wanted
everyone's
to
talking
call
about how
out
he was
here that we
16
did
and
get a
0
chance to
after
see the results
yesterday.
of
Thank you,
already
thank you.
is Navji Joshi versus
Everyone's talking about how he was
Ruben,
16
or
and 0
sorry,
after
versus
yesterday.
Antonio
Hey, look at
Sanchez.
Scott's
We
suit
did see
over here,
Navji
man.
actually
He's
take the
looking
win
good.
in that matchup, and that
You
one
see those
so exciting
shoes he
because we
had?
saw both of them play on stream. Actually, versus Ruben.
I like loafers like that. With no, like, tassel or anything
versus
on them.
Antonio Sanchez.
The Shadow Rider top 5 Pokemon on the usage chart.
I don't like
sort
dress
of
shoes.
team.
I like
A little less expected in
loafers
this
instead of
format.
like the shoe with the
There's been
laces.
formats
Because dress
past
shoes,
where
the
both of
laces
those
don't do
Pokemon were
nothing.
very
They're just there for
popular
looks. I just like a
and
loafer
I guess
instead.
Regieleki was back in Sword and Shield.
What was I talking about?
Certainly Landorus incarnate form just coming off.
I
of
just
a
had
format
something I was
where
talking
It was a
about.
key player, and we haven't
Just
seen nearly
before
as
I
much
got
of it in this
distracted by
restricted
Scott's
Pokemon
fit, I was like, I
format,
gotta shout him
but,
out.
These Pokemon proving to still be very effective in the right hands, and again, another look that maybe the other players in the top cut weren't expecting to be dealing with at this point in the tournament.
Yes, there's
I had
definitely
some-
some
it was something
surprises
good,
still in
but I
there,
just
and that's why
completely
we are
lost.
so excited to get you back over
We're
to
all
the
over the
action
place right now.
we have ahead of us for top 8 of the 2024 Pokemon World
Wait,
Championships.
can you not
So for
scroll
that,
back on the
Scott,
short
thank you.
streams?
We're gonna go ahead and send it back over to our casters waiting at the desk.
Oh,
Thanks so
Wolfie
much,
stream.
you two. It's
It was
exciting
off
stuff.
stream when he
I just want to
lost.
sit here and theorize so much about what we're going to
So,
see, who we're going to be seeing.
Everyone
as
was
top
talking
eight
yesterday.
top eight
What was
is
his team?
soon
What was his team? What was his
approaching.
team? What was
This
his team?
I mean, this competition's great.
Then he battled
Yeah,
on
we're getting
stream,
into the top 8 of the World
won,
Championships here, and
and then
you
he
said,
had 3
throughout,
battles
the
afterwards,
matches are
lost,
just getting
lost,
better and
lost.
better, and we're going to be able to feature 2 players.
Do you
who
think
we
it's
haven't
because
actually been
people
able to
saw
put
his
on the
team?
broadcast yet, which is great to see because we get a bit more variety in team builds. Some interesting ones to say the least going into this next one. So
Luffy versus Katakuri is
Luca
crazy. It
Cherubelli
is, dude.
a player
I remember.
very
I don't
well
want to
known
spoil
over
anything,
in the
but
European scene.
seeing
Had a
that
very
fight for the
strong
first
end to
time, I'm like,
season,
oh my
of course,
god.
finalist in that
To this day,
Bologna
though, my favorite
special
fight's
event
Luffy
before
versus
we finished
Lucci.
up in Europe this
At,
year, coming up against Chenwei
Ennie's lobby.
Zhang, another player I'm not too familiar with, but has
Who's
had
been
an
Luffy's
absolute
toughest opponent?
storm this
Kaido for
tournament.
sure.
It's exciting
100%
too that
Kaido.
when we get to feature someone we haven't quite got to see.
Like,
yet,
I won't
you know
spoil
that,
anything, but the people
hey,
he's
they've
fighting
been at
right
the top
now,
of the game. If they're making it to the
everyone was
top
kind of
8, do
anticipating
not
would be
worry,
like
'cause
the
we will
end
have
game
2
biggest,
top
baddest
8 matches
baddest
for you.
bosses
So
ever.
maybe if there's another one that you're
Like,
eyeing up,
Luffy's making them look like they're
considering there are
weak.
still World's runner-ups in our midst.
Like they're
well,
fodder, literally.
We probably have some good news.
It's literally they just have all the hacks.
and don't worry, we got 2 top 8s to cover. One of them will be after
Like, they just
this
have the
as well,
hacks
and I'm
to do
sure a
good.
lot of you are hoping for
Kaido,
one of those to be featured,
I mean,
which I'm sure it will be. But
Luffy
here and now,
died
we have
and
to
had to come
concentrate
back
on this
to
match.
life.
Of course, our players are getting set up.
It took
on
the
stage, so we'll be
entire
with them momentarily.
Wano Samurais,
it'd be good to kind of
Yamato,
talk about the
Zoro,
matchup a little bit
Kid,
between these 2 players because obviously they've come a
Law.
long way in the tournament. They've got to top 8. It's an
there anyone else who was
in
fighting?
itself, of
And then
course.
Luffy,
But
pre-death,
neither player are
post-death,
gonna
with
wanna
and without Gear 5.
Let this be the end of their tournament run,
And
right? They're gonna wanna
also,
go on,
he's
push
holding up
further
the
on,
island the entire
and have
time.
a bit more success to try and get a little bit closer to taking that world
I
championship
think
title.
Kaido 100%.
100%.
And I think Kaido
there's
still
a
would
lot
be
of different
considered the
archetypes
strongest
that we
there
get to
is.
see kind of coming into
I'm
the
being
Pokemon
honest.
World Championships, and
Can
archetype
Wolfie
that we've
or
gotten to
Wolfie,
see
can
ever
Luffy
since
become
the start
stronger
of
with Gear
Pokemon
5?
Scarlet
Probably.
and Violet.
Actually, I
And
think he
maybe
will.
has a little bit of a reputation
But
from
Kaido
it
was
being
just
some of the more longer, grindy matches to watch has been that Dondozo Tatsugiri.
Okay,
and
her
of course,
hair is 2
we're
different
so
colors
many
here, right?
regulations
I
later,
noticed that
we're
earlier. I'm
seeing
like, is
so
it
many
red on
different
one side and
looks. There
blind
was
on the other?
Tatsugiri,
I'm glad I
Dondozo,
wasn't going
Weezing
insane.
that showed
I
up
did
to
notice
World.
that.
So we knew
Yo,
that once we
Greninja
got
guy.
into the
I'm
top
into the
eight
TCG, so
competition,
I'm watching
I'm not
TCG.
surprised
It's
to
funny.
see
Dude, I tried
one
watching
Dondozo
it yesterday.
Tatsugiri still in our
I
midst.
legit
And that's what
couldn't
we've
figure
got
here. I'll
next.
pull
It's
up the
gonna be exciting
TCG
to
stream
see
right
it
now.
because it's
I
come so
couldn't
far in the
figure out
tournament,
what
done
was
so
going
well.
on.
Both players, though, going with the same restricted Pokemon, and a restricted Pokemon that
Look,
I
are they in a-
said earlier
oh, they're not
on
in a battle right now.
lounge that,
Chip, you talked
might have not
about,
had as much of a splash in day 2 as what I expected it to, but
Does that guy have
here
Zero
we
or
are.
giving
2
him a
of
hug?
them are in top 8, so we've got Miraidon being the choice of restricted
my
from both
goat!
players. Now,
That's my
going over to
goat!
Luca's side, that's the restricted that he's very familiar with. He had all that success with
Top
earlier
8
in the
right here.
season at that Bologna region.
These guys are battling for their lives. No, but we
it's
were
no
watching it
surprise to
yesterday,
see his
and
familiarity with
I
that
could. They kept like
Pokemon,
shuffling through the
and
cards.
bringing
Like
it and having
I've
success
played
in the World
Yu-Gi-Oh,
Championships as well. Some different
and
picks
it's
from what he
the
did play in
turns.
Bologna, but
My
of
turn, I'm
course,
doing stuff.
the
Your
format
turn, you're
has
doing stuff.
shifted
Now as it's
slightly because we've
evolved,
had a lot more
obviously,
events
like there's
since
now like I do
then,
this
in the
trap,
lead up
even
to the
like
World
you're doing
Championships.
all
A
of
lot
this
more
stuff,
time for these players
even
to
though it's
practice
the
in this
opponent's
format
turn.
as well.
But the
Even though I think
TCG,
that just
I
means
couldn't.
that we've gotten to
I didn't know
expand
who
upon
was
Miraidon
doing
just
what.
a little bit here.
It looked
got
like they were
to
just both
really
going
come out of the
nonstop.
gates, I think kind of really
So I have no idea how the
misunderstood to start
TCG
things things off, players kind of
That's the thing. That's honestly
At the very beginning, yeah.
kind of crazy
exactly.
thing.
Sure.
And then
When it comes to my knowledge about Pokemon,
adjust to it.
I
and
know
to see then other
so
restrictors
much
pop
about the
off, But this
TCG.
Pokemon has always
Like,
delivered a shock to the field.
Wizards
and
of the
being able to have
Coast
other
era
really powerful Pokemon paired up with it attacking something that we've gotten to
entire
see
Ruby and
this Hearthstone
Sapphire era.
Overclock kind of
I
making
know
a little
like
bit more of a
pretty much
resurgence. This is
everything
such
there
a
is to
strong
know about
Pokemon.
every
This
card
is
in
a team
all
built
those sets.
with this offense.
Like I can just start
and
rattling
going back
stuff
to the
off.
Miraidon quickly, I think when
I
we
did a
say
tier list
both
with some
players
cards.
using
You guys are gonna see
Miraidon,
this
there's
tier list
two
video.
iterations on
I
either
think
side of
next
the field as
Saturday
well,
is
so
when
it's
I'm
not
gonna
gonna be
post
a
it.
complete
But
mirror
I
of
was impressing
Miraidon
myself with
versus
how I was
Miraidon.
able to
There is a
remember some of
complete
these
different
cards and what
build
sets they were
approach
from.
to using this Pokemon from both sets
Yet
of
for the
players. So
actual
it's going to be really
TCG,
interesting to see how that particular interaction is
I
gonna
don't know,
play out
left,
in this
right,
match,
up, down.
because
Did
on
Wolfie
one side
lose?
of the
He
field,
did.
you've got the very common,
did.
more offensive Miraidon that we see more frequently,
Right
but
here.
over on Chenway's side of the field, you've got something that we don't see that
lost.
commonly in
Top,
an
finished
Assault
top
Fest
32.
Maraudon, which is very interesting. And like I say, the
First
interaction with
elimination
that
round, he
Maraudon
lost.
against the Choice Specs, I think is quite an exciting one.
I
The
think it's
prospect of
because he
who's
battled
gonna
on
come out
stream.
top. Of course, it's not just about the restricted; it's about the Pokemon that can.
Because I wonder if not everyone knew his team probably
these players
before.
are able to kind of utilize the tools that they've got to get this far in the tournament, to get that one step further.
It's nice because especially when you're staring
See,
down
I don't know
the
how it
Maraudon
works
on the
there, though.
opposing end, and you're maybe scared of something like a Draco.
Because like I
Meteor
know
just trying to
outside of the
absolutely
people,
delete
like
you, because you
I,
don't want to be on the
I
wrong
kept
end
seeing
of a
people
choice
say
specs,
last
because Draco
night, like,
Meteor,
what's his team,
well,
what's his
you
team,
can
what's his
use
team.
your
No one knew what his
Terastallization,
team
Fairy
was.
Type, all of a sudden nothing's going to happen. But
Then he battles
all
on
of a
stream and
sudden,
loses every
you're
battle
gonna be
after he
neutral
battles
to
on
these
stream.
electric type attacks. So having something like that Assault Vest to be taking those attacks a lot better, I think is really, really nice in the matchup, because sometimes when you're
They had to nerf
Terastallized, you
him.
could be
Like he's
all
literally
of a
undefeated
sudden
right now.
neutral
They
to
have to
something
nerf
you
him.
really don't want to be neutral from. But I think too,
I mean,
even
to
if
be
we
fair,
don't
the best
necessarily
start
see
ever
these
to
Assault
Worlds
Vests come
going
into play
undefeated.
too
No one's ever
often,
done that.
There's a lot of really powerful attackers from Luca's end, more so built on that physical attacking end that won't really
I want to see
necessarily
if
care
this
about that. So I'm
Michael's
curious
gonna win.
if maybe
So
there'll be
this
a
guy
little
right
bit of
here,
a disadvantage
Michael
coming out from
Kelch?
here in
Oh,
terms
God, I
of
probably
the
said his
damage
last name wrong.
output, because that
But
might
he
be a little
lost in the
lacking.
World's
Yeah,
Finals
that could
last
be.
year.
I think if you
And
look
he's
at
the one that kind of
Chenway's team,
surprised
we'll
everyone.
get
He
into
pulled
the
up with a
actual meat and
Dragapult.
bones of it in a minute, but they are a player that have opted for use of all of the choice items
Murphy's
as well,
asleep
and I
now.
think that's quite an interesting and quite a brave thing to do coming into the World Championships, because the choice items are great in one regard where they can give you a boost if you're using the Scarf, where you get the jump on a lot of things in the format, and making sure that you don't have to rely on speed control, tailwind, icy wind, because you can bring it onto the field, it's automatic. Choice Specs is another one. It gives you that huge power boost. We know it's on the Maraudon on Luca's side of the field, but on Chenway's side, it's on the Goldingo, and I think that is really
Goldingo, I gotta
interesting
crack
as well.
Goldingo.
And the one thing that is a bit of a double-edged sword
That
with
one you
these
guys
choice
gave
items
me.
is you are having to lock into one move,
Yeah.
and if it is the wrong choice,
Rip
it can
Wolfie.
really be a detriment to you, because you then have to adjust board positions, and that's when your opponent can start to capitalize in those positions, capitalize on the fact that you have to switch out, take advantage of those incoming.
Oh, here we
Pokemon,
go,
especially if
Masters
everything
Top Cut
has
for
been
TCG.
revealed at that point in the game.
Oh, they're in top
you know,
8 as
Luca, very
well.
smart player, will be able to pick up on that, but at the same time, Chenway
Yeah, both
has
are in
those
top 8
options
over
as
here.
well to shut down immediate threats on Luca's side of the field and limit those options as well.
Before we dive just a little bit deeper into this match, we do have our bracket ready, so you can peep all of the matchups that we have here across the board. The top 8, so excited when we're looking, and yeah, the bottom matchup is who we're going to be featuring for this next one.
The
But
bottom
man, oh
matchup?
man, this is some
I wanna see
great
the top
matches all around.
matchup.
And again, we will get the opportunity to feature two of these top 8 matchups.
Yeah, Diego there, you can see at the top of the bracket coming up against Michiel Kelch. And what an incredible game that is.
Oh,
Of course,
Michiel
Diego was one of our
Kelch.
players
Sorry, I
that
said his
came
name
into
completely
day
wrong.
2
No, I got the last
undefeated
name
and
right.
has
I didn't say
managed to get
Michael,
all
though. I
the
said
way to
it's
top 8
Michiel.
with that Calyrex Ice Rider and the Ursaluna team. An incredible feat from a remarkable player as well. So
He's got
it'll
an
be very
Ursaluna?
interesting to see which one of these players can overcome the other one and make it into the semi-finals. Got some
Like, I
really
think it'd be so
great other
cool to
matches. I'm
play
gonna leave one of them
VGC
for you, 'cause
and,
there's
like,
a
be
fellow
good and play in
countryman,
tournaments.
in that Canadian.
I don't think there's ever a
that is
chance
doing
in,
so
in
well going up
anything
against
that
a
I'd
really
ever
tough
be able to do
opponent
anything like
next
that.
in Songjae's team.
The NA representation, it's Canada carrying it right now, so exciting stuff. And when you're looking at unique Pokemon too, whether you're, hey, I got to
There's not
cheer
a
on
single
Canadian,
US
or
person
I gotta
left.
cheer on, you know, a unique pick coming on out with Regieleki, that is definitely super, super exciting. So it'll be definitely interesting to see how that one is shaken up. But I think it's a due time that we start talking a little bit, dive back into our
I like this
matchup
animation
and
they
make
got
sure
in
we
the back with
properly
the
set
water.
the stakes for this one, because we've gotten to talk a lot of different things. But pairing up side by side, obviously, when I'm looking at Luca and how he's going to be approaching this matchup, Dondozo is a team that you'd figure you have to see a couple of. I know player doesn't necessarily have the greatest Dondozo answer, but going
you know
into
what?
the
There's
World
the Pokemon Go
Championships,
guy. Should we
I
pull
feel
up
like you
Pokemon
have to
Go?
have some sort of great game plan, because that's not one you want to take the
TCG,
loss to.
sorry. I know
For
nothing
sure.
about
I think
this
if you look
one.
at Luca's team, he's got the offensive tools to be able to deal with it from both angles, you know?
Pokemon
If you look
Go,
at
I play a
Dondozo,
lot.
its Terra typing is grass. So if it does go to that grass Terra typing, it's not the best thing to have in front of it, but
Ooh,
you
that's
do
a
have
cool
a very
Volcarona pin.
offensive outlet
They
with that
matching?
Ogerpon with the Hearth Flame. You're going to be able to do some
Dang, he's got a
big
full
damage
sucks
that
on.
Pokemon. Of course, with the Unaware, it will ignore that attack boost that you get if you decide to commit your Terrestrialization to that Pokemon, but at least you've got a way to hit it for super effective damage. If the Dondozo doesn't decide
Oh,
to
here we
try
go, starting,
and it keeps that water typing, then you've got your Miraidon. You know, Luca is running that Choice Specs item. It is going to be able to throw out some big damage, potentially knockout damage onto that Pokemon.
Yeah, the casters real go all out with their fits.
When it's
If you guys saw me there, I'd be dressed to the nines.
If you'll overlook on Chenwei's side, he doesn't really have a way to change the terrain because he's also running the Miraidon. So I think that's something that, you know, might indicate what we'll see Chenwei doing in this match. But maybe, again,
like
he's
his
got a
shirt,
lot of options. Like we've said,
white
there's a
tee
lot
with
of
the Pokemon
choice
logo.
items here. But before we
That's
get into
kinda
it,
cool.
we can have a look at the accolades of these players.
We got to know what the players have been up to. If they've been
Using
at
the
top
same
8,
thing
we
the
wanna
designs
see
around this
what
year's
they've
Worlds have
gotten
been nice.
to
I
before.
love the
And hey, I love that we
like
have
Alola
especially on Lucas
in
and someone who's been
Hawaii
dated back
being
quite
like
a little bit, being able to start off
same.
Torino's special event
And then having
champion,
events for
and
Pokemon
really
in
being able
Hawaii
to make some
is
splashes
perfect.
in some big tournaments since. I mean, even looking at top 8 at UIC, whereas over on Shinjui's side,
Like, I get
top
it. They want
8,
the World
I mean, the
Championships to be
competition's
all over, but,
fierce
like-
out there. So yeah, top 8, fantastic,
That
and you're
ju-
proving you can do it
being
again
in
here.
Honolulu,
Yeah,
I
and
just think
he's
is
got
perfect.
Such an
They
interesting
should have it here
team
every year.
to bring into this tournament as well. It's going to give Luca
Like, Japan was
a really
cool.
hard time, but we are going to take
They
a
had
deeper
Tokyo
dive
last
into
year.
Luca's team. I know we've
London-
talked about a few things so far, but we
London's
do have
always gray
the
and
big hitters.
rainy.
That Choice Specs Miraidon.
They won
I think
Boston,
another big player in this match
Massachusetts.
is going to be the Ogerpon. The glue that's going
That
to stick things
sucks.
together as well.
LA,
for Luca is going to be
LA's
things like
awful.
that Iron Hands. The security that you've got with that.
Just do
focus, that
Hawaii
animation
every
food,
year.
it does allow
You know what
a
I was
little bit
thinking?
more
I'm gonna put my
leeway
guess in
to
for
take an
next year.
attack, get a big important
Australia.
returning attack
Have they been to
probably
Sydney,
get some return
Australia
on that. And
before?
The other one I would like to mention is that Whimsicott.
I think
of
that's
course,
where they're gonna
has
go.
got that encore that could play a pivotal role against something like
Sydney,
a Dondozo,
Australia.
especially if it
That's
does
my
lock into
guess.
something like
Let's
Protect.
look that
you can
up.
get the
Every
Whimsicott in
world's
on
location.
A key turn, you can really shut that Pokemon down. That's a way that you could, one way at least. I'm sure Luca's got his own game plan to kind of approach this matchup. The other thing is the Fergaraf, that Armor Tail. If we do see something like that Dragonite come out from Chenwei, it has got extreme speed, has got the choice band. You kind of want to have a way to
I'll leave the commentators
stop
on.
that because that is going to be doing
Florida,
a
Cali,
lot of damage. It's going to be
California,
ripping through your side of the field, and with the Fergaraf, it's a great way
Florida's
to be
cool.
able to prevent
Orlando's
that.
cool. They do
Having
good events in
options
Orlando.
into this
California,
Dondozo is key,
disgusting.
because when you have
Anaheim,
this
California,
leftovers
disgusting.
and normally the opportunity
Hawaii,
just kind of
amazing.
But Protect, I'm a
Florida,
okay,
good.
I'm gonna
San
go
Diego,
back to Protect.
Hawaii,
this
good.
Pokemon can
Flo-
be
Oh, this
not
they did
really the
Hawaii
most
a
fun to
ton
get
early.
through. I'm eyeing up that move item
Then they
of
did
choice
2012 and they
looking
haven't
at
been
that
back there
Earthquake, 'cause
since.
Offhand, I think the Iron Hands compare well into this until
Man, a
you
lot
see
of
the
these are in
Earthquake
the
can be
US,
dealing
huh?
a really good amount of
All of
damage
them have been in the
onto
US. There
a
was
decent
one in
amount of Pokemon
Canada.
onto the field here. Even the Miraidon would
London.
not appreciate any of
So you know
these
what? That is
hits.
kind of cool. They went to
And
London. I
being
didn't realize
able to
how
then
many were in
have
the
this
US.
Miraidon of your own to be pressuring. Again, I'm a little bit worried about the damage output there, but
Yeah,
if you can just
2
start
years
chunking things
canceled.
up
I
enough
wonder where they were
that
meant
the
to be these
Dondozo
2
can
years.
then come in to then finish everyone off. Well, it's a team effort after all.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really glad you highlighted that. I think the other thing to note as well is if the
It's gonna be in San Francisco in 2026. The city let that slip.
Right, because the
Seriously?
Tatsugiri has got that choice scarf.
See,
But
like
it's not
these
one of those
stupid
Pokemon
idiots
in
over
an
there can't
endgame
even figure
situation
that
where,
out.
Yes, you remove the Dondozo. We've seen it many times before where players do that, but unfortunately the Tatsugiri comes out because of that choice scarf. It's got the jump on everything else on the field, and it's able to kind of clean things up. So it's kind of having that thought in the back of your head, if you are Luca, about how best to deal with that Dondozo Tatsugiri if it is brought to this battle, which you would imagine it probably will be.
Yeah, if we are going into the Dondozo mode, it is an absolute must bring. And when I'm eyeing this up, if you're not going for that mode, the Dragonite, it wouldn't,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
you'd
Google
have to
says,
be locking
yeah,
into
San
something. And
Francisco.
if you don't want to be locking
Well,
into that
2025.
priority because
It
of the
doesn't- it's not gonna say,
all of a
right?
sudden you
This
could be
is
all
New
day
Orleans.
long,
That's
and
just
if
the
a
North
Draco maybe
American
you're not necessarily
championships.
have a great time. I think the Chiyu, when you're looking up the Urshifu over on Luca's end, might also not really enjoy your time in the top 8 here at the World Championships. So
Well, that's
I
such
look
a
at the
L. They
Dondozo
should move
Tatsugiri, I
it.
think
If it
it's an
got, if
archetype
they
that's
leaked
made
it,
this
take it
far.
out.
And if you can position this right, oh, this could be disastrous.
Yeah, I think one thing that you
Nah,
could
if
do
they-
if you
'cause
are
that's one of
Luca
the
is
coolest
look
parts
at
about
your
Worlds.
Miraidon and your Whimsicott,
Like the
because Whimsicott on
anticipation,
Luca's
the
side of field
last
does have
thing they
a
have
light
is
screen.
the announcement for
And
where it's going to
getting
be
the light
next
screen
year.
up
So
with
then
your
next year,
Miraidon
we're not
probably
going to
gives you
have that.
enough of a buffer buffer to be able to
take it from them.
potentially
Don't let them
take
have it. They
the
leaked
Draco
it.
Meteor
Get it
from
out of
either
there.
the Miraidon or the Tatsugiri on Chenwei's side of the field, because the Miraidon there isn't choice specs, so it's not as powerful, of course, and the Tatsugiri is not going to be up to the same sort of power levels with just the choice scarf. So I think that light screen gives you a little bit of a buffer, a cushion almost, to allow you to lead that and maybe utilize that
Hawaii's
Whimsicott
the
in a way
perfect place.
where it's giving you a bit more of a defensive backbone from those big.
I think the Japan one was like
threats.
for the. I remember Wolfie made a video about this. The Japan one, I believe, for the competitors kind of sucked.
One of the things that Chi has at his advantage.
A lot of people have like issues getting in. I remember.
So it is going to have the buffer almost like the Urshifu and Lucas side of the field, and will take a little bit extra time to deal with.
That was also going to require then the commitment to the Whimsicott. I do think that it is something we couldn't
I can
bring
hear
down
the
to
Pokemon.
this match,
How
considering
loud
well
do they have the
can
Pokemon
make
Go
sure that you get the tailwind,
audio?
you can be matching the
I can hear them
boosted
doing the
speed,
charge
and you don't
moves.
want to be
Do you hear that in the background?
playing a speed tie if you're eyeing up these two Miraidons, right? But being able to block behind that
You
light
hear
screen.
that?
And for Shenmue, even if the Dondozo obviously won't care about that light screen, a lot of the other attackers onto this team really, really do. It even puts something like the Golden Go in a really tough position because you want to make sure that Choice Specs is in the prime spot. And if you're committing straight up to this Golden Go in the Chi Yu with that Beads of Ruin to counteract, well, then are you leaving your restricted at home or you're not bringing the Dondozo Tatsugiri?
One thing that is so cool is how it's like the whole
something.
stage
You can't bring
and everything like that.
everything to
Like
the
you look
match.
back to
Yeah,
the older
that's where
Pokemon World
the
Championships.
conundrum comes in, right? Shenmue's got some real big decisions to make on how best to approach this matchup against
Like they
Luka,
don't, they're not like
Luka's got
these,
some
they weren't these big,
offensive threats,
massive
and he's
grand
got
events.
really good lines of support to support those, to unleash those onto the battlefield. And you've got to really get your Pokemon picks spot on, I think, going into this match. I think we might see.
I thought the first
maybe,
one was in Hawaii.
I mean, at this stage of the tournament, we're in the
In
top 8.
05.
I'm sure Chen Wei knows his team inside out, probably has lines against this sort of build that's coming up against Luka. But again, you know, like you say, if you are bringing that combination of Pokemon, you are going to have to leave something at home, and preferably you probably don't want to be leaving your restricted is one of the most potent, powerful Pokemon. But then if you are bringing the Chi-Yu and the Miraidon, then are you leaving the Dondozo Tatsugiri, which feels like such a really good call into this and gives
Was
Luka
this
a
the
lot
same
of
place it
headaches
was
to
at
think about.
before?
This is reminiscent of the 222 coming
Why
on out with the
could they?
Dondozo Tatsugiri, where sure, what do you leave at home? But all of a sudden, if your opponent doesn't necessarily know that
Oh, no, they were in this
two
village
powerful
thing.
Pokemon combination that you're going to bring, you
Wow,
can catch
look
them
at
off guard
this.
as that, because there is going to be
Petroglyph.
options that you have to kind of change things up going into a game 2 or game 3. And I think that this is a team that if you lead wrong into it, could be absolutely disastrous. And that's not something you necessarily want to be on the wrong side of when you're looking at a top 8. You want to find the consistent options, and you want to open the floodgates right away. You do not want to
That's
let
crazy.
this
Look, 'cause
Dondozo
that's, I
just
assume,
run
seawater,
all
and that's
over
fresh
you,
water.
or just over-respect the Dondozo too
Yeah, it's
much
green.
that this Golden Go's literally going to make it rain.
Or it might not be fresh
Yeah,
water,
and I
it's
think
rainwater
one thing
probably.
with the
Or
Dondozo as well, if
overflow
that
from
is
the
something that we
seawater,
see in
actually,
this
if I'm
match,
being
you've
completely
outlined that the Earthquake could be quite threatening. There are some nice, interesting Terra types on Luka's side of the field. I mean, really interesting, quite a niche Terra type on that Iron
What does this
Hands is
convention
the
center
Bug
look
Terra
like?
typing. And Bug has a resistance to ground. So for that instance, it's
People are lighting
the Iron
fireworks
Hands
off out
becomes
there.
quite an interesting pick for Luka.
Dang,
Not
this is
only
where they're at
provides
this
you with
year?
Fake out support when you want. It gives you a nice switch into everything that isn't a fairy type attack. I'd say that, and a Draco Meteor, really. You don't want to be
Look
taking
at
the Draco,
this.
but you've got the Assault Vest, right?
Yeah.
But those electric type attacks coming in, it's a nice sponge to bring onto the field and give something that's next to it a little bit of support. And I think it does help threaten that Dondozo, at least slows it down for a turn with that fake out, and then can stop pressuring
Man, if it's
depending
Australia,
on
but that'd
where
be
the
far.
terrestrialization comes in. But again, like we see, that running trend through so many of these top-level games. It's all about these little
That'd be
decisions.
sick. I
The
told you guys
tools
the
are
goal
there
is to
for
get
the trainer
invited by
use.
Pokemon to
It's
the next
about
world.
How you're best
They
picking
invite me to
the
Australia?
right tool for this particular
That'd be
matchup. Where
sick.
is your best terrestrialization?
Yeah.
Where is your
See, I don't
best
know
full
any of the
Pokemon
teams
gonna be
left.
picked?
Especially, too, if you are looking at the Iron
It's a
Hands,
new
like,
era
this
of
is the
Unite.
key to be going up against this Dondozo. You
Alright,
still
are we
have to
gonna
be
start
respectful
this
of the
battle?
Miraidon over onto the opposing end.
Wonder how much
and
it costs to
the
put on
fact that
World's
it can be
location,
firing
especially
off
when the
a powerful
production value is
Draco
pretty
Meteor
high.
into your
Yeah,
own
you're right.
potentially. And when you do have that Terra Fairy onto
They-
your
they
own
go
Miraidon,
all
something
out
that
for
would be
this.
resistant in
I
the
mean,
hit,
as they should,
that's
though.
something that's a little bit hard pressed. I feel like a lot of the Miraidon matchups that we see terrestrialization a lot of the time go in that
Like, if
sort
they
of way,
want it to
whether
be
it
a
is on
big
the
deal,
defensive or on the offensive
and like they
pressure.
want,
So something
because like
you can't
obviously the people that
necessarily just
compete
spread too much
really
into
care
this
about
matchup.
this.
So I'll be
But
very,
if they
very
want the
curious. It might
fans,
even just
people
be a
like
game
me,
time decision. You
like,
get in, see where
I'm a-
Shenmue's
I'm
mind
a
is
spectator.
at, and
I'm
just
not a
go for
competitor.
it. But I do love that bug
Like,
Terra type. It's
make
something
it a
that was
whole
on
special
the,
event.
On the Raging
Go
Bulls there
all
for a
out
little
with it.
bit,
Make it look as
specifically for
cool
any of
as
those ground
possible.
type attacks. So I love to see it make a resurgence.
Because that
on
would then get
a
more
Pokemon I
people
didn't
involved with
necessarily
it. Like,
expect it to be on.
look how cool
Yeah,
that
definitely.
looks.
And
I
think
want to
for
go
this
battle
particular
them.
matchup,
I want to
probably
be on that
something that
stage
Lucas
battling.
really thankful
Then next thing you know, they're
that was
playing.
the
They're like,
decision he
I
made
want to be
because of how
alongside a cool
beneficial
Pokemon
if he
like
does decide to
Crustle,
go with that
battling
Iron
on the
Man,
world
it's gonna be.
stage.
It's finally time, guys. All good things worth waiting for. Time to hop into our first top.
Ooh,
match
shiny
here
iron
in
hands.
Honolulu. Dondozo out the bat is going to be hitting the
Wait, no,
field.
that's not
Iron
shiny.
hands on the
Why does
opposing end.
Sparkle
Both
like that then?
Trainers bringing the restricted. It's going to be Miraidon v Miraidon.
Yeah, this is a tricky bold position straight off the bat for Luca, especially. I mean, he's got access to that fake out. It could go onto the Dondozo. That's an easy slot to stop moving this next turn to get that flinch. But the Miraidon becomes a bit of an issue because do you fire an attack if you're expecting the Tatsugiri to come in just into the Dondozo? If you do that, you're kind of leaving the Miraidon potentially open on the field to launch back with a Draco Meteor of its own. And if you're Luca, you don't have that Assault Vest. You don't have that immediate kind of buffer to take that damage, even though the Chen Wei
Is something wrong with this
isn't
thing?
boosted by the choice specs. It's still going to be hitting super effective damage. Do we see a terrestrialization to get around that from Luca, where you go for that fairy terrestrialization early on, commit to that? If you do that, then the Earthquake becomes a little bit more problematic later on, but looks like we are seeing.
All right, hold on, folks. We're going to wait a little. Like I said, all good things worth waiting for. We're going to take another second because we're excited for this one to be a cooker as we figure out what's going on for this stage here. We got to make sure everything is in order, right?
We're just going to take a few moments to get this resolved. I've also just heard as well that Luca's... Yeah, so here we go. We'll get back into it. I think there's just some technical difficulties there.
We'll get the breaking news as soon as we have it. Do not worry,
kind of
folks.
waiting with
That didn't
you
count as
to
a
hear
loss
what's
for him, did it?
happened, What's going on? But yeah, we'll be back into the match soon. I guess it gives us a bit more time to kind of debate.
And
now
add to
we
the
know.
drama.
Yeah, because we now know what these players are kind of leading with, right? Like Luca is obviously confident the Iron Hands is going to be a really good play into this matchup, given that initial fake out.
So
It's going to give
what's the point of those
options
headsets if when they
fast-life,
need to
but
talk
then
to
there
each
is
other,
that
they
mind
take
game
them off?
between the two Miraidons leading, right? And I think Chenwei did really well in that situation to throw his Miraidon onto the field next to that Dondozo, because it does leave the question, right? If you go for an attack into that slot and the Tatsugiri comes in, the command ability activates, goes into its mate Dondozo's
The
mouth
headset's
and
just
gets
for
the
show?
Omni boost, you're wasting an attack and you kind of
Wait,
slip
no,
out on the
someone
field
said
against
earlier they
this
play like a white
boosted
noise in 'em.
Dondozo the next turn, yes, you can slow it down for one turn.
Yeah.
But the thing is, not attacking into
I think it was
like
the
you
last
mentioned
on-stream game before
and
I
the
went
Miraidon
live.
being left alone is
I
the
had
most
it on.
dangerous thing. So you feel like you have to be a bit cautious here. You have to cover bases. And I don't think you can leave the Dondozo in a position where you don't fake it out either. I mean, you can, but...
It's tough because...
It's tough.
Yeah, because if you want to fake out the Dondozo and then all of a sudden the Miraidon does go on the offensive, that is a Dondozo, that is a Miraidon you definitely don't want to be staring down unless you want to commit your own terrestrialization from the get-go. And even then, something like a powerful switch.
What was wrong,
so
do
that
you
could
think?
be tough.
Yeah, and I think the other thing to talk about as well there is if you don't fake out into the Dondozo, it does have the order up attack, which could, if you don't terrestrialize on Luca's side of the field, do super effective damage, which is really, again, an easy way to deal with the Miraidon if you don't click the right options at that point in the game. And I think it shows, although Chenwei has obviously some limitations with what he can do with the choice items that he's picked throughout the team, I think he really picked a really perfect lead here to go into Luca to give
So
him
what happens?
so
Are they
many
required to
questions,
put
so
the
many
same lead, or
things
are they meant to
decide
change it
upon,
up?
and, you know, you get those decisions wrong and a game can kind of slip away from you very, very quickly.
And that's the dangerous thing when you're going up against
Yo,
these
Hector, thank you for
Dondozo
tuning in.
Tatsugiri teams, and despite the fact that they're not the biggest representation
I wonder what
out
happened.
here at the World
It looked like the
Championships,
battle was going
they
fine
are teams
then.
that have found that level of success.
Like the judge was
because
talking to the dude
especially
on the
that
left, his
pivotal
name's
turn
Lucas.
where it's the
And he
does
was
the
telling him something,
Tatsugiri,
then
does
he
the Tatsugiri
he
not
quit
swap
out.
in. That's where trainers can really find themselves on the back foot on just one single turn. We've seen how games have really just turned on their head with one protect that maybe just you weren't planned for, and that was a double in. One move, and that Tatsugiri being able to be the perfect distraction to let the Dondozo go crazy is nuts. And if you get that wrong, well, then the Miraidon can also just style on you.
That's so
Are the
true
commentators
as
still
well.
talking about
we're
how
just
that
hearing
battle could have
now
played
there
out?
was a bit of an issue
Is that
with
what they're
the-
talking about right now?
The start of that match with the team being locked in, so the players will be starting 0-0. We'll be getting into the match in a moment, so it will be starting from fresh. There's no actual issues with anything to do with the players, just a bit of an issue technically on the technical side of things.
Like I said, add to the drama to the World Championships, baby.
So are the commentators that are
Now we
talking,
have to
they
think
don't
about
hear
going
them
back
at
into
the
this
event,
match
right?
With where the trainers' minds might be at, because with this lead
That's
coming
one kind
on
of
out,
weird
do
thing
we
when you go to a
still
sports
think
game,
that
you don't realize.
on paper that this
When
is
you're
the
there,
best
you don't hear the
lead?
commentators.
Or is it more so you got to get that 50-50 from the get-go correct?
I I think from Chenwei's point of view, I think it's a great lead because I think it gives.
I was at a
Luka
soccer
lot
game
of
like a
things to
year or
think
two
about,
ago.
and it's really the ball's kind of
And
in Luka's
I had
court
been to
say,
sports games before.
Where are you going to
But I didn't actually
right?
realize,
What
like,
are you
yeah, there's
gonna
no
do this next
commentators.
turn? Because there's lots of options there for both players to do, right? But there is immediate threats on Luka's side of the field. I think with the assault vest that Chengwei has, it does give him a little bit more of a buffer maybe against some of those Miraidon attacks. And there's also the mind game as well of, does Chenwei go for the terrestrialization on Miraidon to try and catch the Draco Meteor? Or does Luka go for the terrestrialization to catch a potential order?
There's
from
no
the
way he
Dondozo
has
if
lenses in those
Tatsugiri
glasses.
comes
Do
in,
you see that?
or
Like, look at
if that
both
Miraidon
these guys
sticks
here. You
around
can
on the
easily
field
tell there's a
and
lens. I
launches
can
its
see
own
the
Draco
reflections. I can see the
Meteor.
reflections.
It really is one of those questions where I think you do have the iron hands to alleviate a little bit of that. But you've got to get that decision
There's
right.
no
And
way
I
there's
think
lenses in there.
maybe for Luka, I don't think it's a bad lead because I think that offensive pressure you've got with the iron hands, I think applies a lot of pressure to Chenwei's side of the field. And again, you don't really want to leave your Dondozo sitting duck in that situation to take a fake out or a double up into, because it's so easy for Luka to say, okay, well, I'm just going to fake you out and volt switch into you.
Reminder as we're about to head back into this game here. This is just 0-0, fresh game reset, no shenanigans. We're kicking it from the get-go. Let's pretend the last 5 minutes didn't happen here. For the first
Dude,
time, we're about to
VGC
talk
has so many problems. They were the last one to start it yesterday. They have all these delays. They're the only ones that are behind schedule.
Dondozo over on Luka, a little bit. We're going to see the same.
It's interesting as well here. I think one thing to pick up on is Luka's Miraidon and the hit-on engine activated before the
Oh, so they
one
did
on
go.
Chenwei's
So I
side.
wonder if
So
they
does that
told them to go the
indicate
same
that
leads,
Luka
or
has the faster Miraidon. That's something to keep in mind for the rest of this game, I think, as well, because if you do have the faster Miraidon, especially in an endgame situation, it could really help you close out how both players approach this.
All right, well, it's a swap. Miraidon's leaving. Dondozo's best friend is the Tatsugiri, and it will be joining it for start off turn number 1 here, Commander. It's been a bit since we've gotten to see a Dondozo, but Dondozo...
Yeah, this was one of the cracked strategy at the very beginning.
We're about to get boosts galore.
Yeah, I think they said it was a
The
tech
speed,
issue.
the attack, the defense,
I don't know what it was,
special
though.
defense. The Dondozo
I tell you guys all the time, I'm not
all
great with
out
the tech stuff.
offensive. And on the opposing end,
I don't know how to
you
do
have
nothing.
watch out, but terrestrialization is going to be hitting the stage as well. Dondozo, baby.
Dude, someone's been. There's like a fireworks show going on outside right now. It sounds like someone's been lighting fireworks for the past 15 minutes.
On Luka's side of the field, really great defensive terrestrialization here, but it is going to be susceptible to this fake out here.
Like a constant thing, too. It's not like a couple.
Going into the Miraidon, though, so it avoids it as we see a Volt switch come out into that Dondozo, taking that so comfortably.
You can't disrespect the pressure that the Miraidon puts out there, but the swap means nothing happens into that slot. Tatsugiri takes no hit. And Dondozo will be able to act on this turn. It takes a little bit of damage, but Whimsicott hitting the field is going to make sure that you're not taking an Earthquake onto the Miraidon, but Iron Hands, that attack boost
A lot
is
of
doing
damage to that Iron Hands.
a lot to it. You do not appreciate that whatsoever.
You called it, Sierra. You said that Earthquake was going to be a big threat to these electric types on Luka's side of the field, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Chenwei playing an absolute masterstroke in this first turn, getting the Tatsugiri in, going for that Earthquake, the terrestrialization, all in.
Dondozo's a cool
Pokemon. Some really
Pokemon.
good returns here. The Whimsicott obviously in that position where it can take attacks a lot better, but that Iron Hands really threatened, has to get out of there as soon as possible.
One thing, I mentioned this yesterday, they got to make a stadium they play in for Worlds. I mean, they're playing at the stupid Orange Academy.
If this Dondozo
Or Ronha Academy or Ubas Academy, depending on what game you played.
I think we're about to see a lot of Earthquakes on our horizon. We got to see how much it did last time onto the Whimsicott, not nearly too much, but Ogerpon, neutral hit will be bringing it down to about half. So sure, maybe you're not
They should
changing
make like a special
moves,
stage
but
they battle in.
working out
Like,
for
you know
you
when you
right
do that
now.
tournament,
Yeah,
or like when you battle Lamona in the middle of the town? It should be that.
I mean, you're getting hit neutrally on the Ogerpon because
Surely
of
they can
fire
set that,
typing,
right?
but you're not going to be able to take too many of these, right? Encoring the Dondozo into that's great, but how many more Earthquakes are you going to be able to take? See the Ogerpon going down to 6 HP here. The Moonblast coming out from the Whimsicott, doing some decent damage, and an Ivy Cudgel following up. Going to be super effective, but not enough to take down this Dondozo.
I'm just looking at the damage stacking up, and the fact that you are Encore locked does mean that you can't go for Protect. So you can't be spacing out the attacks to slowly get a little bit more back. And I think this is where we're going to really see what Luke has been setting up here. The Whimsicott has locked, the Dondozo and set the tailwind. So sure, there is going to be a double KO on this turn, or at least just get it right here. The
That's huge!
Drop the Dondozo.
That is a huge turn here, and Luca fishing for the critical hit. It's got a high chance of landing, and he gets it. Like you were saying, Sierra, setting up this position where the encore, it is doing a
I
lot
thought this
with
dude was
that
about to get
earthquake.
clapped.
Every
He
turn you
set
don't
that
have
up
too
and
many
played
turns,
that
but I think Luca's
perfectly.
plan was, okay, I'm going to get it to the point where it is going to be be knocked out by the Miraidon if it does come in. If I
Now he's got Tailwind up, and this guy has a Miraidon and Tatsugiri. One of those two is going to be on the field here.
Tatsugiri has left that Dondozo.
And he's got the Moonblast on the Whimsicott. Dang!
The choice scarf, but with that Tailwind in effect, things are looking pretty good for Luca now with that 2-time speed boost.
Sometimes the crit lands when the crit lands, and with that increased critical hit chance, playing for that liked it. And even if not,
I don't know
think
who
the
he's
damage
sending
that
out.
you were even doing with just a regular
Oh my God, it's a
Iron Duel, still
Dragonite.
doing a nice amount, that if there was the double KO, the Miraidon can start putting a lot of pressure on. But now we're onto this path of, hey, you've already dealt
Look at
with this
Tatsugiri's looking like
dangerous
this.
Dondozo.
Like the
now
Rock.
let's see if you can go through the Dragonite. Reminder, this one is choice band locked, so what it locks into right here, right now, is going to be it. And even if it is outsped, since there is no Farigiraf, you can go for something like that extreme speed.
No, and that's what we're going to see. The Orgopon just scout out what this Dragonite's going to decide to do, and it is locking in with that extreme speed now into the Whimsicott.
I was going to say, you think that's an extreme speed Dragonite? It is.
Tatsugiri does have that choice scarf item. What is it going to lock into?
Choice band extreme speed Dragonite.
Good way to get a little bit of damage here, or at least try to in these upcoming terms, since again, choice locked. That was a choice, and you're locked with it. Miraidon joining the field will be.
Wait, where did Tatsugiri go? I didn't see his attack.
Those accuracy drops. If you get the opportunity to fire off another move, this Miraidon,
big bad Miraidon, staring down the two dragons, the OG dragon and the sushi dragon.
Really get to see the power.
Follow me to sacrifice the Ogerpon.
Dazzling Gleam can do to the two dragon types across the field.
I like how good Ogerpon
It's gonna
is.
be a strong attack. You got to realize though that the Dragonite does have that multi-scale ability. So as long as its health is at full, it is going to take a little bit less damage from this initial Dazzling Gleam. But
Dragonite, I love Dragonite. It's been so good for so long.
Probably not. I think with that choice specs item, you know, the Hadron Engine active, you're going to have the terrestrialization boosting it even further.
Like you're the top 8 of
Tatsugiri
worlds, and we're
looks
seeing
like
a
it might
Dragonite.
be at the end of this game, but the Dragonite
What was
still
that,
has
Fairy?
access to
Yeah.
that extreme speed, of course. Can get some nice damage onto the field and potentially disrupt things. Maybe remove that Ogerpon.
What was
after it did
Tatsugiri
protect that
stuck
last turn.
into?
This is where the follow me is going to be coming on
For the
in.
extreme
So sure,
speed.
you're going to be speedy, but all of your attention is going to be onto that Ogerpon and 6 HP. That is not the damage or the impact that you would want in on this turn. Now we'll get to see that Miraidon freshly Terra Fairy
Dazzling
fire
Gleam,
off
who's
the
he taking
Dazzling
out?
Gleam. The multi-scale for the Dragonite, but the Tatsugiri...
Oh, Tatsugiri goes down.
...is going to be a clean one-hit KO, and the Dragonite took a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, and the nice thing here is now you've got this Iron Hands to bring in if you're Luca. You've got that active fake out. The Dragonite isn't in focus.
Yeah, he's got
it doesn't
the
have
fake
the
out.
resistance to that flinch possibility, so you can stop that extreme speed this next turn. And the Miraidon on Chenwei's side of the field cannot terrestrialize into that fairy type, so it is going to be susceptible to those Dazzling Gleams that Luca has locked into. Looking like it's going to be a bit of an uphill struggle now for Chenwei to get
that's
any foothold
crazy.
back
I
into
thought
this
he was
match. Although
cooked
you've
there.
got to say, the Electro Drift is still there. The Electro
Dazzling
Train's
Gleam
still
for sure, then
active on
fake
the
out
field
Dragonite.
for Chenwei. So these Electro Drifts are going to be hitting pretty hard into Luca's own Miraidon.
If we get to that point.
We
And
don't.
I think we get to see the writing on the
Oh, wow,
wall
he
as we
quit.
are going to be clicking that forfeit button and sending it into a game 2. What a
'Cause if
great
he went
answer Luca had.
fake out
you
a
can look
Miraidon,
back
Dragonite,
and say
extreme
critical
speeds.
hit. Thing is, it's an increased crit chance, and even without that, setting up that tailwind, that would have been a lot of damage that this Miraidon was still going to be able to do into the Dondozo.
If Dragonite could have
You
extreme
had the
speeded,
choice specs that you could just fire
Iron
off
Hands
the Draco
takes it
Meteor
out,
into.
then Miraidon
You could-
attacks
you encore
Miraidon.
lock it, so you could have just been fine.
Then it
So
just comes
even
down to
though
if they
it
survive
made
the
it a smidge
Moonblast.
easier with that critical hit, I think there was still a really, really good way of making sure that you had damaged the Dondozo.
See, I wouldn't
enough
give
to
up.
that
I'd
point
battle it
that
out
you
till
could
the
still handle
end.
it.
Yeah, I think that's completely the right thing. I think without the critical hit, the Miraidon just comes onto the field, uses Dazzling Gleam the next turn. The Tailwind still.
Even
up,
if I'm
and
gonna,
you
I
take it
know
down
I'm gonna
because
lose.
it's
I'm
so
battling till the
close to
very
being
end. I'm going
knocked
down
out. It's gonna be
swinging.
encore locked.
You ain't
Let's
seeing
the
me
encore
giving
hit
up.
in that next turn, of course, and
of throws another span into the works. But I think that the main thing here is you're using a move that has a high critical hit.
Ooh, let's check the results from the other game.
You're using it enough times, you're going to land it. And fortunately for Luca, got it at the right time.
However we pronounce the name.
And even without the critical hit, it, like you said,
oh,
it
wow,
dealt
none of them have finished.
a significant amount of damage. So, yeah, the Miraidon would able to push on
so
forward. And when we got to this later parts of the game,
Australia,
that Tatsugiri that has that choice scarf, since
Japan, Italy,
once said, this is a Tatsugiri that in other situations
we saw Joshi,
could be
we
really
saw him earlier, I don't know.
scary, whether
Korea
it's going for
and
that
CN's
control
China,
or even
I believe,
just
and
muddy
DE,
waters.
is that
And it never
Denmark?
even got this opportunity, that Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam in off huge. And the Dragonite, even though
it ain't
took
Delaware.
that initial hit because of the multi-scale, well, then where do you go from there when all of a sudden you have an ability that allows you to get faked out and you can't really do too much?
No, and that's the problem. I think both that Assault Vest and the Choice Band on the Dragonite there, I think you kind of both your Pokemon, if you're Chenwei, are kind of setting targets at that point where the fake out could go into either and you could disrupt, because the extreme speed from that range probably isn't picking up the Miraidon. It might be enough to get the Iron Hands, but is that really the Pokemon that you want to remove?
I mean, yeah, at that point, if you're not having the Terastallization on it, we missed that opportunity.
All right, Dondozo lead again.
So heading into now game
Wait, this
2.
is the exact same lead.
Have to see where Shenue wants to be swapping this one up, and it ain't going to be with the lead as Dondozo makes appearance yet again.
Of course, this is where the mind games come in. Both players leading exactly the same. Do we see that fake out into the Miraidon slot this time from Luca into Chenwei's Miraidon to prevent that? Or do we see that switch once again from Chenwei to get that Dondozo set up, commit to that Terastallization early on, and then a similar sort of play kind of play out from there? Or do we see maybe Chenwei take advantage of the potential threat of the fake out and keep that Miraidon on the field?
I mean, we talk about when you're up a game that you could be making these risks, but this is the opportunity while down that you could be making a huge play on this turn. If you think that, hey, my Dondozo got to do a lot of damage last time around, they might not.
You might never notice Dondozo's head.
You could then try and fire off with this Miraidon.
It's not like a perfect circle. It's got that one piece that sticks out.
And the Iron Hands targeting into it.
I've never noticed that.
Chenwei will have an opportunity to attack with the Miraidon, but maybe not. The Draco Meteor into the slot.
Wow.
Terastallization means a one-hit KO to be kicking it off.
That is a massive turn here from Luca, and just like you called it, taking the opportunity where that fake out was going into the Dondozo here and trying to fish for some utility out of the Miraidon and Chenwei's side of the field, but Luca saying no.
Dang,
we identified earlier in game 1.
Took his restricted mine out first turn.
Sped, got that Hadron engine
active
before when it happened this time
did he bring
again.
the exact same guys?
Identifying that, taking full advantage, removing that big threat from the field.
You can see the look on Chenue's face. Losing your restricted right away is so disastrous, especially too when you do have that Terra Fairy.
He's
that is
leaving Miraidon in after the
resist.
Draco Meteor.
Maybe wanting to save it for the Dondozo, but now you're down a restricted, you're down a Pokemon, and you have
he brought the exact same team.
Tatsugiri swaps in, Commander, Dondozo gets those
now
boosts
this thing's
yet
scary.
Again, and really has to put them to good use.
Yeah, and you know,
every time I battle this thing on Showdown or in Battle
Dondozo
Stadium,
this turn, ignoring the Dragonite, which did switch out for the Tatsugiri. The Dondozo is going to be a lot more potent now with that boost from the Tatsugiri, but no Terastallization here. The Draco Meteor doing huge damage once again, boosted by that Choice Specs item.
Wow, it's -2, -4 now, and it did not look like it'll take a lot of damage.
Wow, and it survived that.
But that's damage.
Oh my!
Gladly take, because this double up low kick coming out from the Iron Hand is deleting this big bad Dondozo. 2 turns into the match. Genuine down to final 2 Pokemon.
This is absolutely outrageous here from Luca, just not holding any stops back. Really taking full advantage of everything that happened in that game.
He's leaving Miraidon out, throwing another Draco Meteor.
And really limiting those options now with just the Dragonite and that Tatsugiri.
Would you want to swap it out, though?
Chenwei does have at their disposal is the Terastallization that they could still take advantage of, but Luca has the Pokemon advantage. 4 Pokemon to 2. It's going to be a hard uphill
the Fairy.
struggle.
This has to be the best Terastallization of your life, and not spent in this moment. Extreme speed, the lock-in for the Dragonite as Muddy Water is finally going to claim the first KO and get a critical hit onto the Whimsicott.
Slow when he took out Miraidon. See, I think he should have swapped that Miraidon out. Unless he was anticipating him to do the extreme speed again.
The field, it will be able to set up Tailwind over onto this next turn. So any speed advantage we were looking at with that Tatsugiri is all of a sudden going to be gone.
Yeah, this gets a little bit tricky though, because now
both of them brought the exact same
teams.
You've
got the Tailwind, yeah, but do you have the firepower to take down the Tatsugiri that's now locked into the Muddy Water, and then obviously the Dragonite as well that can kind of ignore the Tailwind advantage here, because you can just pick things off. You can pick the Whimsicott off if you want this turn. You can get around that Moonblast threat. So Chengwei not in the worst spot here, where I think when you look at the options left on Lucas side of the field, I think losing
Yeah, it ain't GG's yet. The battle's still.
I
thought he was cooked.
Dragonite when it's locked into that extreme speed.
Shenyue?
It's whether we
The
get
guy on the
to
right?
see where this
He's still in this.
targets if you want to try and take down the Whimsicott onto
This
this
is Luca
turn.
terrestrializing the
As
Ogerpon,
terrestrialization,
Terra Fire,
Ogerpon
obviously
looking
with the
to
mask.
output the most damage it can do and bring out that Hearth Flame mask.
That's
Plus
just, the
one to
masks
the
are
attack
so
we see
cool,
on
man.
this turn, thanks to that in-body
The grass
aspect.
one's my
Of
favorite
course,
looking
it's
one.
gonna be moving a little bit later
The fire
on,
one's
but
the one I
extreme
battle
speed
with.
Coming out first is going to make sure the Whimsicott doesn't get the
All
opportunity.
right, the
to
Whimsicott's
speed things
down.
up, and we still have to get through a turn of this muddy water. It's all about the connects. That's what we're going to be eyeing up, and it will. We drop the grass typing. We're taking a lot of damage, but Woodhammer comes on out.
Oh, one-hit KO!
One-hit KO, but
That was huge right there.
Enough to take down this Ogerpon, so it is going to be, yes, it looks like that is it. Iron Hands up against this Dragonite.
Wow, the
from
recoil I was going to
Chenwei's side of the
say.
field.
Have we found a window of opportunity after this disastrous first turn to bring this into
This
a
is Worlds,
3-1
man.
Pokemon
Both
apiece?
battles, I'm like,
And
oh, the
Iron Hands
first battle said
down to
Lucas
less
cooked.
than
He ended up
half
winning.
its
This
health.
battle said
You get the
Shenyue's
attack
cooked.
boost
He's
because of
lost.
that Cork Drive, but this Dragonite is at full health. You'll be able
Fake
to
out smart turn right there.
multi-skill, but you're still already taking so much damage, and the choice meant extreme speed. I don't think you can take this down. We might be going to a game 3.
I think it looks like that.
See, now what I always do with my Iron Hands, I have detect and leftovers. So I hit the fake out right there, bang, get some leftovers back. I'm going protect, bang, get some leftovers back. Drain punch, bang, get some HP back, leftovers back. The rat strat, you have to do it.
And Dragonite able to take that pretty comfortably.
The only KO happening on that turn is going to be the Iron Hand taking itself down thanks to that recoil.
Wow.
And we are
What a
to
battle,
game
man.
3. No restricted needed, apparently. Right on. Oh, it left
What
him.
a
The
battle,
Reds were
dude.
able
That
to
was
do it.
crazy.
What a match.
Here's the thing, if I'm there, I'd be screaming in the
after
stands.
KO in
I'd be
Lucas'
bothering
favor.
all the other people there.
And Maridon gone.
I'd be,
Don
ow!
Still,
Ah!
Shenhui finds a window
I'd be
to take
hollering.
it to top 8. I love the World Championships.
This is what it's all about. That was so fast, so furious, and we're going to a game 3. I mean, like you say, you think it looks so bad for Chenwei, but then you realize, okay, you've got that Dragonite Tatsugiri on the field. You're locked into that extreme speed, and you've got the Scarf there. You can, by getting that initial extreme speed onto the Whimsicott,
So I think you
getting
should have
that muddy
swapped the
water, putting
Miraidon
range for
out.
another one,
Because
preventing
his
the
Miraidon
tailwind.
was faster.
And then from there, it was just so close, so fine margins for Chenwei to close this one up, especially after Luca had such a great start and really read into what Chenwei was potentially going to do.
Because if he swapped the Miraidon out, he could have brought it back in, and it would have outsped the other dragons. I mean, yeah, there was the
nastiest
extreme
read
speed on the
that you have to
Dragonite,
be
which
making
honestly,
in the
that
game,
probably was
the
the
turn
reason
1
why.
of this game 3, because now you know. For Shenhui, you now know that, hey, this Miraidon's not scared to go in for this Draco Meteor. Do I Terastallize? But Luca, you don't want to be then Draco Meteoring into it. So then what do you do instead? Do you fake out and hit to the other slot? Because all of a sudden, you could be on the wrong end of things. This is about to be crazy.
This is going to be one of the best matches so far this weekend, and it all comes down to this game 3. Who will be progressing our first top 4 here at the 2024 World Championship?
Dude, like both this is. I mean, I'm not even good at VGC, but I'm like, this is entertaining.
Such an insane set that we've had so far. And
That
hopping
was
into
crazy.
this, I cannot wait to see how this has been shaped.
I like that guy because he's showing emotion. He's showing when he's hyped and he was showing when he was upset.
Here. Ooh, we're kicking it with the same leads. We're not.
Oh, this is
switching
the third
anywhere.
match. Okay, here we go. Exact same start for both guys once again.
Out, but the Dondozo, there's a threat that we've said it time and time again. Does the Tatsugiri come in? Do you leave your Miraidon out on the field to try and take advantage of the threat of that Tatsugiri, catch Luca off that way, or do you just go down the straightforward route with that
Okay, so
fake out?
Lucas Terastalliazing Terra Fairy, I'm assuming, and his Miraidon first turn.
Weekend.
Iron
What
Hands!
these trainers do on the first turn.
To Terra.
A
Was that
Terastallize
Bug?
from the Iron Hands is going to be the first. Terra Bug Make sure you're not taking too much damage from that Earthquake, and I think that's a little spoiler of what to come, but you're not taking any damage. Protect yet again. Is the Miraidon from Shenhua going to be on the wrong end of things? The fake out means it's not going to be attacking. Now the Draco Meteor instead target into the Dondozo.
Into the Dondozo.
They're restricted.
That's a really big protect there because the Dondozo,
wow.
with that Miraidon staying out onto the field, a really nice play to be able to just protect it. And then you've got this nice turn where you know what that Miraidon and Lucas side of the field's locked into, so you can play around it slightly better that way. You know as well that this Iron Hands is now a bug type, so the Earthquake is also not going to be as effective. So do you lock in with something else, or do you forego the Dondozo until later on in this match? Maybe bringing
bug.
in
I've never seen that. Everyone has water or
risk, though, that
grass.
you do that and you fall into that Draco Meteor path, which Luca has already identified as the way that he wants to go with his Miraidon.
That's why I like terrestrializing.
That's
it's so
gonna be
cool.
The issue, but it's going to be a Miraidon.
It adds such a crazy dynamic to the battles.
As the Dondozo most likely wanting to go on to the offensive this turned around. Last time it was at the protect.
Tatsugiri's out here.
This time around, Tatsugiri for yet again that commander.
Looking
We've
like
seen
the
that
Rock.
Animation 3 times around, and you all should be real familiar. There is some boost galore. Looking to make sure the damage you do on this turn.
Then yeah,
is doing
Dondozo's
the
all
most.
juiced up and
Yes,
ready
we
to go.
Get to see the Terra Bug from the Iron Hands, but you still pressure a lot of damage into this Miraidon.
So what are these things on that top of Dondozo? Are those? Is this like the other things on the side? Is that the same thing just sticking out?
Damage coming on out. It'll be the order up instead, and with no terrestrialization, the attack boost, it does a lot, but not enough for that KO.
Yeah, not enough to take it out, though.
Dondozo is about to go down. Wild charge, but instead,
oh, missed the wild charge.
Kicked into the wrong slot. The Dondozo gets to have another turn here. The Draco Meteor doing some big damage. I'm surprised that the Miraidon was able to survive that order up super effective into Lucas' side of the field. Oh, if the only had went for the Miraidon, but no, really well played from Shenhua, taking advantage and not committing to the terrestrialization either, as we just see a protect from that Dondozo.
With the protect and the amount of damage coming out from the Draco Meteor, you
Smart
are
play to
negative
protect
2
there.
despite that
Heals up a bit more.
Dondozo
has leftovers. Can't blame him. It's Worlds. If this was Showdown, I'd be getting mad.
Is going to be the click
Or if I was random battles, I'd be getting mad. It's Worlds. Respect
and
it.
that's what I'm going to be keeping an eye out for. We saw how much damage that last Draco Meteor did. I still think it could pick up the KO, but it could be close. And you are also eyeing up that potential of a miss. And see, we're seeing the purposeful target here.
With that unaware ability,
okay,
though,
Dondozo
goes
goes down.
Drops, that's why the Draco Meteor will continue to do that damage onto the Dondozo. So even though it has taken that -2, not affecting the Dondozo
there,
so
eating
much,
the wild charge.
It here allows this Iron Hands now to pick up the big.
Oh, one-hit KO!
And giving Luca a huge lead in this game 3.
We never wanted the
2 down in 1 turn right there, and Luca still has both his Pokemon on the field. He hasn't had to lose one or change one yet.
But I'm so far ahead in this match as Shenhua again back against the wall.
Dragonite's up, and he has his Miraidon as well.
Dragonite going to be.
He hasn't terrestrialized yet.
That he can make his way back on through this, but Luca's in such a commanding spot.
He is, yeah, but the one thing that you would say is that we saw how well Shenhua came back in that last game.
Swapping in the Whimsicott again. Both battles he swaps in the Whimsicott like this, and it dies in 2 turns.
This is why we're going to see Luca reposition. Does he give up his
First
Miraidon
turn, he got the
so
tailwind
easily
up.
this turn to an extreme
But the
speed?
Dragonite's got extreme
Try and
speed.
preserve it for later on in this game.
Oh, looks like it's sticking around at least this first go around. And terrestrialization for the opposing.
So it don't matter if you have tailwind up. Extreme speed goes faster.
Going this way, you might as well not bother. It's Terra Fairy. Great defensive type in this situation.
Miraidon is a pretty cool Pokemon, I can't even lie.
Into the Dragonite. Super effective. But thanks to the multi-tail is not going to be the damage to take out the KO.
Dazzling Gleam
is not just a defensive Terra, it's an offensive one. Double damage, Miraidon.
Fairy's just such a good type. Miraidon falls, Whimsicott still up. Whimsicott is in the red, the green still though.
Aerial is super effective into the Whimsicott, and what you've got to think, Luca has that.
See through the Whimsicott every time.
Going to be now weak to that aerial is as well.
Absolutely massive. We still have 2 Pokemon for Luca, and with that Iron Hands returning, you do have that 1 turn of Fake Out that you can be bringing out. So if you are scared of that aerial ace, you can go ahead and fire off a Fake Out into that slot. But the Dazzling Gleams from this Miraidon, maybe it's not going to be hitting super.
Okay, this is it. Both are down to their final 2 Pokemon. When you move on to the top 4 of the Pokemon World Championships, lose, you go home.
the Assault Vest instead. The damage output would be very different.
Yeah, I think the big thing that you called here is how important this
fake out on the Dragonite because it's got the extreme speed and just do a little bit of extra damage to it. Draco Meteor because it'll lower down his own special attack and he can't get out of there. To reset it. Ivy Cudgel on the Dragon. He wants to take the Dragonite out to get rid of the extreme speed. Doesn't do enough damage to take it out though. Not very effective. Dragonite flinches and can't move, and then they're on to the next turn.
Nearly enough. No crit, no chance. We get another go around. It is not a priority move from the Dragonite, and Ogerpon tends to be a little bit more on this speedier end, but taking so much. A dazzling thing to surely get off.
He's a Dragonite. Who do you think he's targeted with a Dragonite?
It'll be another Draco
Meteor again. Spiky Shield protects.
Not gonna get there. Now we have to see where things will be reacting. Aerial Ace targeted into the Iron Hands instead.
It survived.
Firing off with the Drain Punch.
And Dragonite goes down.
That's a huge survival there. Big damage. But
big boy Iron Hands! I love Iron Hands. I use them all the time.
That drain punch. Now in a position where
I grinded to go find a good one in Area 0, and it took me so long to find one. While I was looking for one, I found a shiny group on it.
What do you lock into? Do you prioritize getting rid of the Ogerpon, locking in with that Draco Meteor, get rid of that, or do you go for the Dazzling Gleam?
Dazzling Gleam.
A -2.
It's gonna hit both.
Damage coming on out.
Ooh, both survived. Ivy Cudgel's coming in. Gets it down, gets it low. Drain Punch doesn't take it out! Oh my god, dude!
Now we've seen the damage from that Dazzling Gleam.
Now Dazzling Gleam isn't going to do enough, I don't think, right? He won.
And then you lock into the problem of which one do you pick? Do you just go for the follow me with Lucas Ogerpon, give the Iron Hands enough to close this out?
I think we're looking
he
at
attacked
the
with both.
Ogerpon
and Iron Hands are both attacking right on this turn.
Luca has done enough holding on through this match to grab it. We're not even going to wait for this. That's
wow, battle is canceled. I would never do that. I'm going down swinging every time.
To be moving on to the next stage of competition with
couldn't he have gotten a double crit?
We talk about top 8 at the World Championships, and the first one we feature here this weekend is an absolute star-studded event. Look at Cherubini.
I kind of thought he was going to lose because at the start,
in brilliant style, and all you've got to say is you've got to congratulate Chenwei on such an incredible performance.
At the start of that, he was on the technical difficulties, Luca. So he seemed like he was real upset. I'm like, oh, he's going to lose.
As close as a match could possibly get.
I've seen.
Do I want to hear what he has to say because of the technical difficulties at the start? I wonder if he's going to say something about that.
On the first turn, and you saw the look on his face, and it didn't even end there. You lost.
That was I think the most exciting set I've watched so far.
Something that could be understated.
Because both times I'm like, oh, that guy's cooked, and he ended up winning.
But when you say that same breath, you then have to sing the phrases of Luca, who is able to then find that match.
What do we have going on the Unite stream? What?
No shot I said that right. Is this like made of spackle? What is in the middle of these? Dropping this to a 4.25. Kiawe smoked barbecue macadamia nut.
Ooh, Kiawe's got that good food.
I imagine 6.5. Okay.
6.5 is okay.
What is this?
A pineapple.
An apple. Okay.
There's no way he just.
The outside's a little tough, but the inside's good. If you just remove the outside.
There's no way he just ate the outside of the pineapple. I've never seen someone do that before in my life. I remember there was a kid at my lunch table in middle school who would eat the banana whole.
We did it. The last snacks with snacks for the year. That's 4 done now. We'll keep this train rolling if they'll ever have me back. Peace, love, and hugs. We'll see you in a bit.
Hello there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship, and I'm here with Taka and Kat.
The Unite stream's the wild card stream.
What are you dressed as?
You never know what Spraggles and the other dudes got going on. I apologize, I don't know the other dude's name. It was the guy that was just on stream right there. Oh my god, he's using a Goodra. He's using a Goodra. I want to hear the interview, though, with Luca. All right, let's have the audio playing for this one, but let's watch this one. I want to see Goodra.
Still, what a match. I feel like I have to catch my breath after that one.
Need a breather,
honestly,
for sure. I'm sure our players do as well, especially Luca, who will be moving on to top 4. Needs to take one and just have a little moment.
One thing I kind of find interesting on Go is they have them use their devices. They don't have them like log in on like basic devices they have there.
Little accomplishment to make the top 8 at the World Championships. So absolutely
he's got the cool hat. I wanted to get 100 IV with the hat so bad.
really, really
I want
was,
100 to
and
be
really
slacking in
doing,
Pokemon
like,
Go,
Zondo's
so I can
Tatsugiri
max it
crowd
out.
in that series as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
For
I think it'll be the
like, I
highest
know
CP mon in the
a
game.
lot of the times there's always a, oh no, we gotta watch like chat scrolling.
you
No,
know
we
what I
gotta watch
noticed? It says
Dondozo,
losers
but it's like,
bracket.
no, we got to watch Dondozo.
Does Pokemon Go
like,
do
we
it?
gotta
Where there's the
watch
winners
that.
bracket,
That's
losers
Dondozo.
bracket,
I
and then
always wanna say,
you
I
go to
think
the
that's the
finals,
most
and it's the
exciting
winner of the two
Tatsugiri
brackets.
Dondozo match I've seen
And the
in a
winner
long
of the
time.
winners
Sorry,
bracket
please,
only has to win
Tatsugiri
once, but the
Dondozo
winner of the
best
losers
Unfortunately,
bracket has
it
to
will be
beat
the
the winner
last
of the
time we see
winners
a
bracket
Dondozo
twice to win the
Tatsugiri,
whole
but
thing.
not
Is
gonna
that
be
how
the
that
last
works?
we see of Luca, who is standing by on stage for an interview right now.
Oh, the interview.
Thank you so much, Sierra. I'm here with Luca Cheribele, who just made it to top 4 of the 2024 World Championships. Luca, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How does it feel to have locked in your spot as one of our historical trainers this weekend and be only one win away from Championship Sunday?
Well, obviously, the feeling is so incredible. Like, I still haven't quite grasped
You know what I think is
how
crazy? These
big
guys
of
speak
a result
multiple
it is for
languages.
me. So I think
I've taken Spanish in
just
school a
couple of
bunch.
minutes,
I
the adrenaline
can't
will
get a
wear
lick
off,
of
so
Spanish.
I'll
My
really,
Sunday league, everyone speaks Spanish.
um,
I'm the only one out there that
figure,
doesn't.
picture
The refs
how
come up
much,
talking to me in
this,
Spanish.
result
There was one
means
ref
for
that
me.
was getting mad at me for something a couple weeks ago.
Performing for
And
you
I'm
this
telling him
weekend?
I don't
It
speak
feels like
Spanish.
you've
And my
had a
teammate
very
was telling him, hey, he doesn't speak
commanding
Spanish.
position
And the
in
ref
all
was
three of
getting
those
mad at me because he
games.
thought I was talking back to him.
Yeah. To be honest,
I'm like,
I,
no hablo,
like, this
senor, lo
matchup was
siento.
nothing I ever prepared for, so I had to improvise on the spot. Luckily, my Miraidon was faster than his, so that actually smoothed things out a little bit. After that, like in general, I'd say this team isn't the best team in the world. Like there are a lot of times where like you really feel like you're on the back foot and you have to find a way to get away with getting a lot of attacks. So you can't let yourself be out positioned by your opponents. But
Look at how
so
I've noticed
to be honest,
everyone's
I don't
hair
think
looks like
it's
it's
the
got
best
red
team
in
the
it.
world, but it's definitely the best
From
team
the
I
lights
can
on the
play,
stage.
right now.
I mean, at the end of the day, the best team in the world is the one that you end up winning with. So I think it's doing really well so far. What were your thoughts going into that game number 3? The casters mentioned that turn 1 was such a critical moment to guess correctly. Did you have a game plan? Were you just hoping that you'd be
I wonder if
able
the results
to
were up for the other
predict
ones.
what your opponent would do?
Yeah, to be honest, in my game 3, I settled on.
I think they
doing,
go 2 and 2, right?
Some kind of a middle ground.
Because there's gonna be another
that way, obviously, my
another
opponent would
stream
bring,
game
like,
for this, I believe, for this round.
3 dragon types. So using Dracometer onto the Dondozo slot would mean that I will get everything. Like with Dracometer, I killed every Mon on that side, aside from him switching Tatsugiri. So like it was kind of a middle ground, to be honest. If we're being honest, I expected my opponent to
you know what?
suck a Dragonite. And
I bet if I
send
went
in,
somewhere where they didn't speak English, I'd figure it out.
Kill my Miraidon. But instead, like, he decided to go for Dondozo.
Like a language seems like it'd be something fun to learn.
Dondozo and Tatsugiri.
Like if you're
So,
like it
kind of
sucks
threw
learning
me a
Spanish
little bit
class
off
at
guard.
school.
And
Hola
so
class,
did,
say I'm
like,
like, good God Almighty.
Like the
But
stream speed,
if I go
with
somewhere and they're only speaking it, and you're in the environment
the
and
endgame was very
embedded within the
messy.
culture,
don't know
I think
how,
that would
but
be
I
fun.
managed to crawl out of it. So
And that's what
I'm
everyone always
really
says, like,
happy,
oh, once you're actually
this
speaking
is
it, like, and you're
how things
there,
turned out.
it
Well,
comes to you easier.
congratulations once again. Is there anybody at home watching that you'd like
Yeah,
to give a
language
shout out
immersion is
to?
real. Once you're in the
First of all, my
environment, you're in
family,
survival mode, and you
absolutely.
have
I
to
don't
pick
know
it
if
up.
they're awake right now in Italy, but if they do, and they like, thanks for always being with me, always supporting me. Aside from that, thanks to all my friends.
Would you want
in
to
the
go for
community.
Spanish?
Shout outs to
So
my friends
from
on
what
the
I've
server,
learned,
like
Spanish in
my
Mexico
tight-knit
and
group of
Spanish in
friends,
Spain
so,
are completely different.
And all the people who supported me from home, thank you very much.
All right, well, we'll
from
be
what I've
watching
understood.
your top 4 match
From talking
later
to friends
on
and
in the
people I
day.
know,
For now, though, please
and from
rest
learning
up.
about
Congratulations
like
once
Spanish
again.
colonization
in
in southern,
quick
South
break
and Central
as
America.
well, but we'll be back with more Pokemon
It's
action
like
from the World Championship
it's different.
soon.
Kind of like how you almost like how English is. It's not as different in like Britain and England to the U.S., but like I believe it is different. So like it comes down to which one you'd want to learn more. But if I'm being honest, if I had to pick, I've always thought it'd be cool to go to Brazil and learn Portuguese. Oh my! Is that No, that's not Leonhardt. Leonhardt isn't tatted up. That's exactly what I would be doing. I'd be taking a selfie with the trophies. That's exactly what I would want to go do. The guy has the backpack. He has the backpack. I want that thing so bad.
You're dressed as?
I am dressed as Nurse Joy from
Wow.
Pokemon Sun and Moon, and I'm accompanied by Blissey, Chansey, and Comfy.
Wow.
You told me Comfy came from here in Honolulu, right?
Wait, I thought it was
Absolutely.
comfy.
I was so happy and excited when I found that she was here. I had to make sure I got her at the Pokemon Center.
It's such a good one for Hawaii with all these flowers and everything.
Thank you.
Now, tell me a little bit why you chose this as your outfit.
I chose this out because I thought it was great for the event. For
So
Pokemon
someone
World
was
here in
talking about the
Honolulu, Hawaii, and I thought
cosplays
it was a
yesterday
great way to,
that they had on the stream like
Nurse
this.
Joy and
And
my
she said
Freshies.
she's made it herself.
Part of the cosplay community.
So
here
cosplay,
at
like the
World.
cosplay community.
It's so amazing. I'm able to meet great friends, new friends,
Hang on,
and
shut up,
we
everyone,
just
shut
love
up,
to
let's
take photos together. And I love seeing everyone's cute cosplays.
I think you were just watching some matches, right? What were you watching?
I was watching the BG.
Is that your favorite?
She's
It's been
cosplaying
fun
too.
so far, yeah.
Are you rooting for anyone in particular?
Not anyone in particular, but I'm rooting for everyone.
Nice. Well, thanks
Everyone.
So much. We'll get right back to it. Thanks so
Pick
much.
somebody.
And you too. We'll see you at the Pokemon World Championship.
Looking to meet up with other Pokemon fans and make some new friends? Well, I know the place
Yeah,
for
so
you.
they make
Come
the
with me to my
outfits?
first ever Pokemon League. I started.
I
by
once had to
heading
sew
over to
something.
Pokemon.com
It was in
/play
a
and put in
science
my
class. We had to
location.
sew something
All
for
these
this
game stores with
project.
different leagues
And
pop up to
I had
choose
this
from.
whole.
Well,
I was at
hadn't
my
played the
grandparents'
trading
house,
card
and
game
they
too
had a
much
whole
before.
sewing
I
machine
wanted
there.
to check it out and learn
And
a
it's
little
got the
more.
wheel.
So I
There was
picked
like
a
some
local
pedal
game
on the
store not too far
ground.
from my house
All
for the
this
league
stuff. I'm
weekend.
trying to figure it
Let's
out.
go. Once I got to the shop
I ended
on
up using a
Saturday,
stapler
I
because I
wasn't
couldn't
really
figure
sure
it
what to
out.
expect, but I met
So
Professor
shout out to
Brendan
the
right away,
cosplay
who
people
got
for
me
being
all
able to
checked
sew
in.
that
I
stuff
was
together.
super nervous,
That's
but
impressive.
everyone was so nice.
Give me like
Another
a needle
player
and
even helped me
string
with my
or
deck,
thread.
and then I
Sorry,
grabbed a
sorry,
playmat and
thread,
some dice,
and I
sitting
can
down
put
for
something
my
together.
first
I can
match.
do that.
I played for a few rounds. All in all,
I can put
it was
that
a
together.
great day.
But an
Big
actual like
shout out to
sewing
all of
machine.
my new friends who encouraged me to
I
come
can't
back.
figure that
I'm
out.
so glad I went.
Like I said, I had to
It was
resort to
super
the
easy to
stapler.
join,
Look, it's
and I
Rowlet.
honestly can't wait for the next one. Hope to see you there too. And I honestly can't wait for the next one. Hope to see you there too.
Is that a Pikachu in a T-Tar outfit? Where do I get that plush? Is that the TCG? Oh, I'm gonna get copyright strike for this music. Or not strike, just the thing for the music. I didn't monetize this stream anyways. I'm gonna get in trouble for this for sure. You guys wanna know how many copyright things were on this stream yesterday? I'll go to yesterday's stream. Live. Yesterday's stream. Copyright. See details. There is, does it tell me how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 different ones. It's not like I'm not in trouble or anything like that. It's just the stream can't be monetized, which I didn't monetize it in the first place because I knew, so. Well, you know what? Let's play the music. Or you want to listen to me sing? Pokemon, gotta catch 'em all. No, you know what I want to go watch? Let's go watch the world's intro video for last year. Wolfie. The last year's world's intro video, it was my first time watching it like live, and I was just so juiced watching it, man. It was so awesome. Pokemon. Worlds 2023. You think I'll be able to find it because it's just going to show me all the stuff from this year, right? Welcome kit. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Is this all the stuff they gave everybody? Ooh, this is a little loud. The backpacks! The backpacks! I want one! Wow, that's all the stuff you get? We've seen a couple people on stream with a hat. The shirt's cool. I think that's a lanyard. A lunchbox. Sleeves. A deck box. The competitor, is that, what is that, a coaster? I assume that's a playmat that rolls up in there. A mouse pad, I think. Pikachu, it's on sand. They got it all sandy. It's like when you get your shoes and you're at the beach and you get them all sandy. It's a pain. But then the backpack, dude. I want that. I want the backpack. Wait, what is that? Gotta be quick with the pause. Quick with the pause. Got it. Oh, it's a pin! Oh, I thought it was a coaster. Wait, you know what? Did the pin say competitor? Oh my gosh, that's Zora. Having the pin that says competitor. I like the cork hat. That's really cool. Anyone into shoes remember the LeBron 10 cork? The pin's so cool. The sleeves are sick also. It is a lanyard. Oh, is that a thing for your cleaning your glasses? Yeah, it is a mouth, or like a playing mat, you call it? Or is it like a keyboard mat, mouse pad thing? You get what I mean. We know what it is. Pokemon Center had a line of Pikachu plush and other dragon types. I think they're sold out now, though. Oh my god, that was that T-Tar one back there. Let me see if I can find last year. This was it. This was it, this was it. This was last year's like theme thing they did. This was so sick. Flying Pikachu, the Gigantamax. Arceus, however you want to pronounce it. I don't know why the electric energy's on fire. You should put the Bidoof on there. The Bidoof statue, dude, that'd go crazy. Remember the chills I had watching this. I'm gonna zoom out the Bidoof though. I think this is the video. If they show Wolfie in this is the video I'm thinking of. No, this isn't what I'm thinking of. If you thought that was good, just wait. There's a better one. ZA trailer confirmed? Maybe if I click on this, it'll give me a suggested for day one. Hey, what's going on over here?
In the video game championship series. So not only was he able to
we get to watch Michael on stream?
Year, but and then some. Heading into the 2024 season, we also
Let me
ended
try
up
to find
seeing
it.
Michael Kelsch in multiple top cut scenarios. You got a top 8 at Stuttgart, you got a top 4 at the Utrecht special event, a top 16 in Bologna, which was part of the Regulation G circuit. But then he also won another regional, so it's just kind of impressive to see how far Michael Kelsch has come as a player.
Yeah, I think last year, too, I remember talking to people at the previous World Championship, and it seemed like whether you were surprised or not that he made the finals had a lot to do with how much you'd seen him play.
Oh, I'm hyped to watch this next battle right here. This is going to be a good one. But this is the video.
Chips. 私たちがポケモンの世界を歩
Look, obviously I got Wolfie leading the crew in. Was this it?
Come out into Regulation D, because we've talked about the Pokemon we've seen that top usage, about the ones that are locked in, Pokemon like Fluttermane, Iron Hands. We've seen those a little bit before. From the new Pokemon that have been unleashed upon us in Regulation D, which are the ones you think we're really going to see or that are going to make the biggest impact, Lee?
I think Heatran is one that we've kind of outlined already. I think because it's done so well in previous formats where it has been
But there we see Wicked Blow, and it connects.
Yeah, Wicked Blow landing the crit.
Must have been this intro thing here. Was this it? They're doing a Reggie Drago raid, or Drago. Sorry, I learned how to pronounce that Pokemon this weekend. Reggie Drago, not Drago. It's not a dragon, it's a dragon. Yeah, that's me and Unite. Ah! Why is it laggy like that? TCT, I got no idea what's going on with that. That's sick, how the guy was holding the card like that. Shout out that person. Wait, is that what Japan's like? You just like a normal neighborhood and like this old temple thing right in the middle? Japan just looks like a cool place. Yeah, why is it all laggy like this? Yeah, this is looking on the building. This isn't what I'm thinking of. I can't find the video I'm thinking of.
Team, but take a look at the moves.
Yeah, I really love this team. He's got a lot of really cool moves that we don't see a lot, even on Pokemon that we see in some cases even less frequently. You know, the taunt.
All right, after P, I'll be right back. I don't think I'm allowed to leave the thing on the screen playing when I'm not here, like talking over it. So I'm gonna put the be right back screen back. I'll be right back after P.
I'm
back.
I think is going to be a little bit more
did Wolfie get
difficult to
eliminated?
deal with,
He
knowing
did.
that it does have that ability that's going to drop the defenses of everything else around it.
Yeah, gonna cause some big damage, and almost.
I know
all
the video you're
Pokemon this
talking
team
about, but
do
can't find
use
either. Have the
physical
stat stuff, I
damage.
showed a bunch
Even
of more
body
than
press
just
benefits
Pikachu
from it,
nurses.
despite
Yeah,
not actually
I know.
using the
Yeah.
attack stat. So something that Diego's gonna have to.
And
deal
it
with,
had
but
like a
we see
different
quick
song over it
capitalization,
too.
He's gonna go right into his strategy.
Well, you do see this Ice Rider Calyrex take
Right,
on that
Terra Dragon, Ice Calyrex. So this guy on the right, Michael,
but it's a great
he gave some like accidentally pronounced
with those attacks across
He
the way.
got
It's a double
second
into
last
that
year.
slot and a taunt into the Samazenta.
And this Diego guy beat
To
Wolfie.
at least shut down like wide guard to know that you can just nail these glacial lances as you set up this trick room.
Yeah, this is something we don't see often in these restricted formats, right? A whole bunch of damage going down on the Calyrex, and you know it may not be long for this world. However, yeah, that wide guard's been negated. Potentially 3 different attacking Pokemon on Diego's
Diego,
team really
he beat
don't
Wolfie.
want to deal with
He
that
gave
wide
Wolfie
guard.
his
So gave up a lot, but did give the
second
trigger
loss.
up, and now it's sort of an interesting position. Do you try to attack with this low HP Calyrex? Do you try to shuffle one of your other Pokemon out before Trick Room too many turns expire? With Calyrex being damaged,
wow,
so
the
much,
guy that
even
beat
with
Wolfie
support for these
lost
Pokemon,
to
it's very
this guy,
difficult
to
get a
Michael.
second Trick Room up, so it'll be very important now for Diego to seize the momentum.
Well, take
I
a
mean,
look at
technically, this is the guy that beat
Pokemon
Wolfie
we
then.
chance to see in Diego's matchup
this guy
earlier
beat the guy that
today,
beat
and
Wolfie.
That is going to be the Torkoal that is finally making an appearance on the world stage on stream. Torkoal's going to set the sun here, which is almost counterintuitive to the fact that you have this Ogerpon Wellspring next to you that would love to be able to hit these big water-type Ivy Cudgels. And conversely,
Marf, what are you doing
also just
back
set
there?
the sun for the Entei.
Look, Torkoal's on. He's on the world stage.
Entei may enjoy that, and for now, we see
going on the desk.
Zamazenta doing a whole bunch of damage here, knocking down the Ogerpon to fairly low HP, low enough now that potentially a pretty easy knockout for the extreme speed should that be what is desired on the other side of the field. However, you know, there's still a missing Pokemon. Much like with Frigoraph, you have to respect the potential of that Indeedee being in the back, and we might see it.
We surely might see that, and I think that's something that Michael's always going to have to consider a threat in the back of his mind. You can't feel too comfortable being able to go for something like that extreme speed, and as you mentioned before, there are 3 other priority attacks that you have to consider.
Right? That's what Aaron, Cybertron, that's what he ran.
So as we see this Indeedee actually hit the
did he
field,
run
it's
the
not
same
just the
team?
psychic terrain that you have to play around, but that rocky helmet too.
Yeah, great sequencing, right? You know, if Rillaboom is the final Pokemon, do you really want to try to switch that into a Torkoal?
No, I wouldn't want to do that. I think a lot of people would also agree
Imagine
that maybe that's not
Torkoal
going
wins
to be
the World Championships.
particularly the best option.
He hasn't won yet,
I love
has it?
that the Zamazenta here does have that Dragon Terra as
I could
well.
maybe- I
We've
mean,
seen
maybe,
this
'cause it- with, like,
terrestrialization
sun
option
stuff.
being used on a couple of these
Like,
restricted
you think
Pokemon
you had
as
the
of late because it's
primal
very good
ground on
at
there
being
for a
able
bit,
to
so you
deal
didn't
with
need
these
the sun
elemental types of
from anything
damage.
else
So
besides
as
that.
we see this Torkoal end up going for the eruption, it's able to do just a bit of chip to both the Zamazenta and the Entei, but the Dragon Terra absolutely makes sure that hurts less.
Yeah, now we have an interesting spot. You know, the Dragon
Oh,
Terra
Scott's
paying off,
commentating
and
this one. I like
Zamazenta's just
Scott.
wailing away on these Pokemon. You know, maybe perhaps making Diego feel or think twice
And
about
is Rosemary
taunting it
the other
because
one?
It's fine in the offense, but that's a really interesting situation. You know, the item on that Entei is that choice band. So in the awkward situation where you're locked into a priority move with Psychic Terrain out, and yeah, as we mentioned before, if Rillaboom is that last Pokemon, are you really going to switch it into an eruption?
No, once
Yeah,
again,
it
I
is.
am going
Yeah,
to
these are my two
disagree with
favorite
the
commentators.
consensus of the audience here.
No,
But,
Wolfie
how
lost
then
today.
do you
Wolfie
get
lost
in,
today.
right? Because I think ideally
First elimination
you're able
round,
to
he went
still
out.
kind of wail away with these body presses. And Zamazenta is still putting out that damage. But you got to remove this Indeedee at some point.
I like the Terra
sacrifice
Dragon
has to be
hat
made here,
for,
right? There isn't an option to just
the Terra
have
Dragon
everything
hat, I
work
should
out
say.
smoothly.
I don't
She's
really
gonna
like
stay
most
out
of the
here and
Terra
do
hats. I
nothing,
think most of them are
believing
kind
that
of
the other
booty
two
cheeks.
Pokemon are more valuable than Entei here.
Well,
I
we
like
do
the
have
Dragon
yet
one, though.
another extreme speed. You can't do anything against that because you are choice band locked into it. And with this Torkoal still at such a high HP, it's going to be going for the eruption, getting the knockout onto the Entei. So as you foretold it, Michael has to sacrifice that piece of the puzzle to make sure that you can get rid of this terrain. Torkoal does take a meaningful amount of damage there, though, but you can see how much the Hopping Hand boost
looks
has even put this
cool
Zamazenta
with the
into
Dragon
range of
because it
being knocked
matches
out
like the
next turn.
shield design, doesn't
that's
it?
a big deal too, right? As we mentioned, you know, there's probably not going to be a second Trick Room this game, although, man, though it's just playing out, maybe there could be. And both sides have traded a lot of damage, but, you know, there's still 2 Pokemon remaining on Mikhail's side who have full health, so he's done a pretty good job of damage trading. Really important to survive the rest of Trick Room safely, though.
It is. So we're looking at maybe the opportunity to go for something like the Protect on the Zamazenta. Once that taunt has expired, you can go back to be able to do that. If you wanted to, you could also click Wide Guard in the face of this Torkoal, but you're going to see this Rillaboom finally hit the field. That's going to take this Psychic Terrain away from Diego, and
it's like a cone.
you're going to maybe start to get some momentum back in your favor if you're Michael.
Yeah, I mean, now at least you've got the terrain back. You're threatening a Fake Out. Now these Pokemon sort of guaranteed to get through this Trick Room better. And yeah, it's starting to look like a pretty decent situation, right? Certainly a lot of damage taken. It looks a little silly to have to extreme speed into that Psychic Terrain, but that was better than just losing Rillaboom for nothing and then guaranteeing you will lose control of the terrain for the remainder of the game.
So Rillaboom comes in at full health. It does have the opportunity here to go for a fake out. It stops the Torkoal for just a little while, as Diego now has to think about his own plan B. Actually wants to preserve the Torkoal, maybe set up the stun a little bit later, but also give an opportunity here in the face of both of these Pokemon to consider, well, maybe Calyrex just, it's gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, the 18 HP makes it pretty
got the
tough
Ice
to get too much
Calyrex
done
on
here.
Terra Dragon.
And we do see Rillaboom going
in. Rillaboom takes it out.
Getting the critical hit fake out for the knockout. Not quite how
Oh,
we
that
normally
was
see
fake
it,
out?
but,
It was a
certainly
crit?
won't be moving again this match after that.
Yeah, I mean, that is just kind of insult to injury there. As now you look at this Indeedee not being able to get the heal pulse it would have wanted to, and had it actually survived, maybe you see the Zamazenta
wow,
target into the Indeedee instead,
okay.
and you've all of a sudden have a much healthier Ice Rider Calyrex.
You get to see what he's going for. Like, oh, maybe my opponent will really play slowly, trying to be conservative at the end of his Trick Room, but
Zacian's really cool, man. Zacian and Zamazenta, they're cool Pokemon.
So both sides trading Pokemon here, and
I like Zamazenta how it has the sword in its mouth like Zoro, but I can't lie, I think Zacian's pretty cool as well.
Pokemon on the other side of the field, this Chien Pao.
Or wait,
and
I always mix up. Zacian has the sword in its mouth, and I think that's cool. Although overall design, I like Zamazenta better.
Across the way.
There, I know I got him right that time.
Grassy Glide it here if you wanted to. I think that would be a great way to just take it out. And this Chien Pao is also going to be very fast. Important to note that this Chien Pao also does have Icicle Crash, Throat Chop, and Sucker Punch as its item, as its moves.
Okay.
A couple of different options here you could go for, knowing that the Torkoal has an Assault Vest. It's always going to attack.
Yeah, I mean, you see that value, too, in getting
Where's
control of
he
that
from?
terrain, right? Where
AU.
both these Pokemon have increased priority moves and putting a really difficult position now for Diego to try to deal with. Not looking good for him this game one, and even though, he had that big Trick Room off, we really see the impact of the restricted Pokemon not being able to attack at all in the game.
Looks like it's just going to be kind of thinking a little bit about how to move forward here, but because you're out of Trick Room, this Chien Pao just gets a chance to also just go for the knockout onto this
Torkoal's the last one standing!
And then we see the Rillaboom follow that up. It's got this Wood Hammer. It is going into the Torkoal, but even though it's not going to be very effective, it's still going to see the clear the knockout. And so Michael Kalsch wins the first game of this best of 3 in top 8.
She said Michael.
Yeah, very clean but very strange win. Not too often that you extreme speed into Psychic Terrain twice and still very decisively win the game. But I think it was just a really great decision by him. Realizing, okay, well, I would probably have preferred that I had locked into a different move now. But
it didn't really
I covered the options where if it was one of the other Pokemon,
it came down. He only had 2 guys left, and they were both low. But that was kind of like
this game safely, knowing what the last Pokemon actually is. Very well played game by him. I think conversely, it seemed like Diego kind of probably got what he was expecting there, with the exception of the Urshifu not being present. So maybe going to need a little different game plan if he wants to get through this set.
So if you were in Diego's shoes, you look at this Ogerpon, you go, okay, maybe not the most effective choice here because you don't have the ability on the other side that you were trying to actually target down, but you also aren't able to deal that much damage either because you've got this Torkoal next to you. So what do you kind of think about putting in instead?
Yeah, I think this is kind of a tough lead. I don't know if the option, I
yeah,
guess, if you want to really guarantee that Trick Room, you could try Indeedee instead, but losing Indeedee early is a huge potential problem, right? It's a very important Pokemon in this matchup. Trick Room isn't all that valuable if you lose the Psychic Terrain, so you don't want to just put it out there and sacrifice it to get Trick Room up, potentially and wind up in a similar spot to what you were in the first game anyway.
He won there.
So I guess we'll have to see. Maybe we'll see some of the other Pokemon. It's hard to imagine.
He went out. He went out same round as Wolfie.
Drastically better in this situation, but can't claim to be too much of an expert on Gallade to this regulation, so hey, maybe we'll be surprised.
I don't know. I'm looking at the Gallade right now when I see
Luca, we just saw win. Utah's still
I'm
in.
seeing Chien Pao.
We haven't seen him.
Juicy targets here for something.
Have we watched
like
him from Korea?
Sacred
I think we
sword
did watch him
that
battle on
we
one
could
of the battles on
do a little bit
stream.
of damage,
And Michael,
but
I think, got this
we'll
one.
find out
He's
now
good.
as we head into game number 2 of this best of 3. Michael Kelsch is up 1-0. Another win here. He moves on to the top 4. So Diego, got to bring it back somehow. It's going to be both of the restricteds on the field across from each other to start it off.
Yeah, I think so. This is kind of a lead combination. I think that probably we were expecting, right? No need to change up too much with these Zamazenta and the Chien Pao out. In game 2, kind of just like, okay, well, prove that you can beat me. On the flip side of the field, like, okay, the Ogerpon lead did not really work. I probably wouldn't prefer to take a ton of damage on Indeedee, but I need to do something here. And if it does potentially pull away a couple of attacks with a follow me, at least then breaking the Focus Sash maybe with a potential Rocky Helmet there.
So hoping that this Follow Me is going to be able to do just that and give the space to this Ice Rider Calyrex to actually set up for this Trick Room. But take a look at that. It is just going to this Champ out, going for the throw chop.
One hit KO on
Indeedee. Indeedee packing. So what can the Zamazenta do, knowing that it's got free real?
Look at how Zamazenta lights up like that. That's so cool.
Here. It just goes for the body press.
Body press on Calyrex, but Calyrex eats it.
Chunk of damage there while the
Trick Room right there from Calyrex.
Yeah, that doesn't seem all that much better. And I guess one thing to keep note, because it's a throat chop, doesn't even get to break the focus sash. So these Pokemon not too upset.
Ooh, he's got Ursaluna in the back.
Situation is the previous game where you're threatening.
So he's showing Torkoal, not showing Ursaluna yet, though.
However, unlike that first game, Zamazenta is not taunted. So if the option of a wide guard and a Rillaboom switch, if Rillaboom is indeed in the back, which would really put Diego in a tough spot.
Really would, and I think too when you take a look at maybe the opportunity cost
break
here.
The focus sash, by the way. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, I know. I mean, hey, so it's hard. Like you like, okay, throat chop. Maybe it's a sound-based move.
No,
I get that too.
By all this damage.
I think Murphy
there is
sees
a lot
Rowlet
of damage right now, and even more to come as we take a look at this next turn.
He's like
Potentially, the
looking at
Rillaboom does
Rowlet,
get a chance to actually switch in, take that Champ House place, but
he's like,
it's
has his
all
head
eyes
not
on his
turned
Zamazenta
just
because
far
this is going to be the
enough
biggest threat that Diego's going to have to
still
deal with.
see him without,
we
like,
do see a
looking in his
terrestrialization
direction.
here, though.
Yeah, once again, the Dragon-type terrestrialization.
He's like, look, like imagine the camera is Rowlet.
Although,
he's like this, so you can like see him like this when he turns his eyes, but he's not looking at him.
Though, we'll have to
Murph,
see what
don't
the
be scared of Rowlet. He's our friend.
An ice-type attack would take advantage of his terrestrialization.
It really would. Either way, though, you're gonna just wait to find out. You've got the Protect here onto both the Zamazenta and the Qianpao, just to kind of see what this Torkoal and this Calyrex are trying to get up to. I think this Protection is also
Murphy,
pretty smart.
He's laying
just
down.
Kind of biding your time.
He was sitting with me a bit earlier.
Get rid of one of these Trick Room turns.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really anything lost here, right? If your plan is still, I'm going to wide guard and switch into the Rillaboom, you get to find out that this terrestrialization was going to happen for no real
sleeping
cost.
right now.
And you get rid of one of the turns.
He's tired.
You do eventually want to get through it, so pretty low risk play, and gets one step closer to killing off this Trick Room.
Do you play the wide guard game? There's certainly that mind game, right? But do you just say, okay, I know you're not going to wide guard, because if you're wide guarding, you're not doing anything else.
It's interesting. We see the Entei coming in, so I think that probably makes it more viable not to go for the wide guard, because neither of these Pokemon are in like huge danger. Zamazenta going
Terra
to
Dragon on Zamazenta again, and Entei back out again.
And, yeah, I mean, you're probably worried about an Icicle Spear coming in the other direction, but hey, maybe you get away with it.
Well, right now, it is just going to be the Eruption, so that's going to hit into both targets. Entei switching in and taking about 50%
a lot to Entei, didn't it?
We also see this Terra Dragon Zamazenta have to take
That's
this
a decent two, got them
Glacial
both
Lance.
low.
Not enough on either Pokemon to be able to secure the knockout. But
Body press
with this
again,
body
takes out the
press,
Calyrex.
It's at least done something here in this game to try to get these targets down really low.
Yeah, it gets to attack this time. A single Glacial Lance going off, so
all right,
nothing. And,
Diego's Worlds is on the line. He has two
Pokemon
Pokemon left.
From the last game for Diego.
Down a game.
Instead of the Ogerpon.
Staring down a Entei and Zamazenta, both in the yellow.
Game, right?
But he still doesn't know Michael's last Pokemon. Michael still has Qianpao in the back.
The opportunity to go for an Earthquake, but you really can't do that anyway with Torkoal. So
with
it's
Focus Sash.
Good,
I don't know,
right?
did Focus Sash go on Qianpao yet?
Pokemon, and then Ursaluna can instead choose to go for its single target attack, try to pick up a knockout on one of these Pokemon.
Yeah, Headlong Rush would be great, but remember that the drawback is the fact that they does drop that Ursaluna's defense and special defense. So you have to figure out a way to weave those in at the right time, but you're also not making yourself too vulnerable when this Trick Room is going to expire. There's 2 turns left. So Diego on a bit of a timer to try to make sure that you can actually take advantage of those turns.
Goes Protect on Zamazenta.
Protect here from the Zamazenta, so at least one more turn is going to get bypassed here as Torkoal actually goes for Weather Ball. It's going to be
wow, takes Entei out with Weather Ball right there.
And so even though maybe you don't get a chance to
I wasn't sure what move that was at first. I couldn't think of the name.
There's Ursaluna.
Good thing we got the commentators.
Now Guts Boost for free.
Yeah, pretty good trade, right? Winds up playing around the wide guard play very nicely.
That was a good turn.
Takes
out the Entei and then gets the Gust or the Guts buff from getting burned for free, like they said. Because Zamazenta just protected.
Ursaluna, it also has the option of using Facade.
Yeah, look at that looks really good.
Facade is going to be great.
Zamazenta with the Terra Dragon.
If in the back
hat
is not going to resist.
Might be one of the best combos I've seen for a Terra hat in a Pokemon.
What Michael decides to lock into here, knowing that there's one more turn of Trick Room remaining. So here is the Rillaboom. You don't have the Terra either, so staring at something like this Torkoal, and you can only pick one target to fake out.
Yeah, pretty awkward turn there where something likely to be lost, and and also, what will the Pokemon do if you don't fake them out, right? I mean, Torkoal at least has the option of a single target or a spread move. It'd be pretty risky to try to go for your option, but if it doesn't get faked out, potentially you lose both of your Pokemon. And the other slot, not as much in danger of losing both at the same time.
Look at Torkoal staring down Rillaboom!
I really like what
He's got to target the
Diego's gone for here,
Zamazenta
try to
because
go for the
Torkoal
spread
can
damage if
handle
you can. If there
Rillaboom.
is no white guard, then you do get the knockouts, and then I think
Zamazenta resists the fire.
But look at that, Zamazenta
Double
is able to
protect.
get another protect here.
Yeah, it's a double protect instead.
And that's huge, because that does mean that even though the fake out is going to be able to stop this Torkoal in its tracks for now, you saw where that targeting was going. And this is a worst case scenario here for Diego.
That is worst case scenario for him right there. That was a big play with that double protect.
Yeah, I guess you can fake out both Pokemon, right? It's a little unconventional way to get there, but winds up really paying off. And now suddenly it's a dominating lead.
It is a huge lead here. Now outside of this Trick Room environment, you see this Rillaboom, you know that it's going to be faster than this Ursaluna. You can just go ahead and hit it with a Wood Hammer, take it out. Terastallization is also gone for Diego.
Yeah, and it's a little simpler play on the other side of the field. Torkoal isn't able to protect. It's holding an Assault Vest item, and I really like that play. I think even if you don't hit the double protect, you're going to enter the next turn with two powerful physical attackers, and that the potential for the Chin Pow on the field. I guess this way you don't get it yet. It's waiting in the wings, but really tough spot now. And Diego's tournament could be over if he doesn't think of something incredible very quickly.
Yoked.
Yeah, is there even a world where you consider
See
even
his
just going
lats?
for the protect here and just
Look at
hoping
his
that Michael does something
His
different?
forearms are
with
bigger than his
Ursaluna?
biceps.
Yeah, I mean, I think you need a mistake.
Snake
right,
Man's
at this
here,
point.
one away.
So,
Hey, for in
no
one
protect,
piece.
however, we're gonna see
That's what I was
bunch
gonna
of
say
damage
earlier. I didn't want to spoil.
I mean,
Like
that's
this
gonna be a
Snake
Wood
Man
Hammer
when he
right
goes Snake
into
Man,
that
it looks
Ursaluna.
so
It's not
cool.
gonna get a chance to
Oh!
as Michael secures another KO.
It's
and this
GG's.
Torkoal is gonna have to try to do what its other partners
Torkoal,
could not.
can you
and
clutch
can
up here?
only go for this single target Weather
Weather
Ball
Ball
right
just
now.
on the
This
Rillaboom.
is going
Takes
to get
out the
knocked
Rillaboom,
for
though.
levels, but you still have that Chen Pao. It's about to hit the field. We saw how much body press
Does
was
Chen
able to
Pao
do
have
this
Focus
Torkoal.
Sash on
It's
it?
not much longer before Michael gets to move on to top 4.
Yeah, I don't know how Diego's going to have this one. Perhaps he'll just have to tell Mikael that you're not allowed to touch Torkoals here in Hawaii because I think that's going to be
There's a
Torkoal's only
50-yard
chance.
rule. There is a 50-yard rule in play, but unfortunately
It doesn't have the Focus
end
Sash.
up
Oh, he gave up.
Mattering for this Torkoal. Diego locks in the forfeit, and
they
Michael
said-
in a
they say he had fake out on that
2-0
thing?
finds himself in familiar territory. He is in the top 4 of the 2024
Wow.
Pokemon World Championships.
Really excellent set there. I mean, the double protect looks a little wonky, but I don't think it made too big of a difference to the outcome of the game. Just a really clever game plan.
good.
I think kind of no matter how either of those games went, he just always kept himself in a position where kind of no matter how the game played out, he had a big edge. Sacrificed the right Pokemon at the right
Michael's
time.
good.
I think just a really
Made
cleverly
the finals
played set.
last year,
It
and he's
really
going to
was,
the
and
semis
it
this year.
also shows just how much experience
Rowlett's
Michael does
also
have
watching
with
with
this
her. I had to put
Zamazenta
Rowlett
team.
up.
Diego
They're
is
in
playing
Hawaii.
something that is
They're in
so
Alola.
unconventional. It's so cool to be able to see a hard Trick Room team make it as far as it has in some very, very capable hands. But Michael played a ton of different archetypes leading up to this final matchup, and you have to figure it out on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's a matchup he's played a million times, right?
It
Like
does.
very smooth, never really in any danger there, and does a really good job of kind of, again, just sending us Pokemon in the right order, preserving them for the right time. I think it'd be easy for an inexperienced player to like kind of get a little aggressive, try to win the train war, a situation where it doesn't need to be won. Instead, just plays things safe, able to keep his Pokemon safe enough. Did a really good job, I felt, like of attacking throughout this set when he had the
Tomahawk.
making those
That's
good
a
damage
sick
trades.
name.
And again, as we mentioned, the between game 1 and 2, indeed he's so important this matchup. It's really tough to lead it, and
Michael
we kind of see
versus
the cost
Utah.
of that,
So
where
we're
I felt
both
like
in
after that
Lin
first
Luca
turn,
plays
there really wasn't a whole lot Diego could do.
J. Jong.
I think it was great too. I mean, Michael, the
feel
resilience
like
that he
we
had to
saw
show.
him on stream
we
before
talked
also.
about in
Everybody's
game
12
1,
and
just
2.
going for the extreme speeds. Just kind of hoping, okay, well, either terrain's going to expire at some point, or I'm just going to sacrifice my Entei because it's better for me to do that than switch something in to have to take the damage. And then figuring out in the second game that, well, maybe Entei has to do the same thing, actually, and just kind of stick to that game plan, knowing that there is safety in the wings once he gets there.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing too, right? You don't like get extra points by winning every turn of the game. All you have to do is make sure that at the end of the match you have Pokemon remaining and your opponent doesn't. I think he did a really good job of kind of just keeping his eye on the prize. Like, I know what I need the game to look like attack at the end,
Oh,
and
God, it's
I
gonna
can't
take so long
trade
to find. I'm not
needlessly
gonna
get the
scroll
Trick Room
through.
team because the damage potential is massive with a team like this one, right? It's very easy if you make a mistake just to suddenly lose something, and I think just not doing anything silly is a key in this matchup.
Yeah, and then the double protect at the
Wish
end.
Aaron
there,
did better.
It is
He didn't make it to day 2.
Not silly.
He went
Maybe a
4-0.
little risky, but if
I think
you
he
get
went
it,
5-0
and
and
then
then
it
he
just completely
lost.
seals the game for you. And so Michael just being able to find those types of positions also. That's just how good he is. Honestly, I hope you guys were all able to see it for yourself. Diego is no slouch of a player. It was been such a pleasure to be able to see him on the stream. Remember that he came in undefeated from day number 1 with this hard Trick Room team. And he's also just had so much experience with it throughout the 2024 season. I feel like we have so much more to be able to see from him as we look ahead to 2025.
Yeah, and all the props in the world, right? A really fun team. I'm glad we got to see. And yeah, I mean, as kind of some more of the tried and true archetypes in this format, were knocked out the tournament. He was still standing this late in the tournament, proving that his unconventional strategy was successful. And even though his matchup didn't work out for him, really impressive Worlds run. I think he should be very proud of.
We had 694 Masters players start out the tournament this weekend, and Diego is one of the only 8 remaining. I think that is so incredible. And we've already, with this top 8 match finished, found ourselves looking ahead to top 4. Scott, we are just 2 matches away from figuring out who's going to be playing in Championship Sunday. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's really impressive. And again, we saw with that win, it's been a very long time since we had a player appear in consecutive final matches, but there's a real chance of it happening now.
Maybe that second place last year, Michael comes back very hungry, looking forward to rewriting that history a little bit to get that first place. But the consistency that it takes from a player like Michael Kelsch to be able to come in in his first season, get a second place at Worlds, and then come through 2024 guns a-blazing and be able to make it here to top 4 already.
His first season.
Impressive.
That's gotta be mean.
Very, very impressive.
I should grind
if he were to win, he'd be a world
and
champion.
train
the trainer should aspire to
and
be
get
more
good.
Like, right? He won his free invite
And
last year to
then
that runner-up finish.
once I'm like, I'm good, then I go and do good in my first year.
I think we really see the rewards of taking that approach instead of just taking the year off.
And also just all of the practice into one single restricted Pokemon. Yeah, okay, the team looks very different than his win at the Stockholm Regional Championships, but it's still a Zamazenta team nonetheless. Let's go ahead and hear a little bit more from our winner of that final top 8 match on the stage.
Thank you very much, Rosemary and Scott. We are here with one of the final 4 trainers remaining in the world, Michael Kelsch.
So
congratulations on that victory. How do you feel right now?
I'm literally speechless again. Like, I am really, really tired, honestly, but this journey is just so much fun, and I'm feeling pumped. I really want to play that semifinals match now and get it out of my way.
Yeah, you just have the energy juices flowing. I love how excited you are. That was a tough matchup. Diego, one of the top seeds throughout the entirety of Swiss today. Really tough, hard Trick Room team that you had to face.
Like this camera angle, they haven't done like a lower shot like this for any of them.
What were your biggest game plans against some of those?
You can see the Pikachu in the left here, the Honolulu logo. It looks cool.
Because it's very unconventional.
Oh my God, there's a Rangaroo in the back. Shout out to Rangaroo.
Is something you usually not see. But I knew that Zamazenta with Terra Dragon is just so good because I can use a Wild Guard to shut off Glacial Lance from Calyrex Ice. Torkoal cannot touch me. Ursaluna doesn't do that much damage. So my key piece in that set was the Terra Dragon Zamazenta. And I knew with Chiempo and
Low-key, his fit's pretty fire too.
I can also reset.
I think he's got some Vans. I always wear Vans.
And the sort of wind boost is
Sleek
also really
black
nice
pants
for body
and then like an
presses.
oversized
And also
shirt.
having a focus against the hard
That's how I
Trick Room
dress.
team is just really good, and that was my plan going into the set.
Yeah, let's talk about that Zamazenta, because you've essentially become synonymous with Zamazenta throughout the entirety of Regulation G Regional Championship with it. You've been sticking through all of these months. How much of an advantage has that given you coming into Worlds here this weekend, that you have so much practice with that particular restricted Pokemon?
Yeah, many people just focus on the big 3, I would say, which are Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, and Miraidon. So they didn't even consider Zamazenta as a threat. And so they also kind of forgot the calcs, like how much a body press actually does. Especially with Sword of Wound, it can get really nasty. Like this Calyrex Ice took 60% from the body press, and some people just think it only does like maybe 40, and that's like really nice to use unconventional Pokemon. Like, I would not say that my team is super unconventional, but catching people off guard is the key to win.
I enjoy listening to them just explain their teams and stuff.
Right now.
And what I love to see from your success over the last 2 seasons is you made the finals of the World Championships last year.
Oh, those are Pumas.
Here you are 1 win away from reaching the same spot, and you've improved so much. You must have improved so much from last year, even though you're hitting the same accomplishments. So how much better of a trainer do you feel 1 year later from that finals performance?
So I really learned a lot. I went to a lot of events and also talked with a lot of other people, with top players, and just got a better insight into the game. So I would say I really improved a lot. Even if you're a top player, you can still improve. There is no limit on improving. So I feel better than ever.
Awesome. And
Dude, I think he's going to win.
Get ready for your top 4 match. You have
got second last year. Looked very good in that battle right there.
Sitting there. It's been such a crazy week, and they are supporting me all single second. I'm just super happy about this. Also, shout outs to all my fans on YouTube, on Twitch, wherever. I really appreciate it. And also,
he's a YouTube channel?
A big shout outs to my family, my parents, and my brother. Without them, I would also not be here, because it's all started 1.5 years ago, and I didn't even consider like being here, and it all changed everything, and that's why I want to thank you so much.
All right, congratulations. Best luck in your upcoming
He seems
top
cool.
4
if he has like does streams and stuff, I gotta check him out. I gotta try to find his channel.
The top 4 of the Pokemon World Championships will officially be underway. Don't go anywhere.
Let me see if I can look him up. Michael.
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here at the Pokemon World Championship, here with Luna and Nico. You guys look fantastic. Tell the people at home who you're cosplaying.
Is that Lily?
I'm cosplaying as Celine from Ultra Sun and Moon.
And
I'm cosplaying Lily,
Got
or
it.
Lively Lily, which is the shirt and skirt outfit.
And why did you choose these for your cosplays here today?
It's because I've always wanted to dress up as Celine when the game came out, but I never had a chance. So it was really like a childhood dream, and I want to thank Pokemon for giving me like the excuse to cosplay as her today.
What about you?
I really love the character Lily. At the time when game first came out,
I almost have as
really
many subs as
resonated
him.
with Lily, so I thought this
You
would
guys
be a
gotta
great
check this guy
opportunity
out.
to express how much I love the character by making my cosplay for her.
You guys cosplay together.
This
quite a
guy
bit,
should have
right?
way more subs.
Yes, we do. We always any like anime or cosplay event, we always try to cosplay together.
Awesome. What has it been like being at Worlds cosplaying together?
It's such a great experience. I'm so happy to enjoy Worlds with her. Like, she's my best friend, and I'm very happy to share this experience with her.
Found
I
his
know you
channel.
both kind of work together on your costumes. Can you tell me a little bit about the process of making them?
Yes, so
Oh, actually, to be fair, he's made
I'm
a
really
bunch
bad
of videos.
sewing,
Hang on.
so Nico here has been really lovely and kind to like help me sew this outfit today. And then I'm more of like a prop and wig person, so I printed out our Pokeballs for us, and then I styled
Random
both of our
battles.
wigs.
See, that's what I want.
That's so awesome. Tell us a little bit about your sewing.
Sewing, oh my goodness, I don't know where to begin. This is
I like
one
the
of
random
the biggest
battles.
project I poured my heart and
Look,
soul
I like how he
into.
puts world's
So it took me
runner-up,
about
world's
2 to 3
finalist.
weeks to make it because I kept messing up. But it's such a fun process, and it's very unique in a way because there's so many mistakes.
Oh, because he
that
probably just takes stuff
no
from
one
his
could
Twitch
just
streams and
replicate.
posts it on here.
And I know one of the coolest things about cosplaying at the Pokemon World Championship is people coming and being like, oh, I recognize you, I recognize your character. Have there been cool interactions or people you've met because of your costumes?
I think
I'm gonna have to
there's
check
been
some
a
of his stuff
few,
out. He's
but
good, dude.
I think because mainly we've been exploring all like the
Okay.
events right now around Worlds. We haven't like ran into people because usually it's when we're roaming outside the halls we get like that. Oh my God, it's
Well,
you!
I've seen for 18
You're
months. Seems like a really solid dude and pressure play. Hope we
There
get to
is
see him
so
in the
much
finals.
to do
Yeah,
here
dude.
at Worlds. Has there been any highlights
That like
that you can tell
last
people
year
at
was
home
his
about?
first Worlds, and he
Any
goes to the
highlights?
finals.
I would like to say that coming together and meeting
Then
new
he's out
people
here
is
this
one of the
one, and
biggest
he's in the
and most,
semifinals. Confidently too.
Sorry, one of the most experience I'm so grateful for, and helped me build more relationships, friendships, and even build stronger.
So if I want to get
friendships
on the
with her.
stream like this, if I'm there, I gotta
That's
cosplay as
exactly
someone.
where we all love coming
Well,
here.
no,
Thank you
there
so
was
much
the
for
guy
taking
with the
time to
YouTube
spend
channel
with
that
us
said
here
he'd making the
today.
video
And now
that
we'll
he
head
wasn't
back to the
cosplayed as
Pokemon
anybody.
World Championship.
Who should I dress as if I go? I've never cosplayed anyone before.
After some
I dressed up as
exceptionally
Messi for
exciting
Halloween
battles
last year.
here in Honolulu
I put my
at the
Messi jersey on.
2024 Pokemon World
My soccer
Championship,
socks.
It is
And I
time to get
have a
underway
fake World
with
Cup
the
trophy I carried
top
around.
4 of our competition. Find out which
Or
two
not
are
fake,
going
I
to
should
be
say like World Cup
remaining.
replica trophy.
Play it out on
Guys, hope it's
Championship
red.
Sunday to vie for the champion.
Should I cosplay Wolfie?
title. It's been
I already kind of look like
amazing
him.
so far, and each one of these 4 players.
Like me and he wears like button down shirts like me.
At the end of this, only one
I just have to
remains.
grow my hair out a little bit longer, and it
think,
looks
isn't
just
it?
like his.
Yesterday
I
we
just don't have
started
the
with
facial
over
hair.
600
I can't grow a
Masters
beard like
players,
that. I
and
don't
now
think.
we're down to our final 4, and this is what we're going to be doing next. This is what the excitement is all about.
never
and we
grown
are
a
ready
beard.
to get into it. Of
I
course, we
can't,
can
I don't
take an
think.
overview of the bracket. We've got our first semi-final that we'll be featuring between Luca Ceribelli and Sejong Zhong, and it's going to be an absolutely incredible match. Other semi-final, you can see Michiel Kelsch against Yuta Ishigaki.
My first attempt, like, besides, like, oh my goodness, these are going to be amazing matchups, I'm looking at kind of like the difference when we look at the bracket, considering the 2-0s on that top end and the 2-1s. I think that there has been some exceptionally close matches, and these trainers coming off
excited to
of
watch
really
these.
close matches where we did have the pleasure of
Wolfie will be
watching
spot on.
Luca go up against MUA, and that was so close. That was so back and forth. My voice is still recovering from that. So I know going into this next one, like, oh, we're in for a treat.
I think it's just going to be as fast-paced, as exciting as that last match that we featured in top 8 with Luca as well, you know, and Chen Wei.
I can't do that.
Because the teams that both of these players are
Wolfie
bringing
looks like he
into
has to
this
shave, like,
semi-final,
he
of
shaves
course,
in the
into this
morning,
top
and then by the
4
night,
are
he's
very,
got a
very
beard.
Similar. Of course, we'll get into the team specifics a little bit soon. We've already seen Lucas, and we've already seen.
Look, see, he wears like the
Zhong
button
Wei's
shirts like
throughout
me.
The tournament already. Both of these players, when they have
My
been
hair,
on the
see, my hair
broadcast,
doesn't
have
do that.
performed
He
extremely well.
blow
Now
dries
they've got
that.
each
That's how it
other
looks
to
like
face
that, I
down
think.
against which one will be coming out on top, because this is it. Right?
Yeah.
You win this
That's
match,
kinda like
you're in the
comb-over
championship
type thing.
Sunday, you're
I can
one
do
step
that.
Closer to taking the title,
Or whatever his
the
profile
glory
picture was for the
and
Worlds
becoming
this
that
year, I can do that
2024
easily.
champion, and it's quite
See, I do the
incredible. I'm
undercut
getting a
though.
little
I
bit
like the
goosebumps
undercut of the
saying it,
sides.
You know, it's wild
I like the sides
thinking
being
they're
like
so close to prime
shaved.
champion, but
So
our players have a
I
long
like
way
it
to
because
go,
around
right?
the ears,
And
it's nothing there.
no
Just
time
it
to
feels
get
better to
complacent
me.
at this stage of the tournament.
Though I don't think they will. There's sure still quite a bit to go, and there's going to be a tough one ahead of them. But the journeys that they've taken so far to get here, we've seen such fantastic competition from
Look at Wolfie, that's
representation
Aura
from
right there.
around the world.
Yeah, I got you just
no
wear my
free
normal
rides here at
shirts.
the World Championships,
Or I just gotta find the
and,
exact shirt.
you know,
Oh my God, this is
at this
Wolfie with
point,
no
you know
beard.
that the players are going to
Look
be
at
nervous,
him.
but excited knowing that they're one match
Good
away.
Lord,
Not
doesn't
few
even
get
look
the honor of being able to return back here on Sunday as a competitor.
No, and I think that is the privilege, you know. Pressure is the privilege, and I think these players are just embracing it
I don't think
all
I
the way
can-
through
should
this
I try
top
to
eight.
grow a
So
beard
whoever
like
does
Wolfie?
end up in the finals is going to be extremely
I have a
proud
shirt
of
that looks
themselves.
practically just
Whoever's
like that. I got blue and
to
white
this
stripes.
stage in the tournament, you
See, I literally
have to
roll
be
my
extremely
sleeves up like
proud,
him,
but again,
and I do
you
the
don't wanna
top two
settle for
unbuttoned.
second best. You want to come into this and you want to give it your all. You want to get as far as you can. Both these players are phenomenal competitors. It's going to be a tricky one because we've seen both these players.
Oh my God, this is my video!
We know both of them are running Miraidon. Their teams are very, very similar. And there's going to be, again, the theme.
Yo, sub to this guy.
Wolfie,
let's go! Dude,
Dude,
I don't know if I, look at this. I don't know if I was sweating or I got something on my shirt. I look like I got like pit stains. Star Wars commercial. I didn't even monetize the video, I don't think. Why is there ads?
Songjae is choosing the single strike, so that is the literal only difference.
Oh my God, wait, that was his, I got a good shot of his watch right there.
I mean, we're talking about the margins, but at least once we get down into the individual Pokemon choices, even if those are the same, there is those tiny differences along the way. Again, going back to margins.
Oh, it's got a black dial. I don't like black dials. Mine's a white. I like white.
Because when I'm looking at this, I don't think a Horn Leech versus a Woodhammer is still going to be dealing the most damage into a Miraidon.
Exactly,
but I think
yeah.
it's really interesting
Look,
to
when I
note
put my
the
arms up, I look
little
like an
differences
idiot.
in what you sort of value it. Because I think that's a really nice key indicator of, okay, well, I want the no recoil.
Look
I
at my
want to
arm,
be
dude.
able to get that
I don't know
healing.
what
Oh,
that
I'm
is.
going
I
for
took this
pure
shirt off
damage.
after because I was editing the
Just
video. I
like
saw that.
some Terra-types that we see
I don't know
coming
what
out
I don't know
out
what it was. I don't know, it was like grease or like not like grease from my body, like grease from like a grill.
It does again come down to the skill level of the
I
trainers,
don't know.
doesn't it?
I don't know if I
How
was,
well
or what.
they're
I don't know what it was.
against what they've been
Like,
playing
of course, the video of me
and how
watching
well
Wolfie's
they
battle
know
is where I have that video taken for
composition,
disaster. Good God.
which you would assume they're getting into top 4.
Sub
They
to
know
this
very
guy, though, the
well,
Pokemon player.
Miraidon's a strong Pokemon.
I heard he makes some
If you do
sick
not know your
content.
Miraidon matchup at this point,
This guy's
maybe
cool.
there is a free ride. But no, I'm sure this one's going to be great. And when we're talking about the margins, I think that's an
Just wait for my next video. My next
interesting
video is a
way to be
banger. I got
looking
2
at the
banger
matchup
videos
because
already filmed and
it
ready.
is a situation
And then I
where
have
when you
another
look
one
at
on
the
deck to
similarities,
film.
we
And then
might
I have
be
an
looking
idea
at
for
the
another
speed
one.
ties,
Or another
but
2
I
more.
also don't. Sometimes it's inevitable. Sometimes you got to go for it, but you also want to be finding different ways to approach a matchup to give you that edge. And I think
Dude, I
when we
love how
are
you can
looking
hear
at
the
these mirror
Pokemon Go stuff. I like you
matchups,
hear it
they're essentially a
nonstop,
mirror
literally.
matchup.
Every
We'll
time they're over here, you
follow
hear
that
it.
for the sake of it,
Because those
considering
dudes
the
are battling
archery is here.
nonstop
But
over
when you're
there.
looking at the mirror matchup, I think that's one of the key things to really set the trainers apart and what way they
Oh,
want
this
to be
is
approaching
Pokemon
it. Whether
Unite.
it's a
This
they're
is
bringing
Pokemon
these
Go.
different Pokemon, or even if they are doing something like a mirror lead, how they want to go for it.
Want to see if it's synced up?
Hey,
Can we
if do
hear
get a
him
Draco
using it?
Meteor into the other Miraidon that doesn't tear because it was going for a Draco Meteor, then maybe we'll just have a really exciting, explosive match.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games are already starting, right? So who knows what's going through both of our trainers' minds as they get set up, as we get ready to start the game. But I think the thing
Okay, I
that
can
comes
barely
back to
hear
is
it. So
really
either
good
this is
point
ahead or
is
the other
when
one's
we're
slightly
risking the
behind.
stage,
I
the
can't
50-50,
tell right now
right?
because
So
they
it's
do
about
so many of
ways
these.
in which the trainers kind of bait each other into going for preferable things that they
Pokemon
like to see
Sleep
on
is
the
a game
opposite
for
side of the
insane
field.
people.
Do you lead your
Shout out
Miraidon
this
and
guy.
try and
It
bait that
is.
Draco Meteor and maybe Terrasilize, or maybe even switch
It is
into
for insane
a
people.
Whimsicott so you can nullify that? Or do you have that opportunity where you have 2 Pokemon out in the field that can protect, and you can then potentially.
That's
like,
why I said you have to put
scout
an
out
IV in your
what
arm.
It's being locked
Okay,
into.
you're already
And
rolling
it's
to the next
also
battle.
gonna
Let's
be the
go. Okay.
information game, something that
Only 2 battles left tonight.
Really, when we're looking at this open team sheet era, we don't necessarily get to talk about as much because you know the items, you know the Terrasilizations, everything else, but you don't necessarily know the stats on the
Have
other
we
end.
seen this
so
guy
we
on
can
stream
talk
on the
with
right?
The assumption of speed ties,
Was he wearing a
considering that these
mask
go for a lot
earlier?
of the very similar themes. But at the same time, we don't actually
I don't think he was.
know,
I don't think we have.
and neither do
And
the
his name's
trainers.
familiar.
You maybe have an idea since we have made it this far. Maybe your friend has told you along the way, hey, this one's kind of speedy, hey, this one's kind of beefy. But at the same time, you need to get into the battle and see how this matches up
From
against
Italy
your
and
own
Korea.
Pokemon, which then makes those 50-50s so much riskier because you can say it's a 50-50. It might be a 100-0. You might have been outmatched on that every point in the road.
Yeah, and we're going to start off with looking at the accolades from these trainers. Of course, now they're going to be both able to add the top 4 at the 2024 World Championships to their resume. But outside of that, we've got Luca Ceribelli with that top 8 at the EU IC Championships, Bologna Special Event Champion. Again, going back to London 2023.
These guys are both a
UIC,
set
another
away
top
from
16
being
there,
a
and all the way back to
Pokemon World
2017
Championship
with that
finalist.
Torino Special Event Champion.
And we're looking at Sungjae. We got that soul like top cut here, and adding to
I kinda want
World
Luca to
Song
win
Cut.
after
I mean,
how
skilled player.
crazy
We'll
his
get to
last
see that
battles
on
were.
great display on stage once again.
They have this, did they have the exact same
someone
team?
Who we on here.
Yeah, in 2017 with that.
They do have the exact same teams.
And
You're
it
right.
is going to be choice specs as well, making sure the damage that
I
you
wonder if
do,
they have different
even if you
differences
locked
with like
into
the
attack,
terras and stuff though in items.
is going to be devastating.
Yeah, and even in the mirror, it's going to be such an important tool for Luca to kind of lean on to, because even if you are threatened by the opposing Miraidon, you can utilize maybe the fact that I've scouted out what it's locked into. If it's locked into an electric type attack, I can stay in my dragon typing, I can have that resistance. If it's locked into Draco Meteor, I'm pretty free now to go into my Fairy Translation. So that is a key there. I think the other player is going to be the Whimsicott. That light screen going to be quite important in this match. Maybe even utilizing that Encore, that light screen, and then the Ogerpon with the Hard Flame. I think you can say pretty much similar things on Songjae's side of the field as well, because a lot of the tools are exactly the same. The Whimsicott is now to go.
I'm taking a picture. I got to take a picture of it. Do they have identical teams?
Into my Fairy light screen, all going to be very helpful tools.
Miraidon, Terra Fairy, Choice Specs, Electro Drift, Draco Meteor, Dazzling Gleam, Volt Switch, Urshifu, Rapid Strike with, no, okay, he has single strike Urshifu, okay, Urshifu's different, Whimsicott, Terra Water, Luca has Terra Dark, both have Covert Cloak, Tailwind, Moonblast, Encore Light Screen, Whimsicott's almost the same, Terra's different, Ogerpon, exact same.
A little bit of an advantage because I think
no,
Terra
he has
Dark
Horn
Wicked
Leech.
Claw is something that can really
This guy's
cut
Horn
through
Leech.
things
Luca
on the
has
side of the field,
Ivy
whether
Cudgel,
Luca will
Spiky
allow him to
Shield,
do that, and whether or
and
not
Wood
someone is
Hammer
gonna
instead of
be
Horn Leech.
committing to that
Iron
top
Hands,
crystallization
both have
is
Terra.
another question, of course.
Luca's
Do
Terra
have that
Bug.
focus sash there,
Fake
which
out.
does give you that a little bit of crystallization.
Fake out, Drain Punch, Low Kick, Okay, he has Heavy Slam. Luca has Wild Charge. So a couple of differences here so far. Then for Rigoraph, Trick Room, Foul Play, Helping Hand. Luca has Psychic Noise, and he has Psychic instead. Practically the same teams.
It would be for what? I'm not looking at
only real
Pokemon
difference is the Urshifus and a couple of Terra types.
Yeah. It's time to stop deliberating
Okay,
and see
let's
what
see
the
how it
trainers
goes.
are thinking, though. Hop into our first
We did see him
top
battle,
four
because I
match
recognized
here in
the shiny
Honolulu. And
Whimsicott.
we're
We
getting
did
the
see him
same
battle already,
mindset
I'm pretty
with
sure.
The Whimsicott, but partners of choice. For Zhongjae, that's going to be Miraidon and Luca bringing out the Ogerpon.
Did she
The
read
Whimsicott,
Partners of Choice? Did she
top
say?
four match here in Honolulu. Trainers are thinking, though, I hated Surging Strikes.
Yeah.
It's time to stop.
A reliable
Taking
partner is
it,
what it
though.
said.
Luca just taking it straight out of the fray.
That's going to be his own Miraidon brought in to the battle.
Took Whimsicott out, brought
Speed
Miraidon in,
Lightning.
okay.
You got the electric train. It's already out there. We
Got some good music for this battle through a Spiky Shield first turn.
Not wanting to take any damage on this turn, so Zhongjae did want to try and go for a Volt Switch or a
Tailwind's up
devastating
already,
attack.
okay.
We'll have to see. Speed going to be on Zhongjae's end, and Draco Meteor. It targeted right into, oh, that could have been close. That could
Ogerpon
have been
protected
a
that.
delete button if you targeted into that Miraidon.
Yeah, definitely, and that was very risky because if you
Terra
go
with
into the other
Dazzling
slot, I
Gleam
mean,
right
you're not
off
gunning,
rip
but if you
once
predict
again.
the Whimsicott
Ooh, but he
to go
took the
out, that
Miraidon
could be
out.
really
Is he bringing
bad for
anything?
Luca. Thankfully, not the case. Now the Miraidon is
Ogerpon.
switching out here. You've got to say that Zhongjae has got that tailwind in effect.
This is going to be a
But
fun
the
battle to
Miraidon
watch
on Luca's
because
end
their
is
teams are
putting a
so
little bit of
similar.
pressure onto the opposing
Who's better
Miraidon,
with the
of
team?
course, because
I
it's
wonder
the
if because their teams are so similar, that'll make the battle go longer than normal.
In case that is what happens, and that is exactly what we're going to see.
Both are
That
9 were
alleviation
9-2
against that potential Draco Meteor that now is a Hearthflame Ogerpon.
Hey, you were covered if it wasn't, right? That's going to be the light
For the
screen,
Swiss round.
Light screen as well, really validating the setup on Zhongjae's end of things. You got the speed, you have that light screen, and Luca has the option to set that later to kind of stagger these turns.
Little things like that make a big difference.
Down to about half. Follow up, that's a lot of damage into the Ogerpon, but isn't going to fall it. What I'm looking at, though, is if Luca can get rid of the Whimsicott, and then maybe set his own tailwind after, he'll be able to win that speed war in the end, and that could give a huge advantage.
Okay, so follow me
in this
to have them target
it's a really good call
the
there,
Ogerpon.
Sierra, because I think that's what you want to do. You want
And
to
then we
let your
have
opponent's
Miraidon
tailwind
going
hit her out
Dazzling
and
Gleam
then set
again
your own
with
up, and
the
then you're in
Terra
that
Fairy buff.
commanding position, especially because you all have already committed to that terrestrialization on the Miraidon. Maybe that's something that you would always look to do in this mirror, so you avoid that conflict between the Draco Meteor damage that you would be looking at. So Dazzling Gleam coming out looks like it's going to be in a nice position here for Luca to clear something off the field.
Ogerpon, the center of
Moonblast,
attention.
okay, hits
So no
Ogerpon, does
incentive to being able to
absolutely
target
nothing to
into the
Ogerpon. That was
Miraidon
big right
and
there.
taking this
And
first
Ivy
hit
Cudgel
so
goes into
well.
Ogerpon as
Follow
well.
up, Ivy
That
Cudgel.
does a lot though
We
and
saw
gets it
how
down to the
much
red,
we
but the
did on
Ogerpon hangs
one
on.
side.
Dazzling Gleam's coming up from the Rhydon. Is this going to be able to take out both of them? Or I don't think
Another
it'll...
round of Dazzling
Oh
Gleam.
my god, it almost did take both of them out.
For this turn, Ogerpon's gonna fall.
Yeah, it's a big survival here from the Whimsicott.
Ogerpon goes down, but yeah, like the commentator said, that was big for the Whimsicott to stay alive. KO, Luffy just beat Katakuri. Dude, it's such a good part.
The Ogerpon has gone down. The Miraidon coming onto the field, and you would say that Zhongjae's
They're not out of the
Miraidon
thick
is
of it
gonna be
yet, though.
susceptible to these Dazzling Gleams, right? But the one thing you could do is potentially go for that terrestrialization.
I never would use Follow Me on that Ogerpon.
You then could lock into something like that Electro.
I went on the water
It
one,
does
because I
take
thought the
advantage
water
of
one was the more
Electric Drain,
defensive
and now
one.
because the Miraidon is a fairy type, it's going to be
The
hitful.
fire
Neutral
one,
damage from
I
that
had quick
big,
attack.
powerful electric type attack.
I had a priority
There
move.
is still, with that survival, one more turn to follow me to
I'm
make
thinking,
sure
why are
if
you using quick attack?
attempting to go
I had
for a
so many
single target
times where
attack,
they survive on 1 HP like that Whimsicott, and I would just get so mad. I'm like, I need some sort of priority. Because that was the first team I used where I didn't have Extreme Speed Dragonite. Ooh, Song went the same Terra Fairy on his Miraidon as well.
It's going to be the Electro Drift.
Couldn't think of the name of it for a
Doesn't need
second.
to do
Miraidon or
much,
Miraidon.
And that is going to be
That's going to take Ogerpon out.
cleared off of the board.
Yeah, big knockout.
Both Ogerpon's
here. Just
down,
taking
like
that
the commentator
kind of
said.
support option away and
Cleared him off the
allowing
board.
Zhongjae the room to go for that Miraidon the next turn, following up with a Moonblast here into the Miraidon. Might not be doing super effective damage, but you're fishing for that drop, and it's exactly what Zhongjae gets, reducing that special attack. Going to be a huge play in the next turn where this Dazzling Gleam's out on his side of the field.
Like, Dazzling Gleam takes Whimsicott out, just a little bit of damage to the Miraidon.
Down here, but as
My question is, does Katakuri use the hat Luffy left from there on?
With it, what you lack
I don't
in
think
maybe
so.
some of that damage,
We haven't seen
you can make up
Katakuri
for
again
with the
since
speed on your
in
own
the
end, is
actual
now your
anime or
Whimsicott
manga,
is gonna be
but
the
he
only
was
one
in a
that
cover
matters, the
story, I
ability to
believe.
set the speed on your
I think he was
end.
shown in a cover
Maybe
story.
you can even go for a pivot out. You would
Luffy
have to
did
go
it though
for
because of the
manual.
point of like him
You're
covering
locked
up his
into that
mouth.
move. that could be a great choice. Now, Iron Hands, that is going to be the final Pokemon.
You know, Luffy's a good guy.
And with Terastallization already
God, I gotta read the new chapter. I forgot about that.
Either, even if there is that special attack drop.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that's why we're going to see Luca kind of switch out the Miraidon as well, so can refocus later on in this game. While the Whimsicott on Luca's side is going to set that tailwind up, get the speed advantage, which is going to be so important later on.
I kind of want Luca and Michael in the finals.
On the field, which is a nice, safe thing to bring in, right? You know that the Miraidon on Songjae's side is locked into that Electro Drift. You've got a great Pokemon.
I like Luca's team because it has a bunch of Pokemon I've used. Now I know the other guy's the exact same team, but we've watched Luca 2 times in a row now on stream.
Well, Electro Drift targeted into the Iron Hands. Resist.
Okay, Iron Hands hangs on.
Very effective Assault Vest. Doesn't even take half damage.
Heavy slam.
Into the Whimsicott as well. That one will be doing
takes the Whimsicott out in a one-hit KO.
You set the tailwind. Things looking kind of okay. And your Miraidon can now hit the field as well as that Fako pressure that you brought along with it.
Yeah, all the Quark drives wearing off there, the electric terrain wearing off, but we're going to start it all back up again.
2v2, identical mirror matchup right here.
The field to launch the electric terrain back up, activate those Quark drives on both the Iron Hands here, and now Luca has the option to lock into something else other than the Dazzling Gleam. Got rid of that drop as well.
Who has more health though? I want to see the HP.
And has the tailwind in effect, so now in that advantageous position where he will be able to guarantee that he hits first. One turn of that light.
Oh, everyone's in the green still. Then you just saw the Iron Hands on the other side, still full HP.
You do have to worry about that Iron Hands. It has taken an attack boost on Songjae's side of the field.
As well with that
Fake out on the Miraidon right there. That was smart because that thing's going to be doing the most damage output and can hit both with Dazzling, something such as Dazzling Gleam. It did a lot, I felt, to that Iron Hands.
Screen, but how much can
one more of those, the Iron Hands is done.
Not even going for it. That's going to be hitting into the Iron Hands instead to bring Luca down to final Pokemon.
That is a huge knockout there. The light screen
going
away,
screen's
and
gone.
Now that tailwind still in effect.
Oh my God, Luca can win right here, right? Who has the tailwind up though? I don't know.
Back and forth game between the Miraidon, the Iron Hands.
If Luca goes first, he wins, right?
It might be a 1v2 situation, but the previous turns all bringing it down to being in this situation. This Dazzling Gleam that you can fire out.
Iron Hands is going down.
You have your full special attack back.
It's just a matter of does it do enough to the Miraidon.
The difference is we've got to see from these trainers those tiny little minute things and setting up.
Okay, Luca's Miraidon goes first.
As we get it locked in.
The other Miraidon's what we want to see. Oh, he takes both out!
As it's going to be Luca to claim the first game
to get the win.
Wow, what a first game for us to come in.
Wow.
With, and you can see both players had the same exact idea, right? I think that Luca was just a little maybe step behind Songjae in setting up that tailwind, which you identified throughout that match would be quite important in the late game. If you can get through,
yeah, he got the tailwind up later, but that's what won him the game.
At a more preferable time. You are going to be in
he was second to getting the tailwind up in the mirror matchup there, but because his was up in the end there, he won because he outsped at the critical moment. Wait, did that battle go from night to day to night during the battle? Look, it's nighttime here at the end. And they're showing the replay. It was daytime at the start in game. What?
At a more preferable time, you are.
That's gonna be
yeah, I didn't even notice. Look.
You got
the other slot
later to kind of. You got this. Like.
Now you don't want to.
When the sun go away. Oh, once someone's terastallized? Oh, is that what happens when they terastallize? It takes the light away? And it like focuses on the Terra guy, right?
And unfortunately, as your tailwind withers away, so does your chances of winning the match with Luca being able to set that tailwind.
All right.
The speed, and even
Luca's
when it was
one
just
game away.
Up against the final two
Will he
Pokemon,
do it?
The Dazzling Gleams, slow but sure damage to close it out.
Yeah, and it comes back to what you kind of said at the top of this match, where both players aren't going to want to really commit or take the risk on those 50-50s. I think if you look at Songjae's kind of approach to this match, they kind of went in where they were like, okay, I'm going to get the tailwind up before my opponent, and I'm going to try and get as much of an advantage early on, get some returns early on.
Oh my God, Beldum Conde smart. So anyone that plays Pokemon, go Beldum Conde is tomorrow to let you know.
There's not enough room.
Make sure you go play.
Come back. But Luca was really calm and composed throughout that, knew exactly what he needs to do at the right time. Got fortunate with those switches and protects when he needed them, but it really paid off. But fortunate with those switches.
Were those both in Master Balls? That's a flex, huh? Double Master Ball?
Them, but it really paid off. But back into game 2, here we are. And protects when he needed them, but it really paid off. But back into game 2. Here we are. We're going to see
think that was a Master Ball and a
damaging you
Pokeball.
this turn and make sure that you are ahead and no Tailwind can get set.
Yeah, I mean, the Tailwind, you probably don't want to set in front of a Trick Room.
The shiny Farigiraf is pretty cool,
I think that's really good deterrent in the first place. But the Iron Hands is going to be a bit of a threat to the Miraidon, of course, because I think the low kick could be something that you don't want to necessarily take. And do you want to commit to that terrestrialization early on in this match? Maybe not. You might want to try and get some damage off into the Farigiraf, but at the cost of doing that, you can take a fake out like we're seeing the Miraidon just be flinched this turn.
No choice specs, no protect. And now
Trick Room
Trick
setup
Room
this time.
is going to be the way
Opposite
we're
of
playing
Tailwind.
this match. Luca having swapped out that Whimsicott into the Iron Hands does mean that he has a slower Pokemon that he can try and fire off attacks with. Though notably, because of the Armor Tail onto the Farigiraf, can't go for Fako to try and slowly make it through that sort of way.
How do you get
that's
multiple
the thing.
Master
You
Balls
can't
like
take
that?
advantage of your
glitch
fake
at the
out
start?
now that you've got the Iron Hands on the field. When normal situation, you'd be like, okay, well, you can fake out, you can get at least maybe a terrestrialization from your Rhydon, try and get some useful dazzling game damage off, but you're not going to be able to do that.
It's not
this turn.
hacking.
You're going to have
It was
to go
technically
straight
like
on
a
the
glitch in
offensive
the
with
game.
your Iron Hands, and you've got some good options here. You've got the Electric Train set up. You're going to be able to launch out a
someone at
Wild
school
Charge
telling
that'll
me
do
about
a good amount of damage into that Farigiraf, but you've got to remember that that's Electric Seed has been activated, so its defense is bigger than it would be normally. Why we're not seeing anything committed into that slot, just a low kick
did
here
a
and a
lot
heavy
of
slam
damage
coming out
right there.
into the Miraidon.
Not very effective damage. That
Didn't do
Miraidon,
much.
it
That
is
was a good
furious,
turn.
and maybe the dimensions might be in Sungjae's favor, but the
Wow!
output is not. And Iron Hand's going to be going down at this turn. And where I think this can get really dangerous is if you're losing a Pokemon that might be better in the slower dimensions, and you've lost yours and your opponent still has theirs, all
Yeah,
of a sudden
you're
maybe
right.
you just set up the Trick Room for Luca.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. You can see what Songjae was thinking there with that heavy slam into the Miraidon, thinking, yeah, well, you don't want to take a low kick, so you're probably going to terrestrialize, so I'm going to call that terrestrialization. Heavy slam would have done super effective damage, but Luca not playing into it, just saying, okay, well, I'm going to try and get some damage off. I don't want to really switch around at this point, but like you rightly said, now the Trick Room's up. Songjae's lost the one thing that would be so impactful in a Trick
Is the
Room,
other
and
game going to be on
Luca's got
stream, you
his, and
think?
he hasn't set any speed control up so far. The Miraidon
It
coming
should
in
be, right?
is gonna
They should
be
put both of them
susceptible
on
to
stream.
maybe a low kick coming out from Luca's end this time around.
Because we talk about the Iron Hands being fine in the Trick Room, but when we still look at the Miraidons in that situation, Luca swaps out, but we still don't know which is faster and which is slower. So it gets a little quirky, gets a little crazy. We won't find out that turn. Instead, what
Terra
we find out
Bug
is
on the
Luca
Iron
wants to be
Hands.
spending the terrestrialization, and it will be onto that Iron Hand.
The bug one, I mean, I don't. It looks. I think that's the best one they could have made for a bug one with the antennas like that. Like that makes sense for a bug.
That will be the Miraidon into the Fairy Type.
Yeah, and the one thing that you would see you've got to watch out for from that Miraidon on Songjae's side of the field is Luca scouting that and going for a wild charge into that slot. We're going to see the helping hand.
Helping
come out
hand
from
on the
this
Miraidon
Farigiraf
to,
here.
I assume, buff the
Once
Dazzling
we get
Gleam
to
when
the
it's hitting both of
attacking
them.
time, that will be a lot of damage.
Low
And
kick doesn't
not
get it down
just
to the
Dragon
yellow,
type,
but does decent
dropping
there.
the amount of damage
Yeah, but it
you're
was
going
help
to
for
be
the
taking
Dazzling
from
Gleam.
that low kick is so nice. Helping hand, Terra boosted, Dazzling Gleam.
Dude, his
Whimsicott
Whimsicott always gets just dropped, man.
Into that Iron Hands, but because of the terrestrialization, gets to stick around.
Yeah, that's a big knockout there onto the Whimsicott, and Luca kind of forced in that situation because choosing the terrestrialization onto the Iron Hands can no longer do it onto the Miraidon. Songjae picking a really nice move to lock into here because, yeah,
Songjae,
the
I
Iron
think that's
Hands
how they
is
say
taking
his
that
name.
fairy type weakness away, but then if you're going for the terrestrialization there, the Miraidon is susceptible to that, and depending on the speed tiering, we talked about that earlier at the top of the match, if Songjae's Miraidon is actually slower in actual fact than Luca's, in this situation when the
Miraidon's
dimensions
back
have
out.
been
He already
turned,
used his
it
Terra,
is gonna be
though,
able to
on
get
the
a
Iron
Dazzling
Hand, so
Gleam
he
off
can't
before
terrestrialize
Luca's
the Miraidon this time
is
to
able
Terra
to
Fairy.
move, and is in a position where it could potentially get knocked out this turn, and the Trick Room might be the thing that opens up the door to tie
Look
this
how there's
match
the
up.
What's nice about taking down the Whimsicott as well, of course, when
Like
you are
hearts
bringing
at
the
the bottom. Is
Farigiraf,
that 'cause of the
you
Terra
did have to
Fairy?
leave something at home. So now you know that once the Trick Room is done, that Luca doesn't have the option to getting the speed in his favor. So you can go from an even matchup from there as we get the confirmation of the final. The
Ogerpon was in a Master Ball too!
In it to the Ogerpon. Preserve it for the time being as the Wild Charge is going to be the first to ring off. Not very effective, bringing it down to about half and a little bit of recoil for itself. Foul play follow-up normally
Hands
would
goes
be
down.
resisted, but instead will take another KO.
Yeah, big KO
Who's his
onto
last
the
guy,
Iron
you
Hands here, and a really important
Who do you have
one
last? He had
because normally
Ogerpon
that
last
foul play
time.
would be resisted, but because of that terrestrialization, There's pros to it, but there are cons to it.
Ogerpon goes down, okay. 2v2, 2v2.
Taking that Pokemon down without really much return on such
And
an
his
impactful
Miraidon,
physical
what HP are
threat
the
from
Miraidon's at?
this side of the field.
It is Ogerpon.
Choosing to lock in
His
to that
Luca's
Draco
Miraidon
Meteor
had
as
some
well with
damage
the
to it.
Choice Specs. Reminder,
Sung Jae,
once
he
the
had.
Pokemon goes down, you
what was his
cannot be
Miraidon at?
swapping that
Full?
out.
Farigiraf is almost into the yellow.
This
Miraidon has a little bit more than the Farigiraf.
I mean, as a call, you took down a Pokemon, but now you will not be able to damage it for the rest of the match. The Ogerpon is the one that really has to be popping off in this situation.
She's right.
Yeah,
Ogerpon has to
be
ball
hoping
out
that
right here.
The Ogerpon has enough to take down the Miraidon in this Trick Room environment. I believe we're in our last turn of the Trick Room, so once that does shift, the Miraidon on Sinjon's side of the field is going to be in a position where it's not really threatened by the Miraidon on Luca's side, and it's going to be able to clean up the Ogerpon pretty easily.
Woodhammer.
Oh, it takes it out!
Is going to be enough to take down.
That's it. He goes. We's winning.
It's no longer resisted, and now this Farigiraf, the adjustment for this game too, is the only thing left standing. Sung Jae.
Oh, he takes both out.
But it will be enough. 2-0. Luca, we'll see you tomorrow.
GG's.
Absolutely phenomenal here once again from Luca. It looked like it could be quite tricky to close out that end game, but no, he had it all planned out from the start and will be our first finalist into Championship Sunday this weekend.
See, I like seeing the emotion.
You can see
he's not just sitting there with like a blank stare.
This means to Luca securing this win, and a strong win at that. And an opportunity now to play it out, to potentially be a Pokemon World Champion. So well deserved.
He's going to the finals of Worlds. We'll see him tomorrow night.
Cheering as well. What a fantastic match.
Absolutely fantastic, and I mean, you can just see how much it means to Luca as well. He works hard as a trainer, and he's just phenomenal to see come off. That was a really tough game for both our trainers there, I think. You know, I think when you're going into a top 4 of World Championships,
that was a good battle. That was a good battle. His battles are fun to
there.
watch.
And,
I hope it's
you
him and
gotta
Michael,
really
because those are like my 2
congratulate,
favorites to watch
Sanjay
right
as
now.
well for an absolutely amazing performance. You can see the idea
He's going
that he
against
had going
Utah,
into that
though.
game too as well, and why the Trick
That's a
Room was
sick
almost
name, Utah.
nearly the thing that got him over the line to tie that match up, but
JJK.
Luca just was able to utilize the Iron Hands probably a little bit more effectively.
I like his
than
team because I
Sanjay was in
understand
that
the
game.
team.
And I mean, you're talking about this tough matchup, but I think that's a real testament to the skill that Luca had in this to be able to
But I'm not
take
gonna lie,
this
like when
into
he had that
2-0 and
technical
be in a
difficulties
really
last
strong
round,
situation
I'm like,
kind
oh,
of
he's
throughout.
cooked. He's gonna be like
Even when
in his
right
head
from
and
the
stuff. He's gonna
get-go,
lose.
the-
And
he
then
got
start
that
off the
trick
first
room.
game, looked like he was
Well,
getting
you had
cooked,
an
but then he
answer
turned it around
into
and
it
won.
Being able to push on through that and weather that sort of storm. He made this match like so strong in his favor based off of that play, and that is the play that, hey, that might be world champion play right there.
Yeah, and I think that's what it comes right down to. The tiny little plays, and you can see how much it means to Luca when he lands that Woodhammer, that final blow that gets rid of the biggest threat on Songjae's side of the field, because once that Miraidon's gone, it's easy sailing from there out. The Farigiraf did a good job, but I don't think it was the main priority for Luca throughout that match. He wasn't really concentrating on it too much. It was always the thing that was next to it, removing those from the field, and yeah, executing a really well put together plan.
I mean, Farigiraf does a lot, but sometimes it's so.
So the
what
next game they're
relaxes that
surely
damage
gonna
to be able
stream,
to
right?
end
No way
games.
they
So being
don't
able to
stream the
target
next game.
Partner Pokemon consistently. Well, that's going to be your path to victory from there, and Luca being able to kind of properly prioritize and see, like, hey, is it the foul plays? Okay, like this isn't the scariest thing, and if I can just be picking off these threats,
They gotta
one
show the
after
next
another,
game. There's no way they're not
I mean,
gonna show it.
Sanjay's going to be running out of steam.
And I think that's it.
They gotta
as
do the
well.
interview
You know,
first, though.
You've got that threat where we had the moment.
Worlds
where
is
the
so
trick
much
went
fun to
up,
watch, man.
But Luca was then able
I'm
to
doing this every year, no matter what.
Their own
Every
hands
Worlds
onto
we
the
gotta
field,
stream.
And then
Well, the
pressure
thing is, though, if I'm
Miraidon
there, I
that
can't
had
stream it.
Rascalized from
IRL
Sanjay's
stream.
side with that wild in the terrain. That's going to be doing a lot of damage. Yeah, your low kick.
Does
not
anyone do
really
IRL
doing
streams
very
at
much,
Worlds?
But still did a respectable
Pokemon, invite me out, invite me out, invite me out, invite me out.
So in
I'm gonna be
range,
there
and
next
that
year.
almost started to force the hand of Songjay to kind of reposition there, leading to the Ogerpon going down, and then it just started to kind of fall apart. But interestingly enough, that both players pretty much picked the same four in that first game as well, and how the outcome of
That'd
that
be
came
sick,
about.
wouldn't it?
And the player
IRL
that made an
stream at
adjustment
Worlds?
wasn't Luca, it was Songjay, and just didn't quite get over the line for them.
It was close and definitely a really strong changeup because, again, if your opponent goes for that tailwind or is trying to play into one method, but of course, Iron Hand's
like
just
that,
so good into Miraidon in general.
Yeah.
It's kind of tough because it's strong against Miraidon.
They had a
it's
streamer
so
hub at
strong in
NAIC
those
for people to
trick
stream
room
from? Really?
situations,
Yo,
whereas
Pokeclips, thank you for tuning in. What's up, dude? World is so hyped, dude. It is.
Worlds
is the best.
I mean, it can be handled by this Iron Hands. Maybe you wouldn't have seen quite a strong Trick Room answer out on the
It's so much fun to watch.
As well. Bug
It's the pinnacle of Pokemon. Should we check out something else while we wait here? They're going to do an interview in a sec with him.
Different terrors that could have been viable there as long as you're just
Quarterfinals still over here.
Dude,
I feel like they've been in the quarterfinals for the past. What time is this going to end?
I mean, this has been really cool because we saw that Bug Terra earlier.
I believe
on
they
from
said the
Luca
Unite Championships
against
tonight.
Mendoza with those earthquakes, and so to see it here now again.
Dude, it's going to be like 4 a.m. for me by the time the Unite one's ending.
The little bug antennas on the Iron Hands makes it a lot less intimidating.
Wow, look at their
It makes it a little
suits.
less intimidating.
Shout out the Go Casters.
Yeah, and I think the resistance
Matching
that you get
suits.
from the bug type,
They're
obviously the
matching.
fighting, which is really useful
The
in
two
certain
dudes were matching,
situations.
too.
You get the ground as
Better
well,
find
which
them.
we saw how impactful that was. Not only that, the resistance is
Oh my God,
take away the weakness.
Zoe 2 dots.
You know, the Dazzling Gleam, which was so important in that match because I think if you hadn't been able to and you commit to your own Miraidon, maybe
They're
that match
matching
might have
too.
fallen,
Oh my God, the
in
Pokemon Go
Sanjay's
casters are the
favor
best
there.
ones.
So really pivotal, really key time to use it, and massive congratulations to our first finalist here, Sierra. We're getting closer to crowning our champion, and
Where's the other
one of
one?
them could be the Italian Luca Cerabelli.
We are so close.
The
We have
Pokemon Go
one of our
casters
finalists for
are the
Championship
MVPs.
Sunday and one
Well,
more
here's the thing,
match
though.
to determine
Oh,
who's going to be
he's using
joining them.
Goodra.
Take
He's
a
using
quick
Goodra.
break,
He's using
and after
Goodra.
that, our final match for today.
Goodra lost the first time I get to watch him! But you know who are some other goated casters? Spraggles. Where's Spraggles?
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser here on the floor at the Pokemon World Championship 2024. I'm here with Evolutions Cosplay and Sarah, the official cosplay handler. Show us the shirt. I like that you are cosplaying as a cosplay handler. It's fantastic.
Oh, wow.
Evolutions,
She made the... There was someone else that had another Evolution yesterday, I
Tell us
remember.
about your
Vaporeon,
cosplay.
maybe it was?
Today I am Jolteon. As if you know, each island has its own color, so I want to do something yellow because it represents Oahu. So what better Pokemon than Jolteon?
Oh, that's cool. She said
here,
each
right?
one has
Border Range,
its own
and so I
color, and
wanted
she
to
did it.
bring
Ah,
in
shout out
some
that girl. That's
Hawaii
sick.
Local style, so I made
Where's
sure to use some,
Spraggles?
local prints like the Palaka, the Plumeria, and then even some accessories like our Papale and the Lepo'o that my sister made to make look like a comfy.
Tell me a little bit more. You're using Hawaiian words that we might not be super familiar with. Tell us more about those.
So the papale hat is usually just this wide brimmed hat that has the top opening so you can fit your hair through it. And the lepo'o means the lei for your head because po'o means head.
Shout out
Where
this
does
girl.
Jolteon
She did her
fall in your
research. This
favorites
is
in terms
sick.
of the evolutions.
You know, as a cosplay, Jolteon's so hard because she doesn't have too many elements to her.
You know what
besides
this reminds?
the yellow, white,
This
and
is such a
lumpy.
cool outfit.
So
Because
she
you know what this
kinda
reminds me of?
falls down
It
to
reminds me of like when you see like Pokemon trainers in like the anime and stuff,
so
and they're like
loving
wearing
this
outfits that
outfit.
match
It's
their
comfortable,
Pokemon.
moving, and it helps represent my island too.
Of course, and we talked to you yesterday when you were Vaporeon, right?
Oh, it's the
And
same
since you
girl.
were Vaporeon. Any new news to report from around the convention? What have you been up to?
We went and explored the Hilton Hawaiian Village Great Lawn. We were there with the Shadowless podcast and had a cosplay showcase, showcasing cosplayers with their love of Pokemon and their cosplays.
How was that cosplay contest? Tell us about it.
It was so wonderful to see the different ages, from the youngest to the oldest, to
That's kinda
dress
cool.
up as their favorite character, trainer.
Yeah, she was.
Pokemon,
She
and
was the
so
one that was at
great.
Vapor.
You were a judge for that, right?
I was, yes.
Was it fun?
Oh, so fun, but so hard. Everybody came with their best dress look. It was really hard to make the decision.
Oh, that's
Where's
so cool.
Spraggles?
Anything that you'd like to say if people are looking at you and being like, I want to do interpretive cosplay like this. I want to make something that's not necessarily the character itself, but something that brings my own
Interpretive
style.
cosplay.
How would you,
I'm learning about
advise them to
cosplays.
get started?
You know, just sketch
Interpretive
out,
cosplay.
brainstorm a mood board. Think about what makes you feel comfortable, what brings you excitement. Is there a theme that you love? And then just go from there. Don't let your creativity be limited, and just do what you love and don't worry about anybody else.
That's such great advice. Thank you so much, Evolutions
There he
Cosplay.
is.
And now let's get
Look
back
at
to the
Spraggles'
Pokemon World
spin.
Championship 2024.
The one he had yesterday though was sick too. I kind of like the one he had yesterday better. I do like how it fades to black in the middle.
Right, we are finally here at the end of day 2 of the Pokemon World Championships of Honolulu, Hawaii. But the matches are not finished. We still have one player left to determine who.
Okay, good. They are going to start the last match. Okay.
On Championship Sunday in the Masters division.
When was the
tomorrow.
Pokemon Presents?
Joe Brown, joined
You mean my
by
Pokemon
Gabby
Presents?
Snyder, and this is an international affair here in top 4 with Germany versus Japan.
My
and
Pokemon
Michael
Presents?
Kelch got 2nd place at the World Championships last year, being defeated by Shoma at the end
My
of the day.
Pokemon Presents?
Has
I mean,
his
I posted on the
opportunity almost for
13th.
redemption here, not only to earn his way back into the finals here for Championship Sunday, but is playing against one of Japan's strongest players here at this tournament in Yuta
Is
Ishigaki.
Michael going to get
Yeah, and I think
back-to-back?
one of the things that really stood out to me, Gabby,
Back-to-back.
The bracket of how he got here. Michael Kelch facing Diego Ferreira. Diego crushed it in Swiss with that super hard Trick Room team that he faced. That Michael just seemed like he was so prepared for it. So I don't even know, Yuta having another Trick Room team available, I don't know if there's any Pokemon Michael Kelch is not prepared to face.
Well, if you're going to bring a Trick Room team to the World Championships and you're going to be playing a Trick Room team in top 4 of the World Championships, I think it's safe to say you love Trick Room, right?
That would be fair.
Yeah.
Have we
Yuta
seen Yuta
Ishigaki
battle
actually
at all?
on his social media, in his bio, says, I love Trick Room in all capital English letters. So you're
Was he any
definitely
of the
going
other
up against one of the
streams?
experts. And not only that, while I don't want to go into specifics just yet, Yuta has such a creative take on the Calyrex Ice Rider Trick Room team. So this is going to be a really fun matchup between 2 Pokemon archetypes that, while yes, there have been a ton of Calyrex Ice Rider on the field, nobody else has really played it like Yuta, whereas Michael has all the experience as one of the Zamazenta champions of this past season behind his back.
Absolutely, I think that's the big matchup here, as the winner will face Luca Ceribelli in the finals tomorrow. But this is essentially a Zamazenta specialist in this position on Michael Kelch's end, compared to a Trick Room specialist from Yuta, and of course the last Japanese trainer standing, always a very important position throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. But Michael, if he can continue this reign, back-to-back potential finals, who knows if he'd be able to win tomorrow. Like, this is quite the first, I guess, freshman and sophomore seasons of a VGC career.
And not only that, if Michael makes it into Championship Sunday tomorrow, it is guaranteed that we will have a European international champion next year.
Oh, that's
or this
right.
year.
Yeah, this year, yeah.
This year, world champion, of course, but still.
Like, could you
there's
imagine
so much
that?
at
Like,
stake
you
right now. I know
start
these trainers are
for
also
the
starting
you play
to feel
for
a
your
little bit
first
exhausted.
time
It's been a very long day here
ever,
of competition, but still, you have one
and you
more
go
battle ahead
finals,
of you, one more match,
finals
one
of the
final
Pokemon
opportunity
World
to get your ticket
Championships.
to Championship Sunday tomorrow, which y'all should watch.
Yeah.
It's going to be a great show. Obviously, we will be
Like, that's
starting with
insane.
Pokemon Go, then the TCG, and then, of course, the video games. You may have to wait a little bit to see the conclusion of this incredible tournament. But honestly, all of the World Championship finals are so exciting. You're not going to want to miss a single one.
Yeah, and shout outs to all the troopers who've been watching all day online.
I've been watching all day.
You know, whether you're in mainland North America or Europe or Japan or Korea, rooting on for, you know, one of your favorite players. Thank you so much for sticking with us here on the Pokemon channel for the last 2 days.
Oh, here we go. We're go. It's getting into the game already. It's getting into the game
action
already.
just
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
But let's get into it, Gabby. Our final match
That's a
of the
sick
day.
shirt that
Michael
Yuta's wearing.
Kelch and Yuta
But I love those
Ishigaki.
Play Pokemon
One of
shirts,
these
too.
trainers will be in the finals tomorrow.
Michael Kelch, Zamazenta's strongest shoulder.
So is that Denmark? He's from
Excuse me,
DE. Oh, you guys can't.
Has him by his
Yeah, you guys can't see. It's
shoulder,
cropped
ready
out.
to go
It says
for
DE. Is that
battle.
Denmark?
I tried to make it work, Joe Brown.
You got there.
Previously won the Stockholm Regional Championships with Zamazenta. Had a few different Pokemon on that team, but I think critically still bringing that Chenpao and the Rillaboom that felt like it was the core of that approach overall.
Yeah, that Chenpao has just been really important for Michael Kelch.
You notice the headphones are different. See how the Pokemon logo is small there on the bottom? Look at the Unite ones. They're like big. See how the Unite ones are big and it has it on the. It has it on the whole. You can. I gotta get the mouse out of the way.
Sort of ruin ability gives for
Come mouse.
all of your
There you go.
Pokemon.
See how it's a big
lowering
Pokemon logo on the side?
Other Pokemon defense on the field means that those body presses just hit even harder.
DE equals Germany.
Yuta Ishigaki on the other side of the field.
I
has
did
with
notice
him
his
Metamungus
accent. I did
Flush.
think it sounded like a
Again,
German accent
Trick
because I
from
know someone
Strongest
who's
Soldier right there.
he's German and his dad's
Was
like
able
really
to qualify
German.
for the World Championships
And
this
so
year
he,
via playing in
Stuttgart.
the Japan Championship Series online qualification
Rich,
and getting
I
top
think that might be
24
Germany
at the
too.
Japan Championships back in June. This
DK
past
is
year.
Denmark? So why is
Also
DE
qualified
Germany?
Back in 2014 for the junior division.
Look it
so
up. Where's he
has
from?
been playing Pokemon for a very long time. And again, like we were just saying, Michael Kelsch got runner-up at Worlds last year, won Stockholm this year, and has had honestly a majority of these performances with Zamazenta on his team.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much this core. He is the accessories have changed throughout the last couple of months, but the core piece of the team in Zamazenta and Qianpao have been there. I love seeing the Entei adaptation on this as your fire type of choice. Obviously, you're great into Incineroar. You don't get intimidated, but I like that it's just so much damage by extreme speed and choice band on its own. But when you compound it with Qianpao, it's even better.
And Entei is such a good pick for this specific matchup, given the fact that Yuta's own Calyrex Ice Rider has the grass Terra type. A lot of times in the past, we've seen
For my
fire
German
Terra type
viewers,
on
okay, he
that
probably is
Pokemon
Germany
so that
then,
you
you're
can
right.
avoid
I
taking
found a
big
tweet he
damage
posted
from
that
these
said for my
fire
German
attacks.
viewers.
Don't have to worry about getting burned by a will-o-wisp.
And he typed in
But this
German.
Entei really has a great
I
opportunity
did notice
to be
I did notice the
perfect
accent
counter
as
to
well.
that Pokemon.
My friend's dad,
We've
I always
also
see him at the
seen
pool I
Michael
go swim
play
at, and he has
against
like a
Calyrex Ice
thick
Rider
German
Trick Room team in
accent,
the past,
and
I know
he's like
you were
similar.
talking to him about his win over Diego in top 8, and he actually mentioned some of his approaches
Okay,
to
we've
this
seen Michael's team
type
already
of
because we just
matchup.
saw him on stream.
Yeah, he's definitely aware of, as we talked about, like Michael is prepared for any type of matchup, so understanding what
I wonder if there's an analytic that they have is
is
like for how many Pokemon are dual type versus single type.
Most trainers, but
which do you think are used more? Because no, I noticed Entei and Rillaboom, and I almost thought it was weird seeing that because they're both single type.
When you're able
I feel like the
to
majority of
flip
them are dual
those,
type Pokemon that we see
those
used.
weaknesses into resistances, it can really turn the match into your favor.
Yuta on the other side of the field, though, is running a very different flavor of Calyrex Ice Rider. Does have its best buddy Amoonguss there to threaten
Wow, Pelipper
redirection
and
with
Iron
Rage Powder,
Valiant.
putting
We haven't
Pokemon
seen
to
those
sleep
yet, have
with
we?
Spore. But the Iron Valiant actually making an appearance
He's got the
in
Amoonguss
his
plush.
Japan
Oh my God,
National
he's gonna cook with
Championship
the
run
Amoonguss.
this previous
Why does
time
Amoonguss's
around.
head look
Had
like
a
that?
couple of different moves, but kept that
Looks like
core
Mega
of
Mind.
encore and coaching to not only provide
gotta, like,
support to the
push it
physical
down.
attackers on the team, but also to potentially lock in opposing Pokemon into moves that are suboptimal in the matchup. And when you look at just how much advantage on
Iron
paper
Valiant,
Zamazenta
really?
has against a lot of the Pokemon on Yuta's side of the field, I
Shout
think
out
it is
Pelipper.
going to be
Pelipper
the
wins.
Encores, the Rage Powders, the Spores.
I like
that are
that
going to
Landorus,
open up
too.
the opportunity for him.
I've
to
never
find a
liked
winning
the other, the
strategy in
Therian
this game.
form Landorus. I like the incarnate form
match
way
for
better.
Yuta, of course,
I've
important
always
match
loved
for
that
his
form.
plush Amoonguss
And I could
there.
never get
As
it when
for
I
those
was
who don't know
younger.
the history of competitive Pokemon,
I could
there are
never get it when I
currently
was younger.
6 Pokemon
The
that
Landorus
have won
incarnate
the World
form,
Championships in the
because you
Master
need
Division
both Tornadus
at
and
least
Thundurus.
3 times.
I
Amoonguss
only
is
had
one of them.
Pokemon White,
Incineroar,
so I only had
Cresselia,
Thundurus, I
Salamence. I'm
believe.
totally going to blank on the other two in this moment.
Yeah, I think it was Thundurus.
Yuta's the
I had to check
last
which one I had.
Amoonguss remaining in the tournament could break that tie with Incineroar and
I just
Cresselia and
watched it
everybody
now.
else. This is a big deal.
Oh,
It's a big
the
deal
presents.
indeed, and these trainers are ready and
Dude,
ready
some
to
people are
go.
getting like
This is
mad
a
about it.
top 4
They're like,
match
oh,
here
this
at
is so
Worlds,
stupid.
And there's
I'm like,
Amoonguss.
Of course, you can't
like
come
it's
to the
meant
World
to be a
Championships
funny
and not
video.
see
Like,
an Amoonguss
it's not
on
serious.
Game 1. Turn 1 here. Yuta Ishigaki with
People
the
get
Calyrex
pissed,
Ice Rider
though.
next to
I
that
feel
mushroom.
Pokemon
He went
fans
to
do,
Michael
like,
Tails, Fluttermane and
the majority of
Qianpao
Pokemon
is
fans
the-
are cool.
This is going to use
But
the
then, like,
booster
there's
energy
that
to boost
section of
the
Pokemon
speed
fans who just
of
get-
that
they're just
Fluttermane,
mad.
But honestly, it would
They're
have
just
been one
mad
of
at
the
the
fastest
world.
Pokemon on the
They
field.
want everything
regardless
to be
in
Gen
this
1.
position. While Fluttermane
They
could
just
go
skip the-
on the offense
Hey,
here.
thank
try
you
to
for
have advantage
picking that up.
ball
How I
against
just skipped the
opposing
announcement for
Calyrex Ice
Pocket.
Rider.
Because, dude,
There is
I've been
no
asking
way
about
here,
Pocket. I talk
thanks
about
to
it
the presence
almost
of that
daily on
Amoonguss
stream.
for Michael
And
to land
I was
both a
like,
Shadow
what should I
Ball
say for
and a
Pocket? And
secondary
like, oh, you know
attack
what?
to
I was gonna
guarantee
joke
the
and say like
KO on that
it's not like an
Calyrex Ice
indefinite
Rider to stop
hiatus
a
for like the
potential
release
Trick
or
Room.
something like that.
So
But then like,
if
you know
Yuta
what?
loves Trick
I'm
Room,
just not
Yuta
gonna say
wants Trick
anything.
Room. This is
I
the
thought it
time
was
to go for it.
hilarious.
Yeah, you better prove your worth if you
That's
really do
that's my
want to be
favorite one
known as
out
the
of each
biggest
games I did. Sleep with the IV, go with the Galar starters in 2040. Pokemon Pocket with nothing. Masters EX, that was just to say the hashtag. And then ZA, I was just talking which game it'd be on. And then the Charizard forms in Gen 10. I think it was all 6 of those. The Pokemon Pocket was my favorite one. And it was literally nothing.
Potential icicle crash on the other end. Michael does not fall for it, however.
All right, he goes Terrafire with the Amoonguss and then Rage Powder with it as well.
Free without taking any damage, and now Calyrex gets to click Trick Room, twisting those dimensions. These slow Pokemon will be moving first for the next 4 turns.
Do you think Pocket's going to hurt the IRL TCG? I don't think so.
Correctly recognizing that
I think they're making Pocket to try to get more people to play
for this
the TCG.
Amoonguss. While it is holding Rocky
like
helmet,
I think their mindset is it's going to help boost it.
Because
like look at
also holding safety goggles,
look at
so there's nothing stopping a surging
how
strike
big the
TCG
is in terms of collecting. Bigger than it's ever been before. Like how it blew up during like the pandemic and all that stuff. I talk about that all the time.
Does swap on this turn into the Pelipper, setting up the rain.
Everyone's focused on like buying and collecting the cards. But I mean, from as far as I've seen, like did the TCG get that? Like look at the terms of collecting Pokemon cards and opening packs for fun grew exponentially during that time. Did the TCG competitive scene grow during that time as well? Probably, but I don't think as much as the actual collecting of the cards did. So I think that this might be a way to get people into it. And I'm super excited about Pocket because the TCG is my favorite thing in Pokemon. I've never played the game though. I've never been able to figure it out. So it says like an abbreviated version of it, so I'm hyped to play it.
Sure doesn't feel like it, Gabby.
Pelipper barely hangs on 1 HP, not 1 HP, low HP right there.
Has enough HP to hold on for another turn, and honestly, that aligns with how Yuta has approached using this Pokemon in the past. He made an
surely
adjustment
he has
into this
Zamazenta in the back, right?
Life Orb to that Pelipper so that its attacks would be slightly more powerful.
I feel like you can't beat the physical chase of
and when
pulling
you're
the rare
facing
cards
down
and opening
against
packs,
an Urshifu who has lost its weakness to any flying
I'm looking
type
forward to
attacks,
Pocket as a casual
I think
TCG
a
fan. I like the
potential
ARP. I don't
Hurricane
care enough to
here
buy
could
physical
be
packs.
huge. Amoonguss
That's the kind of thing for
can
me right now.
still
There's no
try and
cards that
provide
are
a
really
little bit of
exciting
support
me to
here.
get me to buy
It does
stuff.
have Pollen Puff
The
as an
last stuff I
attack,
was like
but
excited
there
for
will be
was
no target on the field
Obsidian
as
Flames.
Aquajet into that
Oh,
takes
out the Pelipper right there.
Nodding his head as he saw the Aquajet beam animation. There's understanding, solid play from Michael to get that KO. Pelipper is down before getting any attacks off here in game 1. Pollen Puff, though, on the offensive into Chien-Pao to bring that down to
Amoongusses are annoying to play against, man.
Did use its first turn of sleep there, so there is the possibility that it can wake up next turn.
Interestingly enough, though, Yuta sends in his own Urshifu in this position, opting to keep the Calyrex in the back of his party. And I think more importantly, sending in a Pokemon that doesn't necessarily benefit from the Twisted Dimensions. If this Urshifu is trained to be slightly slower, slightly
you know what I've noticed?
bulkier,
We've seen a lot of
it's
people
possible
with
that Yuta is
Substitute, but we
anticipating
haven't seen someone
move
use
first and
Substitute.
put some pressure down onto the opposing Urshifu on the other
Like
side
even
of the
Wolfie in his
field.
most recent
But
video,
still,
he
you
had
have to
Substitute
wonder,
on his
why
Landorus,
didn't
but I don't
send
believe
that
he ever
Calyrex
used
Ice Rider
it.
back out.
And
I don't think he wants to lose it yet.
And you would think,
I hate
even if
using
Urshifu's
Substitute.
not slower than the other version, at least it is inherently slower than Chien-Pao.
Exactly.
So on Yuta's end, thinking
There's a little bit there to the
you would be moving
Urshifu.
before Chien-Pao.
Surging
However,
strikes
Michael
with this
has
Urshifu.
smartly
I assume it's on the
swapped that
Amoonguss, right? Yeah,
Pokemon
definitely
out.
going to take that thing
And
out.
this Amoonguss, Terrifier
I think
Amoonguss, never
it's
stood a
GG's.
chance against Terra Water Surging Strikes from the Urshifu. You really
I think it's
don't
GG.
see
The
this
Amoonguss
too
goes down.
often
I think
in VGC.
And
Michael
interestingly
won.
enough, we do see Michael's own Urshifu attack first there. So that is a great indication on how these Pokemon are trained for both of these trainers.
Yeah, so that Zamazenta has gotten onto the field now. It's all up
Zamazenta
to
can't
Yuta
Terrasilize.
in
We
his
saw him Terrasilize
adjustments
Zamazenta
with
both
his
times
two
last
Pokemon.
battle,
It's the
or
close
last
combat
round.
into the water type. It is
Ooh,
enough.
but
Maybe
Michael's
he needs
Urshifu
the
goes down.
Pollen
Never
Puff
mind, it's not over yet.
to secure the KO, but he has, because he's down to his last two Pokemon, Yuta's no longer able to swap out and reset those stat drops.
And more importantly, there's none
Wait,
of those.
stat drop? Did he throw close combat?
It is enough. Maybe with his last.
He did throw close combat. Okay.
To the Zamazenta, which is now on.
I feel like Michael's
the
in a
field.
good spot right now.
Zamazenta will be taking decent
Yuta's
amount
got a
of
cool
damage
name, though,
from
so I'd be
a
happy to see him win as
rain-boosted
well.
Surging Strikes. Calyrex Ice Rider, I think, almost
Yuta
forced to go
Ishigaki.
for high horsepower
got a
in this
sick
situation
name.
because you don't want to risk being caught off guard by a wide guard and having 0 damage done for the entirety of this match. But given that one Pokemon is going to be wide guarding, I almost feel like whatever Pokemon Michael sends in here, it's going to be that
Are some of
Fluttermane.
Michael's Pokemon, do they have the German
great
names?
Opportunity is still at full health as well to target down either of these Pokemon.
Because I know
And,
Lickitun's
you know,
name in
as
German
another
is
cherry on
Schlur,
top, because
but
the
what?
booster energy already was
Charizard
used
is a
on that
cool name,
Fluttermane,
too.
there is no speed boost to make it even slower during the remainder of this Trick Room.
Yeah, Yuta in a really
Charizard,
tough spot right here in
German.
game one. Michael Couch has been playing perfectly through these
Glura.
Trick Room turns. We'll see
Glura.
if Yuta can turn the
G-L-U-R-A-K.
tides of this battle down 2 to
It's
3
real
in the
shiggy.
Pokemon count. Zamazenta hasn't really been able to do
Lutexo is
too much. It's
Charmeleon.
been kind of more of a
Lutexo's
more
kind of
coach
hard, huh?
for
That's a sick
game
name.
one of Michael's end, but it's still working out.
And that's all Zamazenta
All right, high
has
horsepower
to
from the
do
Calyrex
in
onto the
this matchup,
Zamazenta.
as
Super
it's
effective.
such a
Doesn't do too much
difficult
damage
Pokemon
to
for
it.
Calyrex Ice
Surging
Rider
Strikes
to
now
take
comes
down.
out into the Fluttermane. That's going
Surging
to take it
Strikes
out.
into the Fluttermane is going to be a 3-hit KO. Obviously, Fluttermane not bulky enough to take those hits.
Fluttermane doesn't eat that. Never mind. I thought Yuta was cooked, but look at
this.
Is the Chen Pao still asleep?
That attack actually relatively well.
Yes.
Body
so
press.
really tough
Oh
for
my!
Yuta. And the body press
The
brings
focus
Urshifu
sash
down
saves
to a
him.
Focus sash. Remember, had the defense dropped from the prior close combat.
Does
Now
his-
those dimensions have returned to normal.
Oh, I
and
didn't-
Michael's dropped
does
from
that have a priority
the
move?
prior close combat. Now the twist.
It has
But
Sucker Punch.
Chen Pao is still asleep and is not guaranteed to wake up this
But
turn.
it
So
is
Chen
still
Pao,
asleep.
if it does wake up, should be able
Yeah,
to
Sucker
pick
Punch,
up
and
the
then he
KO
should
on
attack
that
the Calyrex.
Urshifu, and then
Okay,
it's
good. I
just
know
the
some stuff.
Zamazenta
I knew
facing
I
down
knew the right
opposing
play to make there as
Calyrex
well.
Ice Rider. Calyrex Ice Rider is going to need at least 2 more high horsepower.
I think if
Obviously, a
Chen
critical
Pao
hit
wakes up
would,
here, I think it's
change that
GG's.
just a little bit, but
Because
not by
Urshifu
much
goes down,
in order to pick up
does
the
good
KO
damage
on
into
that Pokemon.
Calyrex.
So Michael is still in a
Calyrex
very
kind of looks
comfortable
sick
position,
too with that ice mask
assuming
it's
that the
got on.
Chen Pao
No,
can
it
wake up,
stayed
but it stays
asleep.
It will stay asleep. No attacks from Chen Pao here in game one, and the Aqua Jet priority attack gets the KO. Michael down to just the Zamazenta.
Would it have been
2v1
smarter,
situation.
actually?
Body press.
No, he lost.
No sort of ruin on the field means that's not even a 2-hit KO. And the high horsepower plus future surging strikes from Yuta's Urshifu on his end should be more than enough to take down Zamazenta.
I am a little bit curious to see just how much damage that this Urshifu could do to Zamazenta for a Game 2 situation, but Yuta making a great prediction there, using D-Tech to stop the KO on that Pokemon.
I was going to say, should he
Giving
have
Calyrex
doubled
Ice
into the
Rider
Urshifu?
opportunity to set up Trick Room. Now this Calyrex Ice Rider
Because
will
if
be
you
able
think
to
about it,
attack
if
into
Sucker
this
Punch
Zamazenta
went-
the 2 times it would need to pick up that KO,
And
we
he
see
takes it
Michael
out,
go ahead and click forfeit.
he would then
giving
auto
Yuta
into the
this game
Calyrex.
number 1.
The second Trick Room turns out to be the charm, as that was the checkmate for Yuta Ishigaki. 1 victory away from moving on to Championship Sunday here in Honolulu. You saw it on Michael's face those last couple of turns. Yuta just reading him like a book.
Find it
trying to
interesting how
just
everybody at the
surviving
end here
those
is
Trick
9
Room
and 2.
turns, and also getting the benefit of Chen Pao staying asleep.
That being said, though, it did feel like a great call from Yuta to go for that second Trick Room. A lot of times trainers will be tempted to go for big, damage. I get the KO, it's 2v1. But using that second Trick Room just guaranteed that regardless
Here
of
we
which
go. Is
Pokemon
Michael gonna win?
chose to target with his next attack,
All
there will be
his
2 more
games in the
attacks
knockout
remaining,
rounds
which would
leading up to this
guarantee
point,
enough
he has
damage. So
1-2-0.
Yuta correctly identifying
Now
to
he's
lock in
facing
the
his
win
first
condition.
loss
He just
of
needs
the
to attack
knockout rounds
he
of the
needed to
2024
ensure
World
that he
Championships.
could attack in the future.
2024
Yeah, I mean, that was
Pokemon
such a
World
back and
Championships.
forth match. I really did think Michael had control through the Trick Room turns because it felt like Yuta was on the back foot. He sets up Trick Room and then swaps out Calyrex Ice Rider immediately. And you think, okay, well, as long as the big bad Restricted's not on the field and not taking advantage of Trick Room, I feel like, making a little positive run. But the Fluttermane never really got to do anything. Chen Pao stayed asleep.
Yo, Louis Cat, thank you for the dono. I appreciate that.
Brought the game back.
Thank you
That
so
Fluttermane
much.
was such a threat initially,
Did a notification pop up for it? If it didn't, one should in a sec. It'll take. It takes a bit. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
So thinking back to that turn number 1,
Thank you for tuning in as well.
that Michael has to be thinking about is bringing a different Pokemon that could perhaps check the fire type Amoonguss, check that Calyrex Ice Rider better. And looking at it, this team
All right, here we
sheet,
go.
that is
Here we
the
go.
Entei. It has to be lurking in the back of his party for this game number 2, if he doesn't just lead it outright.
Well, Entei was so crucial in that top 8 set against Diego, and you understand, I would imagine Entei's been pretty darn important.
Oh, that
throughout
hat from the
entire
Japan championships from this year. So the Japan championships, they're like different from the normal, like the normal Pokemon, like it's like Latin American championship, European championship, and North American championship, I believe. No worries, thanks for making my day. Ain't no problem. There we go. There's the notification.
Unlike the previous
Thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate that. Like I said, thank you for tuning in. That means enough. I appreciate you just simply watching.
This Chen-Pao has
With a
access
dono,
to Sucker
thank
Punch,
you so much.
But it also is running Throat Chop and Icicle Crash. Not
Okay,
the
so
most
we lead
accurate move in the
Urshifu
world, but if
and
the Amoonguss
Chen-Pao
does not
against
terrestrialize Icicle Crash
it's
plus
the
any
big
damage from
fatty
that, Urshifu
Amoonguss
will
and
pick up the
Calyrex.
KO. And that's exactly what we see. It connects.
No terror, no problem, but no
If he took that out first.
either.
Oh!
With just barely enough hit points so that this surging strike.
He's taking the Amoonguss out. That's big because last game, the reason he lost was because Chen-Pao was asleep at the end.
How crucial that is going to be later on in this game too. However, that means Calyrex Ice Rider has not been attacked on this turn. Yuta,
Yeah, see, the commentator knows.
Lover sets it up turn 1 of game 1 and sets it up again turn 1 of game 2.
Really living up to his reputation, and I gotta give
Michael
a shout
looks
out for
upset.
that.
You see him?
Calyrex Ice
He's sitting
Rider
there
is
like
probably
this.
one of the most popular Trick Room
Can't be
Pokemon
looking like
in the
that. You're a
metagame
game
right
away
now,
from
and
getting
Yuta showcasing
eliminated. You gotta be
exactly why
locked
it
in,
is so
hyped up,
strong.
juiced up, and excited.
Yuta has 4 turns now to take
So
advantage
what's
of
the point of him having
disadvantage
Drizzle
to
on this
steal
Pelipper
enough
here?
damage to power his way through this matchup once again, and knowing that he doesn't have the Amoonguss available to him anymore. The Pelipper
We're not
in
seeing
this
from his
position
perspective. I wonder if he has
certainly
someone with
a little bit more
Thunder, maybe?
playability than what we saw in the previous game, where it just switched in, took some damage, and then was KO'd. Could go for a Hurricane into the opposing Urshifu. It has not terrestrialized away
Or
from that
is he
weakness
doing that
yet.
for the Hurricane?
Could also try
I use
and
Pelipper
just
a lot
double
myself.
down on this
Am I smart for
Chen-Pao,
doing
which
that?
will be immediately denied thanks to that Protect.
Chen-Pao in a really tough spot. Since it's such a fast Pokemon, that means it's going to be moving the slowest under the Trick Room, under these twisted dimensions. Glacial Lance is not going to hit it. The Urshifu resists, but it doesn't look like it apparently, thanks to that critical hit. Urshifu
Barely hangs on.
the red, but the weather ball goes towards
He
Chen-Pao's
doubled into
protect.
Chen-Pao.
So Michael is not going to lose his Pokemon.
Or doubled
on
into it.
this
Both
turn.
attacks
The
went, I
surging
should say.
strikes with the resisted hits, but the rain is up. Remember, there's no Terra Water this time around, so Urshifu's doing significantly less damage.
Even still, though, we saw that Urshifu terrestrialized in game number 1, and it still wasn't enough damage to pick up the KO on that Pelipper.
So
This is a
because
great
it wasn't enough
opportunity
damage
for
the first
Yuta
time, that's
to
probably
once
why he isn't
again
terrestrializing this
Go
time.
for the Glacial Lance, go for an attack onto that Chen-Pao, and as long as you're confident, you can take a Swords of Ruin.
It's
Sucker
crazy
Punch
how
into
much
that
Trick Room can just
Calyrex Ice Rider.
change
You're going
everything.
to be in a great spot. We saw Yuta early on in game 1 go for the terrestrialization on that Amoonguss to
Like,
open
you see
up the
Tailwind,
opportunity
and it's
for
like,
Trick
okay,
Room. I think if Yuta
they're faster
is
than me now.
seriously
But
considering
Trick
the
Room is the
Chen-Pao as
reverse,
the
where
number
it's
one
like
threat right
now
now,
the
you
slow
Trick
guys
Room,
who are normally
you
going last are
terrestrialize
going
this
first, so it
turn,
just changes
you
so
don't take
much,
super
I feel.
effective damage from Sucker Punch, you get that KO, and then you have the ability to resist the opposing
That's why you got
Urshifu.
the
But
survive 5.
Michael
Can you
did
survive
bring Entei,
5
and
turns
while
in Trick
Yuta's the
Room?
first person to
with the
switch, he will be
Kodiak
the
Bear?
only person to switch this turn.
Pelipper
Blood Moon
swapping into
Ursaluna.
Urshifu in this slot. Michael can only Sucker Punch one slot on Yuta's end. Did he make the right call? As his own Urshifu will leave the battlefield, so Entei can join the fray. The Sucker Punch is into the Pelipper slot that swapped out. Chen-Pao does no damage. His Glacial Lance is going to hit both of them, not doing too much damage.
Doesn't
but
he want the
importantly breaking
Chen-Pao
that
alive,
sash.
though, for the
And I
Zamazenta?
think importantly as well, Entei is in a position
Michael's
where
looking
it
stressed
cannot
out.
protect this turn because it has that Choice Band item. So Michael could
Yeah, we saw
try
him
and
like,
get through Trick Room,
like I said,
like
all his
many
games up to
trainers
this
do. You
point,
just rely on
it
your
seems like he had
priority attacks,
easy
maybe the
wins, like
combination
not
of
easy
a
wins, but like he
paranormal
won, he
extreme
did
speed
very
and a
good in
Sucker
them.
Punch to pick up the
The last
KO
game we
on
saw him do
has
on
to
the
be
stream, it was
Urshifu on the
great game
opposing
for
side
him.
of the
Like I said, it
field.
looked like one of the
But
most
that
dominant
still
performances we've
will
seen from the
allow
on-stream
this
battles.
Calyrex Ice Rider to deal some
Like, even better than
good
Wolfie's.
damage
Like
with the
Wolfie, there was a
Glacial
time there
Lance.
would look like
Yuta
even
still
in the
has
battles like a
time to
little,
find
ooh,
a
what's gonna
way
happen?
through
Michael looked like he was in
the
the
rest of
driver's
this
seat. That's a
matchup,
way to
and
describe it.
look
He was
at the
in the driver's seat the
concentration on
entire
his
time for
face.
his battle.
This is going to be a very important
And he's
turn.
gone 2-0
We'll see
every
how they
time.
read
Now
it.
he's
There
down
are
a
some
game, and
Pokemon that don't care about whatever
he isn't down a
dimensions the
Pokemon
games
yet,
are
but
in
it isn't
because
looking
you have
great.
priority
Did Michael
attacks.
just trash
And
like
so
his
Urshifu
Urshifu?
has Aqua Jet, Chen-Pao has Sucker Punch. but this Entei
No,
has
right? It's
extreme
Yuta's.
speed, higher
Yes,
priority
Yuta's. Okay, I was gonna say, no way. He just
than
took it
those
off.
Other priority moves.
Yeah, extreme speed is
Got another.
guaranteed.
Yo, hey, another dono. Thank you. I appreciate that, Louis Cat. Thank you so much.
This turn. Entei
Michael goes,
will
okay,
be
he goes
attacking
Terra
next.
normal
Big
with the
question, though,
Entei.
Joe.
He's
Who's
busting
the
out
target
extreme
and
speed.
how
That's
much
my
damage
favorite
is it gonna
strat to
do?
use.
We'll see. Remember,
That is
it
my
the
favorite strat to
Sword
use.
of Ruin ability, boosting the damage from this choice band. Extreme
Doesn't
speed
take the Urshifu
into
out, though.
Urshifu, but not enough. Brings it down into the red, and now rain boosted Aqua Jet with the critical hit. Chien Pao is out.
You think the crit
here
would have
in
taken it
game
out,
two.
or without the
Michael
crit would
down
have
to
taken
his
it out?
last 3 Pokemon remaining. Now
3v3, 3v3.
Glacial Lance is both single target and no longer resisted.
Oh
so
my.
Entei is gone.
Calyrex Ice Rider is going to benefit from that attack boost as well when its Chilling Neigh ability activates. That's exactly the kind of boost it's going to need as they were going into the end game here of this game number 2. Urshifu on Michael's side of the field holding on with just a little bit of health left. And the Zamazenta, the Pokemon that has brought Michael so many accomplishments this season.
He should protect with Urshifu first turn, right?
There
There we go. There's the Noti. There's the Noti. There's the Noti.
Yeah,
Sorry, I missed it.
Zamazenta is his last hope of forcing a game
Louis
to
Cat, thank
remember
you so much
to
for the
still
dono.
have
I
the
appreciate
Pelipper
it.
in the back, so he's gonna have to take out 3 Pokemon compared to his 2, especially the low health Urshifu remaining not long for the rest of this match because Glacial Lance will be able to knock it out.
Yeah, this is a tough decision still. There is a wide guard present for the Zamazenta, and we saw Yuta, as soon as wide guard was on the field in game number 1, pivoted immediately to only using high horsepower to deal damage. And you would think that the Calyrex Ice Rider would love to go.
I think, yeah, the
for that Glacial Lance
Aqua
to
Jet
pick
wide
up
guard
the
plays
KO
the smart
on
play, I
the
think.
Urshifu. You gotta
for the
protect
speed
it.
tie. This is the last turn of Trick Room. If your Aqua Jet can move first, and Michael gets it.
There he goes. He takes his Urshifu out. That's big. That's big. Now it's Pelipper and Calyrex.
Now, because of wide guard, Glacial Lance cannot do any damage. It prevents the spread attacks, but he goes for high horsepower. He calls it right. Michael giving him credit, and Yuta is 1 knockout away from the finals.
Now at +2 attack on that Calyrex Ice Rider, and we saw how much damage the high horsepowers did in game number 1. You know that this is going to be dealing a significant amount of damage to the Zamazenta.
Yeah, Zamazenta can't do enough damage.
Will it be able to take out the Pelipper, and it misses?
It hangs on. Pelipper is so clutch for Yuta. Here's the rain boosted weather ball into Zamazenta, bringing it down to under half HP. And the Calyrex Ice Rider, the Pokemon that's gotten Yuta this far, his restricted Pokemon of choice, will set up Trick Room and next turn end it.
Trick Room is now back on the field. Calyrex Ice Rider is in the driver's seat. All Yuta has to do is land an attack against this Zamazenta, and he will be moving on.
What does he go for, the triple
Will be
protect?
taking a moment to play out these protect turns. It's a good time to recap. First protect guaranteed, second protect a 50-50, third protect roughly a 30% chance,
Well,
and we'll see if we even make it that
quadruple.
far.
I think it needs a,
hey,
I don't know if I've ever seen a quadruple protect. Doesn't even go for it. And Yuta with the victory. It's going to be Italy versus Japan on Championship Sunday. Yuta
So who do you guys
Ishikaze
think is going to win between
twists the
Yuta and
dimensions all
Luca?
the way to the finals.
he loves Trick Room, and you can see why. On paper,
Luca
Zamazenta
beat
is
someone
one of
with
the
Trick Room. He
toughest
managed to beat
matchups
someone that
for
had a Trick
Calyrex
Room.
Ice Riders players to compete against, because you just
Or a Trick Room
struggle
team,
to
a
deal
Trick
damage
Room
to it.
team.
I mean, we saw how much damage those high horsepowers did without any attack boost in game number 1. Glacial Lance would be resisted there. It's just a tough matchup to navigate on paper, but Yuta able to commit to using Trick Room.
Got a feel for
turn
Michael,
1
though.
of both
I mean, it
those
is his
games.
second season. It
Early
is.
Openings for the Calyrex Ice Rider, and
It's his
ride
second
it all the
season.
way to victory.
I'd absolutely
But still,
love to know
getting to
just
the finals
how
and losing,
defensive
getting to the
Yuta's team
semifinals
is.
and
Of course,
losing.
One of the huge benefits, Gabby, that
He'll be
trainers
back,
who
dude.
use
He's
Trick
good.
Room and they really,
He'll be back,
really
for
appreciate
sure.
Is when you can not invest in speed, it helps you invest in bulk, right?
I wanna watch
So
him
you
and
saw the
Wolfie
Pelipper
battle.
just hang on. You saw the Amoonguss hang on, the Urshifu hang on in the red. Like, when you have slow Pokemon, you're able to invest in some of those other crucial stats, and they've really helped Yuta this weekend.
They really have, and I mean, even that Pelipper. We saw that Pelipper tank so much damage throughout both those games. The Amoonguss was able to hold on during an icicle crash.
Pelipper.
I mean, these are all things that Yuta had to prepare for prior to coming into this tournament. And again,
we can see the other semifinals. That was both the semifinals. This was the other one.
Were the Pokemon he ran.
Yeah, it was the one with Luca where he won.
Back in June. I think he's had
and then it was this
time
one.
and experience to reflect on
I believe those are the only
make
ones.
Changes and find the winning matchups that he needed.
Yeah, but remember,
Michael just won.
Japan National Championship.
Or Michael just lost.
It's a different world. They're playing the same rules, but there's a lot of best of ones until.
I find it interesting how everyone that's gone far here lost 2 games at the start.
His experience
You're like
with the
earlier
Core,
in the Swiss rounds.
You can compare it to Michael Kauser's experience with Zamazenta throughout.
Like look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The quarterfinals.
Congratulations to Michael Kelsch. Made the World's Finals.
Lost 2, lost 2, lost 2, lost 2, lost 2. These guys all lost 2 as well. It just says lost 3 because it's counting the loss right here.
That's back-to-back top 4
Or is
placements
it?
at the World Championships in his sophomore year, like you were saying. Honestly,
well, no, the 4 that won all had 2 losses.
Commanding position, I think, to be one of the trainers you have to keep an eye on going into next year's competition, because I can see him honestly placing top 4 once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think.
Were they talking about placing?
Like you were saying. Honestly, Michael is in a very commanding position, I think, to be one of the trainers you have to keep an eye on going into next year's competition, because I can see him honestly placing top 4 once again.
Yeah.
I
His
agree.
name
He looked
on
good.
That top cut
Just got unlucky there.
Top cut graphic yet again, but I mean we gotta give the shine to Yuta here, Gabby.
Yes.
What an incredible set, a 2-0 victory. It just seemed like kind of very simple. Like I lead Amoonguss Calyrex, I click Trick Room, I win the game. I kind of sweep through Trick Room.
Yeah. I don't know if Yuta's going to be able to use a similar strategy in the finals tomorrow against Luca.
It's Ice Rider
It's Ice Rider and Miraidon. That was what I was just thinking about.
Yeah, see, they're saying the same thing because Luca was able to handle that before.
Just has the advantage. Like this. Hey, on paper, the Miraidon team just has the advantage. Like this matchup, you have an Iron Hands, you have a Farigiraf. There's options to handle Trick Room. But with a Pokemon like Iron Valiant on Yuta's team, which we did not see in this matchup, you can benefit from the electric terrain thanks to your Quark Drive ability. And
but Yuta's a sick name, so so many
really
Yuta wins.
fun
Good for
techs
him.
on it. So while, again, we didn't see it in this matchup, maybe we'll see it tomorrow.
Iron Valiant is a World's finalist. Is a true statement.
That is a very true statement, actually.
Also, I remembered Thundurus is another Pokemon that's won the World Championship 3 times. But if Yuta comes victorious, it's going to be Amoonguss on top of the list all by itself.
All right. Well, I think that's enough speculating on
You know
our
who
part.
won the 3
Let's
times with
hear from
Thundurus? I believe Ray
Finalist of
Rizzo
the
all
World
3 times.
Championships. Let's give it up for Yuta Ishigaki. Congratulations.
Because Ray Rizzo changed it. Because everyone used Thundurus offensively. I believe Rizzo used it defensively. And he saw lots of success, obviously, because of that.
Just simply, they're purely happy. Simply, pure happiness.
Absolutely. I mean, happiness definitely deserved. This was a match, too. It was a 2-0, but it kind of seemed a little
Dang, how
close at the
tall
end.
is
How do you
she?
feel about how that match went down?
6'4"?
この試合は 2-0 だったんですけど、結構接戦のように見えたんですけど、どういう感じでしたか？
そうですね。1戦目は本当に思うようにいって、これは勝ったなって思ったんですけど。
Gotta be so cool to speak multiple languages like that. See the translators there? So do they just hang out with is the translator just hanging out with you
So
the whole
first game,
weekend?
kinda
When
went
they're at the
how he
event?
planned, so he felt like he got that in the bag.
Sorry, what did he say?
So the first game kind of went how he planned, so he felt like he got that in the bag. But the second one, when he came out with Chen Pao and Urshifu, he was like, oh, okay, this is going to be a tricky one, but very happy he managed to get out.
I mean, it was such an amazing match, and at this point now, you're going to be playing for Championship Sunday. How are you feeling? Nervous? Excited? What does this mean to you?
日曜日の決勝に向けて今の気持ちはどういう感じですか？
もうただただ、ここまで負けてしまった他の日本の選手のためにもちょっと勝たなきゃなっていう。
For all the other Japanese players that have lost up to this point, he feels that responsibility that he has to win.
especially
Does anyone
too,
else
in
feel
the
this way when you
grand
hear
finals,
someone
you're
else
going to
speak a
be
different
going up
language?
against Luca, who we saw
Like, I play
earlier
Sunday
playing
League,
really strong matches with
and
the Miraidon. How are you
everyone
feeling facing off
like
against him with
speaks Spanish,
what you've
and
seen?
they're talking, and it's
決勝
just
では
they
未
sound
来の
so
使いのルカ
fast.
さんと対戦することになるんで
And
す
like
けど
listen to when the
今の気持ちはどう
translator's
ですか
talking with Yuta here, it sounds like they're speaking so fast. Is that just because they're speaking a language I don't know and understand? Like when I know I talk fast, but like I wonder if somebody doesn't understand English,
So
they
he's
hear
done a
someone
lot of practice
talk, like have a
against,
conversation in English, and
very
if they feel the same way.
terrestrialized,
You get what I
Miraidon,
mean?
And what he's practiced has come,
Me, they
come
just
true
think
so
I'm
far.
insane. They'll
So
hear
he's
me
going to
spit
carry
and
on
I
and try
talk
not
so
make a
fast.
mistake and stay in there.
Well, it's definitely worked out in the grand finals. Congratulations once again. Give it up one more time for you. As for us, we'll see you tomorrow, but we have to end
Congrats
it out.
on making it to the
Quick break.
finals.
Close it out.
If only he had a Crustle on his team instead of that Iron Valiant. Amoongus.
Hello there, I'm Anna Prosser here at
Oh
the
my God, he
Pokemon
has a
World Championship.
black
I'm here with
label
Taka and
BGS
Kat.
something.
You guys are dressed matching and adorable. What are you dressed as?
Slowpokes.
And why did you choose Slowpoke?
So it's kind of a long story, but it reminds us of our old cat. His name was Loki, and he was like really slow. Yeah.
Slowpokey.
Slowkey.
Slowpokey. And you guys are here cosplaying as a couple, right? What's that like?
We love it because we can always do coupley cosplays together, and we're always like bouncing off each other's energy.
What
giving
card
each
is
other,
that?
Like, hypes and stuff like that.
And you cosplay quite a bit.
Oh, but yeah. Sorry, I didn't read the last comment. So Luca v. Yuta for the finals. Yes.
More casual, comfy. We wanted to be able to move around, get some footage, enjoy the shows.
What have you been doing moving around?
Mostly today we're just mostly watching. It's really fun. Yeah, the hype, the spectating, it's great.
What do
Dude, I would just sit there and watch the whole time. I wouldn't even go anywhere
the
else.
VGC and TCG and Go. So.
Do you have anyone in specific you're rooting for, or just like to watch?
We're rooting for Luminosity.
Yeah, Luminosity.
All right, awesome. I also can't help but notice you have some
Luminosity.
bling here.
Oh
Tell
my
us
God.
about that.
This is my prized possession. This is my Beckett Black Label Slowpoke. This is not the most expensive card. It's not a Charizard, but it means a lot to me, and yeah, I can't replace it.
The value is wafting off of it. I can see it. I can feel it.
Yeah, he submitted him. I'm sorry, he
It's this
submitted it
card.
himself, and he like occasionally when he's like feeling down, he'll like open the box and look at it and be like,
This one.
Me up.
I totally understand that. And I'm sure a lot of people at home can absolutely relate.
It's a
to
pretty
that
cool
as
card.
well.
It's a pretty cool
I
card.
want to ask one more thing before we go.
Slowpoke's
a
in
lot
there
of
in the
people
shop.
may be a little intimidated by an event that's as big as Pokemon, and you're here being like, I'm comfortable, but I'm also dressed up, and I'm watching matches, and I'm hanging out with friends. What advice would you have for someone who wants to come and get involved in the Pokemon community?
I would say just come because you're surrounded by everybody who loves the same thing, which is
See, that's
Pokemon,
why I want to
and
go to
think it's
Worlds.
amazing that we're all celebrating this.
That's the exact reason I've
right
said
in
I
the
always want to
community.
go to
Like,
Worlds.
Everyone here is very inclusive and accepting. It's very nice.
Because I'm
That's
like,
really true. Thank
I've
you
never
both so
been
much for your
somewhere
time. You
where
are so
everybody
cute.
else
And
there
now let's get
loves
back to the
Pokemon.
Pokemon World Championship.
I obviously know people that like Pokemon. But like in like a public setting like that, the closest I've had is going out and playing Go Fest. Like, to be fair, Pokemon Go is something where it's like, a lot of people play Pokemon Go, but they're not necessarily like super fans of Pokemon. You know, like, if you play Pokemon, I'm sure you've met people like that. I gotta show you right there. But going to Worlds, like Purple Cliff said at the start of his, not the start of his, during his Worlds video of last year, when he first entered like the convention center, he's like, it's special because this is the only place in the world where everybody else there is as obsessed with Pokemon as you are. I'm like, that seems like that, just experiencing that. Because like normally if I'm talking to someone about Pokemon and like I have to like explain something, oh yeah, there's the games, the cards, the TCG with the game, the cards with collecting them, the main series games, the anime, then you have games like Pokemon Go, then Pokemon Unite. And like you have to explain it. And it's like, because you're explaining, it's like they don't get what you're really talking about too much. And you're having like, it's more of a one-sided conversation. But just talking and just hanging out with the other people there seems like it'd be so much fun. Because like I said, That's why I like streaming so much.
Hello,
because like
Pokemon
all you
trainers.
guys,
We
you
are
love Pokemon
here
or are obsessed
at
with Pokemon
the
as well.
2024 World Championships. It is the end of day 2. You joined
World
by
seems like it'd be
myself,
so cool to
Lee
go to.
Provost, Scott Plaza,
Community
and
days are
Sierra
interesting because it draws
Dawn
such a
to
diverse
wrap
range of
up the
people.
show
Yeah,
today.
community days
How
are
you guys
fun
feeling
too.
After all the
Any like
exciting
Pokemon Go
events
event like
today?
that.
Still the adrenaline right now, but I'm sure going to be exhausted in a little
So
bit.
3
We've
nuns
seen a
rolling around playing
lot
Pokemon Go
of
last time? There's
fantastic
no way.
matches of
We're in a full
Pokemon.
fit.
My voice
Play at a Worlds
needs a little bit
2025.
of a rest. It's all
That's
been
the
worth
goal.
it, though. This
My
has been
goal, I want to get big enough
amazing.
by
We got
Worlds
two
next
very
year
qualified individuals
to
competing.
have
See who's gonna be a world
Pokemon
champion.
invite me to
Yeah,
Worlds.
sure. It's going to be so exciting, that final tomorrow. How about you, Scott?
Yeah, I think the community's kind of never looked better, right? Even though the kind of the end of the tournament wasn't a bunch of people that were like maybe the most expected suspects. I think the quality of play
So
has
Gen
been
X
so
maybe tuning
good
on Twitch,
today.
I appreciate
I
that.
think it's just really amazing to realize that there's just such a deep group of trainers who are capable of playing the game at the highest level. You know, like the
And
really
thanks to all the
pushed
subs
kind
we
of,
gained today. We
the
gained
back and
almost
forward,
we
not of,
gained
like, the
19
format,
subs, I
but kind
believe.
of
No,
just playing
technically
Pokemon
20.
itself is a skill.
Yeah, exactly that. And we can have a look at that bracket.
I believe
for
20
the
because I was at
top eight of this
1999.
tournament
Yeah,
and see
we've gained 20
the journey
subscribers
that our
today.
players have
You guys are the
taken
best,
to
man.
get to
That's
where
that's
they
like
are. And
that's
you
insane
can
for
see,
my
you
channel.
know,
20 subs a
me,
day
Sierra,
since
we covered
Wednesday,
Lucas'
Wednesday,
kind of
Thursday,
journey from
Friday,
that top
Saturday.
eight into top
20
four,
subs, 2, 4, 6,
coming up
8,
against
90
some
subs technically because
formidable
Wednesday was
opponents
30.
throughout, and those matches
Yo,
were just
Jonathan Sparrow, thank you for tuning in too.
electrifying
How have you been enjoying Worlds so far?
Um,
Besides, like
How have you
Wolfie
found
losing,
the
that
other
sucked.
side of the
I was
bracket?
upset about
Michelle,
that.
obviously
But
going up against
the
you
rest
during
of the
that
games
last
have been
one,
so
an
much fun to
incredible game
watch.
for a top 4 game as
Watching
well,
Michael was really
Yeah, I
fun,
mean, it's kind of
and then
interesting
watching
that the two matches
Luca's
we
been
watched
really
him
fun.
play, right?
This was a
One
really
where
good
he
game right
absolutely
here.
dominated in the quarterfinals, and then,
Shenyue versus
not
Luca.
quite so
That
much
was
in the semifinal
that might
where
be
a
my
little bit
favorite
went the other way,
matchup
and,
we've seen so
yeah,
far.
maybe just a little bit see the importance of the matchups in this format, right?
Because like
Where,
Luca had like the
even though
technical
in some ways,
difficulties
it was like
at
a
the
similar
start. They had to
team
restart the game.
archetype
I'm
for
like,
both
oh, he's gonna
opponents.
be in his
Could
own
not have
head.
been
He's
more
gonna
different
mess
with the
up and
other
do
Pokemon
bad.
on the
Then the
team,
game
and,
started, he had an
really
awful
impressive
start,
run by all those players,
and like, oh,
and,
he lost.
sort
And
of
then
fun to see how it
he
ends up
turned it
here
around
with
and
two
won.
players
And then the
who,
next battle,
never
he
won a
started
world
off like, oh my god,
championship before,
Luca's
goes to
gonna
the
win.
finals here,
He
so
had an
yet
insane
another
start,
first-time
and
world
Shenyue had
champion.
an awful
Yeah, it's
start.
very exciting.
And then Shenyue
Sarah,
won.
what are your thoughts
And then in the
on
third battle,
this
it was just them
bracket and how it's
duking it
ended
out.
up?
It was
I
crazy.
mean, when I like reflecting back and seeing how the matches panned out, I don't think I would have really put it too much other way. I mean, of course, we only get the privilege of following through a couple of players' journeys, and obviously, Michelle is someone who last year we've gotten to follow that. We've gotten to see his run through this, and then seeing how well you'd have played against him. I mean,
See,
it's one
I
of
don't
those
like
situations
loafers like
wow,
this
okay,
with the
you
thing
are
on 'em. I
beating
like
the best.
nothing
You're
on
so
'em.
deserving of being in the grand finals.
They
and we
look
got to
cool.
follow through Luca's journey and
Not for
seeing
me,
how
though.
much he's worked for it and how much it meant to him. Like, it's one of those, like, I'm excited for these two finalists for tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited because you look at that last match and how dominant Yuta was against Michelle, and it's just
exactly
you know,
how dominant he
coming
just
into
looked.
this where Luca has just come through this top 8 in such a dominating fashion. I feel like Yuta's kind of done the same, so it's like the perfect final, right? But talking about a final, that is tomorrow. If you guys at home don't want to miss that, it is the show kicking off 9 a.m. Hawaiian time tomorrow. We'll be starting Championship Sunday, so do not miss that, of course.
Wait, 9
We'll
a.m.
be here
wait,
on
I'll tell you guys when the actual game
Pokemon
starts,
YouTube
or
channel
game,
and
the
over
match.
on Twitch as well, and you can watch all of the action unfold and us crown all of our champions tomorrow. It's going to be so exciting. Who do
They
you
have the
think's got the
junior,
edge, though,
senior finals, and then master finals is
I
at
don't know.
4:15.
I haven't thought about the matchup yet.
I'm
Yes,
putting you on the spot.
So it's
Sorry.
9 p.m. for
Well,
me.
I'm,
I think
yeah.
I'll go live then.
I'm gonna go with UW.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
We'll come back to that tomorrow, I think. Okay, we've got some email signups as well that you guys can take advantage of at home if you are tuning into our broadcast. Make sure that you do sign up to get all of the latest information from everything Pokemon as well. And it's not only just events going on, live streams, new releases, and everything at the Pokemon Center when those items do become available, but there is some giveaways happening this weekend as well, and you can get
so
yourself
9
for a limited time only while the World Championships is running until the 19th of August, a special Sylveon in your games. Very nice nice one as well, Sierra.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is a world
so I will be
champion
live
winning
tomorrow,
Sylveon
and we'll
from
watch
last year's
the
World
the
Championship.
finals
And
of
seeing this,
I'm not
first
gonna
off, you
watch
should
Go
pick it
in
up. This is gonna be
TCG
a very
because
good
I'm
next
gonna go play
regulation. Rose has
Beldum
definitely
Comde.
Been
So
screaming
I'll
about
be
it
live
since it's been
tomorrow
released,
night
you know, but I'm always
for,
curious then what's gonna be next year, because you
for,
gotta get these while you can, because they come.
I'm not gonna watch the other
Worlds
finals.
when we're looking
Should
at
I
World
watch it? You know, it
Championship
would be
ones,
fun to watch
get it
them.
now.
Yeah, it comes in a Cherish Ball. You just need to use the code Sleep Talk.
Should I watch
Worlds
because
in
the
your
junior one?
section,
That'll kind of be
scroll
fun to
above
watch,
it,
I
and
think.
that will be available for you to get in your games and use in that next format. You can also get some TCG gifts as well. You can get the very nice.
I might go live tomorrow. We should watch the junior finals
as well. And
it's like that little kid they showed. I think it'd be actually be fun to watch them. We're gonna go live for the junior finals tomorrow. I'll be live for the full VGC set tomorrow then. And then we'll go until the closing ceremony and they announce what Worlds is gonna be next year, where I'm gonna be.
VGC lately, but hey, it's a free card, so regardless, pick up the free stuff.
Definitely good advice. Not only these 2 mystery gifts, but there are Twitch drops happening all this weekend. So /Pokemon TCG over on Twitch, you're going to be able to get these items, which
that's
is
actually fun to watch. I don't know why I didn't think about that in the first place.
Live account, you know, you've got those nice
the juniors finals.
Boxes,
that's going to be fun to watch.
Some Shrouded Fable packs as well, and little gem and a little coin as well, which is great.
Your pan is gone while streaming late tonight. Yeah, it's Worlds.
Wow,
it's
VGC,
Worlds. We got to.
TCG? Can we give away more stuff?
We've got more. It doesn't stop here. We've got more Twitch drops. Here we go. Pokemon
I don't even know
Go.
what Twitch drops
we
are.
know what we're going to be getting. You've got all of this
get
selection of Pokemon that you can get through Twitch drops for Pokemon Go. So some nice Pokemon there. I will mention once again, every time I've talked about this, there's 2 little Shellos there, which I'm just dropping in.
Yeah, I hope you got those yesterday because I think the days became reversed. But it's good. You know, I think the day 1/day 2 prizes are like maybe a little bit better anyway. And yeah, make sure you get your drops. And you know, I hope there's just maybe just a little bit more that they could perhaps acquire.
That's very true. It doesn't stop there though, Scott. We've got more. We've got Pokemon Unite Twitch drops as well. So you can get these great items here for Pokemon Unite. I'm not going to try and pretend like I know what I'm talking about with these items because I'm really not that familiar, but they're very worthwhile picking up while the opportunity is there. Like we always say, anything free in any Pokemon game is always worth grabbing. Not only that, in Pokemon Unite, though, we do have a beautiful Gengar emblem as well. Gengar boost emblem even. You can use this code and get one of those in your Pokemon Unite game. I would like to get one of those. I think that's so
what is
pretty.
it, Gengar?
Yeah,
what is Gengar
good.
boost?
I think maybe one thing to call attention to too is that drop that's only available during the Championship Sunday. I believe that is a license, so a pretty valuable thing. And hey, you know, if you're thinking, I'm a little disappointed. I wish there were more VGC matches. We won't give you those. However, you can tune into the Unite Finals. That's just about to be coming up pretty soon, I think. So, you know, make a snack. I don't know, like tell your friends to tune in with you. Make a watch party. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, watch party. This is our watch party. What we're doing right now.
The authority here on our VG stream. So,
and Unite now apparently too.
Yeah, and Unite. Yes, VG stream. You've got to do what Scott tells you. He is the authority. But we need to also get ready for that final tomorrow. It is going to be such an exciting one because we not only
do like
got the
a little
final,
build up for the
we
final.
also have our up and coming VG stars in the juniors final and the seniors final.
Oh, are they going to show stuff for those?
About tomorrow. So make sure you do tune in 9 a.m. Hawaiian time. Just convert that into wherever you are around the globe, and you don't want to miss any.
That's the one thing that's
action. Any
so
last
cool.
words before we say goodbye?
People all around the world watching
the
this.
Unite final, guys.
Nothing for me. I just hope everybody enjoyed the show. What a great tournament it's been.
I'm just wondering if there's more free stuff. I want to get on board. No more. No, you know what? You know what is for free? Some fantastic entertainment tomorrow. So make sure to tune in.
Well, on that note, it couldn't be said any better. We'll leave it there. Thank you so much for tuning in, friends. We will look forward to seeing you tomorrow to bring you all the action, celebrate our players, and crown some champions.
There's Wolfie on stream. Wolfie on stream is the last game he won at Worlds. GG's, Wolfie. You made us proud. I was so hyped up on day 1 seeing you were 16-0. Diego ended up beating Wolfie. I think this is each. Okay, so actually, let's watch this. This is each on-stream game they did. Shumi Yang Tank was. Oh no, that was just the Swiss round. Yeah, I forgot there's only 3. Joshy vs. Brody, we watched that one. I love seeing all the teams as well. Because, like, the same basic core is kind of there for everybody, but then everyone has, like, almost their own little twist they add into it. Like, Michael had that Zamazenta. I've noticed we saw a lot of Tropicals drop off. Unfortunately, an Incineroar isn't there. Kind of would want to see an Incineroar win another Worlds. That big fatty Amoonguss, though, is gonna be, I mean, the world champs. Yeah, dude, when his guy survived there, I was like, good lord. How old do you have to be in the Masters one? Because those two looked young. Luca and, what was his name? Shenue. I thought Michael was going to get him. I thought Michael was going to win. Ah! And that's the end, I believe. Oh, wait, hang on. Something crazy.
Lupo comes back in. We're bouncing backwards. Another grab put down. Crash landing on top of their heads is Pikachu with another Unite move, getting two. And now Tone is standing all by their lonesome with just Yume in their back pocket. And there's not enough in the tank to get this done. KO streak of 3.
They won. Yeah, it's going to game 3 over
Give
here.
them the whole squad.
Wow, look at that. Onic Rise has done the impossible. Well, not impossible for them.
Well, with that, I think I'm going to wrap this stream up here. To everybody that tuned in today, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Appreciate all those that have been tuning into the World streams. These are so much fun. Last year was the first Worlds I ever watched live. And I actually streamed last year during Worlds. I streamed playing gameplay. I was playing Pokemon Unite. And I came up with this idea, beginning of this summer, end of May, early June. I'm like, I should stream Worlds, when that goes live. And so I've had so much fun doing these streams. Everybody's been tuning in. I thank you so much. Amode Keeley, again, I don't even know if I'm saying your name right. Thank you so much for tuning in for this stream. I appreciate it. It was fun talking with you in the chat. Jonathan Sparrow, thank you for tuning in. Pandas, thank you for tuning in. Gen X, thank you for taking the time to tune in. Hector, thank you so much for tuning in as well. Louis Cat, thank you so much for tuning in and for the donos as well. I appreciate that. Pokey Clips, thank you for tuning in as well. Crowbird, thank you for tuning in. Ketchup, thank you for tuning in. 108, thank you for tuning in. All those that tuned in, you guys are the best. I thank you so much. I truly do appreciate it. Thanks to all the support and everything. YouTube, we hit 2,000 subscribers today, and we're at 2,020 right now. I appreciate all those that have been subscribing to the channel. Instagram, I just hit 7,000 followers over on the gram. Look at this. 7K over on the gram. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for that. TikTok's been doing very good. Twitter's even doing good. I don't even like Twitter, and I'm posting on Twitter, and it's starting to do good. So to everybody for all the support and everything, thank you guys so much. I truly do appreciate it. It truly does mean a lot. That is all for this stream here today. I thank you all so very much for watching. I'll be live tomorrow night watching the VGC championship matches and then the closing ceremony of the 2024 Pokemon World Championships, where we will hear where it will be next year. After the stream, though, that is all. I thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to like and subscribe, and this is the PokePlaya, the future king of Pokemon, signing out.